of Public Health has said that the Department of Environmental Health of the ministry has
organizations and countries to provide more aid in order to reach the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
The Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture visited the ancient gem mineral in Gaur province. The Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture said that technical teams consisting of several ministries have been established to reconstruct and strengthen the gem mineralite in Gaur province. Officials of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs say that last year 74,738 people graduated from technical and vocational education, and 122,136 domestic and foreign citizens were given work licenses. The ministry also adds that it's determined to provide employment to 1.5 million people by establishing a national labor conference and signing 15 agreements with various institutions. More details in report.
Officials of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs said in a program of explaining the one-year achievements of Emirate institutions that within 1 year they have been able to graduate 74,734 people from technical and vocational institutions according to the needs of the labor market, and also distributed work licenses to 122,136 domestic and foreign citizens.
In the past, the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs has graduated 74,738 people from Emirati and non-Emirati technical center in the center and provinces.
According to the ministry's officials, the level of unemployment has decreased in the past 1 year, through which the ministry has expanded the efforts to legally send Afghan workers abroad.
The visit of the acting Minister of Labor and Social Affairs to the royal government of Qatar and Russia regarding the issue of sending Afghan skilled workers abroad to reach an initial understanding with the country of Qatar, as well as discussion with the United Arab Emirates, and their lorry winter has been taken.
Officials add that for next year, they plan to follow the promises of the National Labour Conference in order to reduce the unemployment rate in the country, according to which 1.5 million people will be directly and indirectly employed.
In the field of work, in order to reduce the unemployment rate in the country, following the promise of the National Labour Conference, which have been promised, the project has been signed, which will be followed.
Transferring Afghan skilled and semi-skilled workers to foreign countries, supervising 19 private employment companies, distributing work licenses to 15 institutions, engaged in the field of technical and vocational education, working with 68 national and international organizations to protect children, the signing of agreements for technical and vocational education and humanitarian aid are other achievements of this ministry.
The Ministry of Public Works has stated that basic construction of the Kostepa-Darzab road in Jowzjan province worth about 1,400,000,000 Afghanis. Muhammad Ashraf Hakshanas, the spokesman of the ministry, said that the road will be 51 kilometers long, starting from Kostepa district of Jowzjan and reaching the Darzab district of this province. 25 tons of bad quality and expired food items have been destroyed in Kabul city. The Ministry of Public Health has said that the Department of Environmental Health of the ministry has collected and destroyed 25 tons of expired and low quality food items from different areas of Kabul city within 8 weeks. The works of clean water supply worth 3,500,000 Afghanis have been started in Zirtangi village of Sangatesh district of Badghis province. The officials of Badghis village development department say that this network is being built with the financial assistance of the IRC organization, and hundreds of families will benefit from clean drinking water. Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
Satu i pasru inu da shahid Yes, sir. We need 10, 20.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
10, 20 is about 17 minutes down. Disregarding 22 to jump traffic.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news.
We are
I am
not
Suleiman
people on
Talash.
bikes.
A new 252 megawatt substation in Tarakhel area and a 220-volt transmission line were inaugurated in Kabul in the presence of the Islamic Emirate officials. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, said that Afghanistan has a lot of potential to generate electricity from various sources, but the existing capacities had not been used properly in recent decades. More details in report.
Inauguration of a new substation with a capacity of 252 megawatts in Tarakhil area of Kabul. The substation worth $18.4 million was inaugurated in Kabul in the presence of officials of the Islamic Emirate. Meanwhile, a 220-volt transmission line from Chantala to Tarakhil was also inaugurated. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy prime minister, said in an inauguration ceremony, Afghanistan has a lot of capacity to generate electricity, which is the priority of the Islamic Emirate.
We are clear.
The basic solution for a war-torn country like Afghanistan is to open domestic sources and generate electricity from domestic sources. Using its potential, Afghanistan can be recognized as an energy-producing country in the region.
Officials of the Ministry of Energy and Water and Electricity Company say electricity is one of the most basic needs of society, that a growth of industry in the country depends on it. The implementation of 2,000 megawatt transmission project from Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan will solve the problem of electricity shortage.
Now it's a place of happiness that after 3 years of efforts, we have completely repaired the Kamalkan Dam. 9 megawatts of electricity is produced there. And now the settlement account with the company has started.
1000
megawatt electricity is coming from Uzbekistan to Dashti Alvan and from Dashti Alvan to Argandi, from Argandi to Budkhak subway station, from Budkhak to Nangarhar Sheikh Misri station, where we have 1000 megawatts of electricity. Yes, by implementing these two projects, both of which will be paid for from the budget of Brishna company, our electricity will be tripled.
On the other hand, the governor of Kabul says that with security in the country, investors can invest in various sectors, especially electricity generation.
We hope you to invest in its full security and the use of the Islamic system and provide unemployment opportunities for industrialists.
The construction of the new Tarakhil substation project has been contracted with the local companies and will be completed in 2 years. According to officials, more than 250,000 residential households will benefit from electricity.
The first preparatory meeting of the opening commission of the TOPI optical fiber, top and railway projects between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan was held. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that according to the order of the Prime Minister under the chairmanship of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, security agencies, mines and petroleum and a number of other ministries have been entrusted with the task of preparing for the opening of TOPI and many other projects. More details in this report.
The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the Commission for the opening of TOPI, TOP and many other projects between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan held its first meeting under the chairmanship of Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He added that in this meeting the opening ceremony of these projects was discussed, and it is expected that these projects will be opened in a series of grand ceremonies in the upcoming days.
د بهرنیو چارو وزارت کې ترکمنستان سره د ټاپي او غنو
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a preparatory
Solar
meeting
is
with
great
Turkmenistan for
for
the
power
opening ceremony of TOPI and some other projects. In this meeting, the head of the commission and the participating organizations officials published a detailed report on the preparation of subcommittee and made necessary decisions for the successful performance of the inauguration ceremony. It's expected that in the next few days, the mentioned project will be opened during the series of grand ceremonies.
At the same time, analysts say that the implementation of TOP, optical fiber, and railway projects in Afghanistan is beneficial for the country from the economic and political point of view.
This not only has a positive effect for Afghanistan, but also provides a way for economic stability at a regional level. The local project has an important role in restoration of economic relations between the countries of the region of Afghanistan, especially Pakistan, and the countries of Central Asia and South Asia will be connected with the method of Afghanistan. With this, the geographical location of Afghanistan will be used properly. If TOPI work starts, we will reach South Asian markets and our gas will be sold there. It can be really useful to maintain our foreign relations with India as a closer power in the region.
This is why last Tuesday Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, met with the Deputy of the Prime Ministers of Turkmenistan and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rashid Muradov, at the border of the two countries in order to open these projects.
Khwaja Iwazov, Turkmen ambassador to Kabul, met with Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, Minister of Communication and Information Technology. According to the ministry, in this meeting they discussed the fiber optics, cyber security and technology-related issues. Mr. Haqqani said that cyber crime laboratories have been established across the country to ensure cyber security.
We are not
Mufti Nur
Charlie
Ahmad
Vector
Noor, the
units.
first political director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Naqibullah Mahdi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, met with Dr.
Yes,
Ahmad
strange
Azam,
is as
the special
strange
representative of Malaysia for Afghanistan. In this meeting, besides the political, security and economic situation of Afghanistan, the development of relations with the neighboring countries, the beginning of political presence in Kabul, and the future development of relations with the countries of the region were discussed. The Ministry of National Defense announces the completion of the road connecting Panjshir
See you
province
later,
with
104
Badakhshan province.
radio
The
program.
ministry said in a statement that the construction of the 300-kilometer
not
road,
strikes
which was
calls.
started a month ago by the engineering team of the Islamic National Army Brigade, with the completion of nearly 50 kilometers, connects
The
Panjshir
wind is good
province
for
with
power
Badakhshan
generation.
province. The ministry added that with the completion of this route, Panjshir will be connected to the majority of districts of Badakhshan province, and Badakhshan residents will be able to travel to Kabul in 6 hours
The
during
real
this
shooting took
route.
place behind Lucharno's.
And the final
no
one is
cops
that the
showed up
administrative
in person.
meeting of the Ministry of Public Works was held under the chairmanship of Mullah Muhammad
We
Isa
are not
Sani,
Charlie
Minister of
Vector
Public
units.
Work, and with the participation of relevant officials. In this meeting, survey, project design, new routes, checking the status of projects under construction and their completion on time, and other issues were discussed and exchanged views, and necessary decisions were taken. At the end of the meeting, Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani instructed the relevant officials to seriously monitor the progress of the projects and take necessary measures to complete them according to the plan. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
The real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person. The real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person.
September 7th, International Clean Air Day. Every year, the United Nations celebrate the 7th of September as International Day of Clean Air to attract people, governments, and companies to this important issue. Officials of the National Environmental Protection Agency say that they have taken various measures to create a clean environment and prevent polluted air which have been effective in this regard.
In order to control the medical waste, we have visited about 400 hospitals and checked their contracts with their incinerators or waste incineration companies. Also, we had meetings about the
Currently
garbage
refueling for
incinerators
sustenance.
or the companies that operate in Kabul city. We want to fully standardize them so that they can perform their activities with full standards, so that the contracts that these companies have
radio
made with them
program
are
is
equal
not
to the
in our
standard
area.
and become a reason to get rid of the risk to the society.
At the same time, the citizens of
not
Kabul
here.
remind to join responsibility of the government and the people to create a clean and green environment and want the government and the nation to fight together to prevent polluted air in the country.
مردمان در ریاست همدستان
And the Islamic Comrade in this part as well. We have to look for ourselves by planting trees, which is very useful for
Yes,
the environment and purification of the garbage. For example, a number unfortunate threw garbage on the roads.
در روی سرک‌ها کثافات هم اندازن.
Weather conditions are getting worse day by day. That is the number of cars, factories, and non-standard
It is
barbershops
not
having
bloody
beds.
here at my current
And the
vetter.
machinery sector is increasing day by day. And it causes weather pollution.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops
In the
showed
city,
up
the
in
government
person.
should pay attention to old cars, making a smoke that causes air pollution.
This day was included in the list of days that are celebrated as International Days 3 years ago.
Show me around to Corpus.
ساتو ی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو ی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash.
We are not Charlie
Amir
Vetter
al-Mu'minin
units.
Mullah Hibatullah Khunzada Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate, met with the officials of the 217 Omari Corps of the Ministry of National Defense, Mujahideen, a number of scholars, elders, and disabled people. The ministry said that the Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah emphasized on unity, sincerity, piety, and obedience, and said that unity will lead to your promotion and success. The leader of the Islamic Emirate has also given necessary recommendations to the officials in Mujahideen in terms of good governance. The High Commission for Combating Narcotics, headed by Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, officially started its work and held its first meeting. The political deputy of the Prime Minister says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to fight against narcotics and hopes that the work of this commission will make the fight against narcotics more effective. Also, a number of the commission members and high-ranking officials of the Islamic Emirate emphasized the creation of alternative livelihoods for farmers and the serious fight against drugs. More details in report. The High Commission for Combating Narcotics, under the leadership of the political deputy of the Prime Minister, most of whose members are ministers and high-ranking officials, held its first meeting and emphasized on the serious fight against narcotics. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said prevention of goods tax, treatment of addicts, and creation of alternative livelihood are the main objectives of this commission.
Narcotics are forbidden according to the Islamic law and prohibited by the laws of the Islamic Emirate. No one is allowed to cultivate, produce, or smuggle narcotics. In the last 3 years, the Islamic Emirate has seriously fought against the narcotics, and it has stopped the cultivation and production of narcotics throughout Afghanistan.
In addition, the officials of the Ministry of Interior and Defense assured that they will actively cooperate in this field while emphasizing on the joint fight against drugs.
So many achievements against narcotics are certainly a great development of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in this field. However, this development does not mean that we are safe from this human disaster, but we still need full cooperation and coordination in this area at the internal and international level. We, I mean the Ministry of National Defense, help the Ministry of Interior Affairs and stand shoulder to shoulder with them in any aspect of opium eradication or drug eradication.
At the same time, the officials say that there are more centers for the treatment of addicts in the country, as well as other health centers, and there is a need to conduct a new survey in this regard.
The Ministry of Public Health, which works in the field of drug addiction treatment, currently has 76 drug addiction treatment centers across the country, of which 74 centers are under the authority of the government, and 12 centers are funded by organizations. These centers, which are related to public health, houses approximately 3,000 drug addicts throughout Afghanistan. Therefore, there are more than 18 centers in which approximately 3,000 addicts could be accommodated. Therefore, due to the large number of addicts, we have built 17 more centers in Afghanistan, in which we have gathered 122,000 addicts.
The officials of the Anti-Narcotics Department say that since the issuance of the drugs prohibition order of the Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, they have conducted 78,000 operations, during which 20,000 people have been arrested and 1,450 different factories of drugs have been destroyed. 6,000 tons of various drugs have been eliminated and cleared 37,000 hectares of land from poppy. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, in a meeting with the scholars and Mujahideen of Faryab in Jawzjan provinces, said that ensuring the security of citizens, providing social welfare and necessary facilities are among the responsibilities and duties of the Islamic Emirate. In this regard, comprehensive efforts are being made. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi has also assured and addressed the problems of the mentioned scholars and Mujahideen. Officials of the Cancer Diagnosis and Treatment Center in Kabul say that 150 to 180 patients visit them on a daily basis. Health officials say that improper food, polluted environment, electronic radiation, and arbitrary use of medicines are factors for the increase of this disease. More details in report.
Efforts of the Ministry of Public Health to treat cancer inside the country. Officials of the Center Diagnosis and Treatment Center in the capital city of Kabul said that 150 to 180 patients visit this hospital for treatment on a daily basis. According to them, they are trying to activate advanced diagnostic equipment in this hospital, which are currently not available in the country.
We are not
radiotherapy for cancer patients, which is the treatment for cancer. They are done for free, as well as surgery and hormonal therapy is performed on patients. About 150 OPD patients visit the center every day.
Health officials say that cancer is a dangerous and fatal disease that is caused by improper food, polluted environment, electronic radiation, and
Okay, are
arbitrary
you
use
coming
of
over
medicines.
later?
Some foods, such as carbonated drinks, are a risk factor for digestive system cancer. Others, like cigarette smoking, usage of snuff, are among the main risk factors for oral cancer.
Some cancer patients are happy with the services of this hospital and say that their problems are addressed on time.
I'm from Parwan province. I come to this hospital. May Allah bless them. I was vaccinated once, and the second time I came here. They served us. May Allah be pleased with them. We are satisfied with them. Allah bless the doctors. They came over and over. They vaccinated me. They put me in the bed. They came every moment.
we
They
need
take care of
fuel for
us. Check my
sustenance.
pressure. We are satisfied with the doctors. Allah bless them.
Before this, the Ministry of Public Health
You are
had
not
announced
Johnny.
the activity of 3 cancer centers in the country and said that in addition to diagnosis and internal services, surgical services were also provided in these centers.
A real shooting took
Today,
place
the
behind
7th of
Lucerno's.
September
No
is
cops
equal to
showed
the
up in
International
person.
Clean Air Day. The United Nations wants to reduce air, water, and soil
are not the
pollution
fire
by
department.
2030. The National Environmental Protection Agency says that in order to create a clean environment, it has implemented many projects in different parts of the country which have been effective in preventing polluted air and creating a clean environment. Meanwhile, the citizens of Kabul remember the joint responsibility of the government and the people to create a clean and green environment. More in the report. September 7th, International Clean Air Day. Every year, the United Nations
That
celebrate
radio
the 7th
program
of
is
September
not
as
in our
International
area.
Day of Clean Air to attract people, governments,
I
and
am
companies
a
to this
tactical
important
asset computer
issue.
system.
Officials of the National Environmental Protection Agency say that they have taken various measures to create a clean environment and prevent polluted air, which have been effective in this regard.
In order to control the medical waste, we have visited about 400 hospitals and checked their contracts with their incinerators or waste incineration companies. Also, we had meetings about the garbage incinerator or the companies that operate in Kabul city. We want to fully standardize them so that they can perform their activities with full standards, so that the contracts that these companies have made with them are equal to the standard and become a reason to get rid of the risk to the society.
At the same time, the citizens of Kabul remind to join responsibility of the government and the people to create a clean and green environment and want
See
the
you later,
government and
Walmart.
the nation to fight together to prevent polluted air in the country.
مردم هم در این عرصه باید همدست امارت اسلامی شو بره.
People should join the Islamic Emirate in this part as well. We have to work for ourselves, like planting trees if it's very useful for the environment. It will take away the garbage. For example, a number unfortunately threw garbage on the roads.
در روی سرکا کثافات هم اندازن.
Weather conditions are getting worse day by day. That is the number of cars, factories, and non-standard barbershops having beds. And the machinery sector is increasing day by day. And it is causes weather pollution. In the city, the government should pay attention to all cars, making a smoke that causes air pollution.
This day was included in the list of days that are celebrated as international days 3 years ago.
A real
this time
shooting
news
took
is ending
place
in here.
behind
Thank you so much
Lucerno's.
for
No
watching.
cops showed up in person.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. I am Suleiman Talash.
It is not
Maulavi
bloody
Abdul Kabir,
here at
political
my current
deputy of the
venue.
Prime Minister, met with Takayushi Kuromiya, Japanese ambassador to Kabul. During the meeting, Mr. Correa appreciated the Islamic Emirates' serious fight against drugs, adding that his country has announced $10 million to fight this phenomenon with Afghanistan.
Are not the fire
he
department.
added that the Japanese government plans to allocate $300,000 for the National Museum in Kabul in the first step to protect Afghanistan's historical heritage and monuments. On the other hand, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, while welcoming Japanese assistance in various sectors, called relations between Kabul and Tokyo important and beneficial to both countries, and expressed the hope for early implementation of the commitment of the third meeting in Doha.
Real shooting took place behind
Maulvi
Luciano's
Abdul Salam Maulvi, administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of elders and personalities of Faryab province. In this meeting, participants expressed satisfaction with the achievements of the Islamic Emirate in various fields, adding that a lot of positive things have been done in Afghanistan, which is undeniable. In contrast, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister stated that the Islamic Emirate tries to provide better services and special welfare to the citizens of the country and take positive steps towards the prosperity and progress of Afghanistan. The Islamic Emirate once again called on the United Nations to remove the sanctions imposed on the officials of the Islamic Emirate as soon as possible. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the sanctions are cruel and have prevented Kabul from interacting with the international community. On the other hand, some political analysts believe that the sanctions will have a negative impact on relations between the Islamic Emirate and the international community. More details in report.
The Islamic Emirate once again calls on the United Nations to remove unilateral sanction against the Islamic Emirate officials. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says the sanctions have had a negative impact on Kabul's relations with the international community.
The sanctions and restrictions imposed on Afghanistan are cruel. The United Nations and the Security Council and other countries must end the sanctions and restrictions imposed on Afghanistan and the leaders of Islamic Emirate.
Earlier, Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, said that the name of 24 officials of the Islamic Emirate were still on the blacklist of the United Nations and the European Union. Mr. Mujahid called not removing the names of the Islamic Emirate officials from the blacklist is against the Doha Agreement.
The continuation of sanctions against 24 members of the leadership of the Islamic Emirate actually hinders interaction in the international arena. When countries think that it isn't an undisputed power in Afghanistan, the Islamic Emirate exists, and they should increase their interactions with the Islamic Emirate.
On the other hand, some political analysts believe that the sanction will have a negative impact on the relations between the Islamic Emirate and the international community.
The sanctions and punishments that they have imposed on the Islamic Emirate should be removed as soon as possible to create the ways of negotiations, the way of dialogue relations, so that international community and the United Nations reach an understanding with the Islamic Emirate and the people of Afghanistan.
Earlier, Maulvi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of Prime Minister, had also called for the removing of sanctions against the Islamic Emirate officials in a meeting in Kabul.
103 officers of the Central and Field Corps of the Ministry of National Defense graduated from the Hazrat Abdullah bin Masood Training Headquarters after receiving professional training. In this ceremony, the officials, while congratulating the graduated officers, said that Mujahideen should carry out their responsibilities in the ranks of the Islamic National Army bravely and with good intentions. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock announced the purchase and collection of wheat from farmers in Bal, Sarepol, Faryab and Kabul provinces by the collection committee. The spokesperson of the ministry says, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, in order to support farmers and reduce the price of wheat, the purchase of wheat from farmers is practically going on across the country. More details
showed
in
up
report.
in person.
The efforts of the Islamic Emirate to reduce wheat prices and support farmers in the country. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, supporting farmers and reducing wheat prices in the country's market, the wheat collection committee has been able to purchase wheat from the farmers at fair prices in Balkh, Saripol, Faryab and Kabul provinces.
In order to implement the decree, committees have been formed to buy the extra wheat from the farmers, and they always go to the fairs and buy the extra wheat there.
Meanwhile, the spokesman of the ministry said that after the completion of the collection process, the purchased wheat will be stored in standard silos and warehouses in the center of the provinces.
In some provinces, we have standard warehouses, and some provinces, we keep them in silos. The silos and warehouses are built according to international standards. And in the provinces where we have warehouses, we also place them according to international standards.
On the other hand, farmers in the country welcome the implementation of the decree of the Islamic Emirates leaders by the Ministry of Agriculture to purchase wheat and demanded more support from the Islamic Emirate to solve their problems.
The Islamic Emirate buys wheat from the people and offers it back to the people at an affordable cost when needed. This is a big assistance. We are very happy about it. This is a support for farmers, and there are many benefits in it. And it should be done in the future too. This is a big help. The poor farmers have nothing. For example, they don't have a lot of money. Like foreign wheat that comes, it is expensive. So, it is his own wheat. The government keeps it and then gives it back to them at a cheap price. So there is no greater help than this.
This is why, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, 38,800 metric tons of wheat from farmers across the country will be purchased by the Islamic Emirate and stored in silos in the same province or zones. The wheat collected is returned to the market in times of emergency or price rises to control wheat prices.
And the final one is that the Kabul municipality says that the most of the projects planned for Kabul this year are being implemented and have provided employment opportunities for a number of citizens.
Whatever,
Economists also say that the government can provide more jobs for citizens by supporting the private sector. More in the report. Efforts of municipality officials for the development of Kabul city. The Kabul municipality has planned more than 160 different projects for the development of Kabul this year, including the construction and development of roads in the city. This is the Abdul Haq Avenue in the 9th zone, which connects Kabul to the eastern provinces and the neighboring country, Pakistan. The narrowness of the road sometimes causes traffic accidents. Recently, municipality has entrusted the construction and development to a road construction company.
This project is 9 kilometers long and 6 meters wide, from Abdul Haq Avenue to Tangi Ghafoor area. The both sides are being contracted This route is 30 meters wide. It has a sidewalk. There is a stream and there is a grass stream. There are many facilities in this project because the workers are busy. People got jobs. Unemployment ended and are forbidden from going abroad. So, there are many facilities in these projects. When the project starts, all the people are busy with their work.
Every construction company has created job facilities for citizens. A number of workers working on the project say that neighboring countries were built by Afghan migrant youth, and now it is the time for young people to work for the prosperity of their own country.
Yes, there was unemployment. We see that this project went well for use because all around 70, 80, 9 or 100 people were engaged. It is a matter of great pride for us. The government can support the private sector by providing a suitable environment for investments that a private sector can invest in to create a better working environment for the youth and the country.
However, a number of citizens are although optimistic about the construction and development of roads, complain about the slow pace of work by construction companies.
We are not the fire department.
This is the public road of the Eastern Zone. The work should be done soon so that the traffic crowd will be reduced and the people will be comfortable.
However, the Kabul municipality insists on the quality of the projects entrusted to the private sector and their completion on time.
The duration of this project is 20 months, and according to the schedule, Alhamdulillah, we are going well, and the companies want to finish this project soon. But we focus more on quality. Allah forbid that we lose quality for speed.
According to Kabul municipality officials, construction of road projects is currently underway in most areas of the city. That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you so much. Welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs welcomed the removal of the name of Islamic Emirate from the list of banned countries of Kyrgyzstan. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this step reveals the political recognition of the Islamic Emirate at the regional global level. The Kyrgyz government has recently removed the name of Islamic Emirate from the country's banned list. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with Turkish Ambassador Cenk Anal and his delegation to discuss various issues. During the meeting, the Turkish ambassador welcomed the 3-year achievements of the Islamic Emirate in various sectors, especially in ensuring security, and added that Turkey wants to cooperate with the people of Afghanistan in various sectors. Mr. Anal also said that Turkish businessmen want to invest in Afghanistan's mines. Meanwhile, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum welcomed all national and international investors who want to invest in Afghanistan's mining sector, adding that Turkish investors can also invest in Afghanistan's oil and gas sector. The Islamic Emirate welcomes the statements of the head of Uzbekistan's intelligence that the country is cooperating with Afghanistan in the fight against terrorism, and says that Daesh has been suppressed in Afghanistan.
Took place
On the other hand, experts say that intelligence exchange is important in the fight against
took place
terrorism.
behind
More
Lucerno's.
details
No
in
cops
report.
showed up in person.
The general meeting of Shanghai
It is not
Cooperation
bloody here
Organization
at my
was
current
held
vector.
in Tashkent, Uzbekistan on Wednesday. At the meeting, Abdul Salam Azizov, Uzbek intelligence chief, emphasized the importance of Uzbek cooperation with Afghanistan in the
We
fight
are not
against
Charlie Vector
terrorism.
units.
The Afghan government is fighting international terrorism within the framework of capabilities. Afghan forces are at the forefront of the fight against Daesh and have achieved clear results. Therefore, we should not leave our Afghan partners alone in this regard. We must defeat the enemy together.
The Islamic Emirate welcomes Uzbekistan's position and emphasizes the separation of Daesh in Afghanistan.
Daesh in Afghanistan is destroyed and it has no power. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan believes in bilateral relations and cooperation with the countries of the region and the world in various fields and wants to develop these relations.
Meanwhile, some experts consider the country's cooperation in the fight against terrorism is in the exchange of information.
Countries in the region and beyond, including Uzbekistan, should discuss intelligence exchange if they want to cooperate in these areas. And on behalf of the cooperation is inevitable and necessary. It should be done in honesty, not war. They're trying to make friendship with Kabul. We have a joint and determined fight against Daesh and other destructive groups. But one thing should not be forgotten, that countries should join hands to recognize the Islamic Emirate.
The meeting of Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Commonwealth of Independent States was held in Tashkent to strengthen cooperation.
Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy Minister of Information and Culture, met with the Charge d'Affaires of the Chinese Embassy and discussed the visit of a professional delegation from the Chinese Archaeological Department
I am a tactical asset
During
computer
the meeting,
system.
the Charge d'Affaires of the Chinese Embassy said the purpose of the visit of Chinese archaeological delegation was to preserve and
That radio
historical
program
monuments
is not
such as
in
the
order.
Ainak National
Okay,
Museum and
we need
historical
fuel
museum.
for
Meanwhile,
sustenance.
Mr. Azizi appreciated the visit of the Chinese archaeologists to the country and added that the archaeologists of the Ministry of Information and Culture will achieve significant achievements in the field of research and
You are
evaluation
not
of
Johnny.
historical monuments. Ari Muhammad Yunus Rashid, Deputy of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, visited Kundi in order to listen to the problems, suggestions, and demands of the youth in the province. Mr. Rashid assured to solve their problems in a meeting with the youths and said that he will create freelancing courses for them very soon. He added that the development of every country depends on its independence and said, now when the country has achieved complete independence, it is the duty of the youth to protect this independence. Meanwhile, the youth of the province said that in the past 3 years, the Islamic Emirate has paid special attention to them and they have been provided with education in various fields. The second meeting of the technical committee was held under the chairmanship of the Deputy Director of the Policy and Strategy Department of the General Directorate of Affairs in order to implement the order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafizahullah regarding the installation of technical equipment of ministries and institutions. Abdul Wali Sharafzai, Deputy Director of Policy and Strategy of the Department of Public Affairs, said that the purpose of this meeting is to create a comprehensive plan for collecting and determining the size of departments, equipment, and vehicles based on different categories. It is worth mentioning that in this meeting, the members of the technical committee presented a report of the data of the equipment and vehicles according to the category of active and inactive, constructible and damaged items. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation announced the signing of the document between Afghanistan and Pakistan, saying that the signing of the document has provided more facilities for the movement of Afghan and Pakistani trucks. However, the Chamber of the Commerce and Investment considers the signing of this document to be useful in transferring the assets of Afghanistan businessmen to Pakistan, but wants a permanent and fundamental solution to this problem by the officials of the Islamic Emirate. More details in report.
The Ministry of Transport says that with the signing of a document, 600 Afghan cargo vehicles and 250 Pakistani lorries have been allowed to transport goods to Pakistan and Afghanistan for 6 months.
By having this document, our drivers and cleaners can travel to Pakistan as much as they want to for 6 months. With the air track, of course.
See you later, 104 radio program.
And can also import back.
However, the Afghanistan Chamber of Commerce and Investment
We are
believes
not
that
under
having
radio
this document will be
controls.
effective for Afghan cargo vehicles to Pakistan in short term, but wants a permanent solution to this problem.
In the short term, this can be effective, but until we can reach an agreement like the previous APTA, the new agreement between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and the two countries be able to reach a high-level and long-term agreement with each other.
Pakistan has closed the Torkham gate and we are using the alternative routes of Ghulam Khan and Boldak, which is a time-consuming route for our exports, and we cannot have access to more vehicles.
We are not
and we
people
still
on
need
bikes.
more than 6,000 vehicles for our exports.
The document is signed by Pakistan at a time when Pakistan has been closing highways and ports to Afghan traders under various pretexts, causing millions of dollars in losses annually.
Head of Mothers and Disabled Affairs in Faryab province met with the head of Norwegian Committee for Afghanistan. Mullah Muhammad Nader Khaled, head of the Mothers and Disabled Affairs of Faryab province, met with the Director General of the Norwegian Committee for Afghanistan. In this meeting, Mr. Khaled called for solving the problems of the disabled people, providing education, employment for orphans, and also transferring the disabled abroad for treatment. At the same time, the head of the Norwegian Committee assured that he would cooperate in solving the problems of orphans, widows, and the disabled. Committee assured that he would cooperate in solving the problems of orphans, widows, and the disabled. Committee assured that he would cooperate in solving the problems of orphans.
Good evening and welcome to this hour's news with me, Marian. Based on an order of Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirates, a committee was formed to speed up the distributional process of electronic identity cards and to create facilities in this regard. On the other hand, people want Islamic Emirates to increase the number of electronic identity card distribution centers in the capital and provinces and provide facilities to the people in order to reduce the crowd in the sport. More details in the report.
According to the order of Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, a special committee was formed to facilitate the distribution of electronic identity cards and the overall improvement of these affairs. The committee was appointed under the chairmanship of Mufti Sayyid Ahmad Mustaqim, Deputy General Director of the Prime Minister's Office, to report its investigation and findings regarding the reduction of the crowd and the distribution of electronic ID cards, the prevention of necessary facilities, and the process of distribution of ID cards, and to present them to the Prime Minister.
No cops showed up in person.
According to the order of Honorable Prime Minister Al-Hajj Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, a special committee has been appointed with the task of creating necessary facilities and improvement in the distribution of electronic ID cards. Under the chairmanship of Mufti Sayyid Ahmad Mustaqim, Deputy of General Director of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the committee will investigate the process of printing and distributing electronic ID cards, and after research and findings, the committee will submit a report based on the solution to the Prime Minister.
On the other hand, people want the Islamic Emirate to increase the
not
number
under
of
radio
electronic
controls.
identity card distribution centers in the capital and provinces in order to reduce the crowd in this part.
We came here for the identity cards and it's been 4 nights and we still haven't received the identity cards. There is a lot of crowd on these workers. For example, there are 500 persons. My request to the leader is to increase these counters.
Request the Emirate to increase these counters and workers. The crowd is high, the workers are also tired, and may Allah help them.
Previously, the special delegation under the direction of the Prime Minister opened the new passport distribution centers in Kabul, due to which many facilities were created for the citizens in obtaining passports.
Mullah Abdul Habib, the political deputy Prime Minister, in a meeting held for increasing the capacity for students, said that the establishment of Islamic system in the country was the hope of all Afghans, and today, thanks to the Islamic government, that all Afghans live in overall security. He mentioned that the role of students in both
I
jihad
am
and
a tactical
freedom fighters,
asset
and added
computer
that
system.
the previous regimes used students politically, but now the Islamic government is ruling. There is no place for
The truck is
discrimination
fine
and prejudice,
has an
and they
unknown
call the
location
implementation of
and
Islamic Sharia
destination.
and defending the Islamic and national values their responsibilities. Maulana Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, said that Maulana Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, sharing their report that specialized fields, capacity building of health workers, standardization
Okay,
of
we
specialized
need fuel
programs,
for
and short-term
sustenance.
trainings. A consultative meeting was held under the Minister of Industrial and Commerce and with the presence of representatives of the private sector regarding the effective use of the International Trade Center. Nureddin called the International Trade Center of Termuz effective for the processing of and packaging of exports, goods, and fulfilling the needs of the country, and emphasized on maintaining the credibility of the country's export goods. The Ministry of Information and Culture announces the holding of coordination seminars between media and spokespersons throughout the country. The spokesperson of this ministry says that these seminars were organized by the Department of Access to Information under the supervision of Ministry of Information and Culture Publications for the purpose of accessing information. However, Ghafran also said that the Ministry of Information and Culture is committed to providing access to information and media and continues to efforts in this regard. More details in report.
The Ministry of Information and Culture says that the Department of Access to Information, under the supervision of Deputy of Media and Broadcast of this ministry, has launched a series of programs and seminars among the media and a spokesperson of the Emirates offices in the country in order to access to information and coordinate among the media. The spokesman of this ministry adds that these programs are held in the form of coordination seminars at the level of the country's zone.
A series of coordination seminars between the media and spokesperson of the Emirate Department has been launched in the whole country, which is divided into zones, including the center in the zones.
We are not the
These seminars
microwave
are
radio
applied.
on that
The
bus.
spokesperson of the Ministry of Information and Culture continues to add that the Ministry of Information and Culture is committed to providing access to information to the media and continues its efforts in this field.
The Ministry of Information and Culture is committed to assure the media that it will always try to access to information and will try so that the media have timely access to information.
On the other hand, organizations that support the media and journalists praise this action of the Ministry of Information and Culture and emphasize on order strengthening these programs that make access to information easier.
This can create a good coordination and reduce the complaints that exist in the area of having access to information. I think this is very effective in the current situation. The request that the Ministry of Information and Culture takes serious steps in this part. The necessary information that the government count necessary and related to the publication of the media should be made available to journalists.
We need fuel
This
for
is why
sustenance.
the Ministry of Information and Culture had previously launched coordination programs in Kabul
You
and
are
other
not
provinces
Heath.
in order to access information between spokespersons and media officials.
We are not your
Sheikh
cruisers,
Mohammed Hassan
radio
Khaled,
traffic.
governor of Nimruz, met with some of the oil traders of this province. During this trip, while appreciating the facilities provided to them, the traders shared their problems and
Whatever,
suggestions
thanks
with the
for
governor of Nimruz and asked him to speed up the process of determining the quality of oil. Referring to the quick knowledge of oil tankers, and governor said that he advised the relevant departments to carry out the process of determining oil standards at a certain time. The North Zone Cotton Processing and Exporters Union reported that Last year, nearly 10,000 tons of cotton were exported from Balkh province to foreign countries, especially Pakistan. According to the union's officials, the union plans to export cotton to China, Turkey, and some other foreign countries this year. The construction of school at a cost of 25 million Afghanis in Agatas district of Kunduz province was completely unapproved. The Ministry of Education says that the school was built with the financial support of UNHCR, which has 8 classrooms, 2 offices, and other facilities.
They should turn up by about 4:30.
The Ministry of Rural Irrigation and Development has handed over 2 irrigation projects at a cost of 4 million Afghans in Nueces and Lajamangal districts of Pakistan province. At the same time, the Ministry also constructed 2 drinking water supplies worth 9.2 million Afghanis in Chak district of Maidan Wardak province and put them to use. We will solve the problems of the residents of this area. This was our tonight's news package. Thank you for watching.
Is something you will have to pay for. A real shooting took whatever thanks for nothing.
In the name of Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Habibullah Agha, the Minister of Education, has visited Maidan Wardak province to evaluate the educational situation. Ministry of Education says that Maulavi Habibullah Agha visited some schools in Darul Uloom in Jalrais district of the province and said that the Ministry of Education pays serious attention to the quality and development of modern science in addition to religious studies. The ministry added that the Minister of Education also encouraged the students of the educational institutions to study and emphasized on their good training.
Whatever thanks for nothing.
Maulavi Muhammad Hamid Hasib, Finance and Administrative Deputy of the Ministry of Higher Education, has discussed cooperation in the field of higher education in a meeting with the head of the CPSP College of Pakistan and the delegation. In this meeting, Mr. Hasib said that Afghanistan is working to solve its problems after the changes and needs the cooperation of a number of countries in this regard.
We are not
asked the delegation to cooperate with this ministry in the field of medicine. Professor Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Shafi, the head of the CPSP College of Pakistan, gave detailed information about the field. Said medicine want to cooperate in establishing and the branches of the college in Afghanistan and said in the expertise of Afghan doctors. According to them, currently about 300 Afghan doctors in 27 medical fields are medical fields are undergoing specialized training in different cities of Pakistan. It's worth mentioning that CPSP College of Pakistan is an independent institution in the field of higher health education at the master's level in the country, which has its branches in a number of other countries in addition to Pakistan. The meeting of the academic assistantship of the Ministry of Higher Education was held under the chairmanship of the scientific deputy of the ministry. In this meeting, Dr. Lutfullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Science of this ministry, talked about the development programs of the scientific fields related to the Ministry of Higher Education during the current year, and on more work in the scientific and academic field. In addition, discussions and necessary decisions were made on the exploitation of the jobs of some teachers of the country's educational institutions and other various scientific and academic issues.
See you later, 104 radio program.
Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Finance, Administration and Tourism of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with TLP officials and emphasized on the growth and strengthening of tourism in the country. The ministry added that Mr. Jamal appreciated the activities of this organization and emphasized the implementation of development and tourism projects. The Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs says that in the year 1403, it has distributed nearly 1,000 work permits to foreigners. Centers have been established in Kabul airport and Torkham town for distribution of work license to foreigners. And in the near future, similar centers will also be established in Sherkhan, Torgondai, and Haratan ports. On the other hand, economic analysts believe that the creation of facilities and the distribution of work licenses to foreigners will increase the interest of foreigners in investing in Afghanistan. More details in the report.
According to the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, based on the new recommendation of the Prime Minister, a work permit distribution department has been opened in Turkhan town after the Kabul airport to facilitate the issuance of work permits to foreigners.
A real shooting took place behind Charnos. No cops showed up in person.
Recently, a center for this purpose was opened in Turkhan town. And before that, the mentioned center started working at Kabul airport. And based on the plan of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, in the near future, will permit distribution centers for foreign workers who will be built in the ports like Sherkhan, Haratan, Torgondai, and other places.
On the other hand, economic analysts say that the creation of facilities for issuing work permits for foreigners and foreign citizens will pave the way for investment in the country and will play a positive role in the training of Afghans in the field of technology and other fields.
A real shooting took place behind Charnos. No cops showed up in person.
As you know, there is unfortunately a large amount of unemployment in Afghanistan. And with the arrival of these investors, they will be able to play a role in reducing the unemployment rate.
Officials of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs say that they want to legalize the work of foreigners in the country's airports and land ports, to prevent the escape of national revenues and to facilitate the distribution of work permits to foreigners. Therefore, according to the recommendation of Prime Minister, they will open their offices.
166 young officers of different military quarters graduated from the Abdullah bin Masood radiallahu anhu headquarters of the Ministry of National Defense after 4 months of professional training. In the meeting organized for this purpose, the officials made the new graduates aware of their responsibilities and added that besides the external beauty, equip yourselves with the internal beauty, which are health and altruism. Meanwhile, the new graduates assure that they will protect the country's independence, territorial integrity, and Islamic values.
We are not the microwave
radio on that bus. The National Environmental Protection Agency, in coordination with the General Directorate of Traffic, has stopped tens of smoke-producing vehicles that cause environmental pollution and warned drivers who drive vehicles that produce excessive smoke to repair their vehicles as soon as possible. More details in the report.
Officials from the National Environmental Protection Agency, in coordination with the Ministry of Interior Affairs and Traffic, have banned the movement of smoke-producing vehicles. The head of the Environmental Monitoring and Inspection Department considers this measure effective in preventing environmental pollution and disease.
We don't care whether it is governmental car or personal car. Smoke is dangerous for everyone. Smoke is a dangerous substance and it can cause breathing problems, eye problem, and even cardiographic diseases.
However, Kabul traffic officials say that to prevent air pollution and increasing diseases, some driver or owner of vehicles that travel on Kabul roads and their vehicles smoke too much.
This department is responsible for stopping all vehicles of thieves in the city of Kabul through traffic zones, and we will prevent them. Every day around 30 patrols identify the vehicles of thieves and take their documents until they repair their vehicles. If they do not repair their vehicles, we will not allow them to drive.
On the other hand, a number of drivers blame the poor quality of oil for the smoke production of their vehicles.
Our demand from the government is to put pressure on the merchants and businessmen and bring quality oil so that our cars have the right oil. It is a very good work, a very good action.
We may have
It was
to
done
make a
before,
telephone
but
call.
didn't work. They should collect old and worn-out engines from Kabul city to prevent air pollution.
The National Environmental Protection Agency forces all drivers to repair their smoke-producing vehicles and donate help to Kabul residents, especially children and the elders.
And the final one is that after a 4-month training course, the unaccompanied women received a graduation certificate from the Red Crescent organization. On the other hand, after this training course, the officials of Red Crescent organization distributed sewing tools worth 21,000 Afghanis to these women.
How are you?
The officials of this department requested more cooperation from the aid organizations in the field of education with the needy people.
That radio
That's
program
all for tonight.
is
Thank
not
you so
in
much
our
for watching.
area.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah.
That radio program is not in our area.
Maulvi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate, visited the Afghan consulate in Istanbul, Turkey. In this meeting, Mr. Muttaqi called the Afghan embassies in consulates the shared home of all
a tactical
Afghans
asset
and gave
computer
necessary
system.
recommendations to the diplomats and staff of the consulate to provide better services.
A
to
real
the
shooting
people.
took
The
place
foreign
behind
minister
Lucernos.
also says that
No
they
cops
have made
showed
good
up in
diplomatic
person.
achievements in the past 3 years. More details in report.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate visited the Afghan consulate in Istanbul during his trip to Turkey. In this meeting, Maulvi Amir Khan Muttaqi praised the activities and services of the diplomats and staff of the consulate during the past 3 years and said that the embassies and consulate of Afghanistan abroad are the shared home of all Afghans.
When they come here from all over Turkey to work and trying to find money by working hard,
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay
at the
for.
consulate. You should solve it as soon as possible. Respect them and do their work as soon as possible.
The truck
This
is
our
fine
order and
and
policy.
has an unknown location and destination.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs adds that the Islamic Emirate has made significant achievements in the diplomatic field and efforts are ongoing.
Lately, you have seen we had great achievement in the diplomatic era. The United Arab Emirates accepted
truck
our
is
ambassador.
fine and
The
has an
neighboring
unknown
countries,
location
Uzbekistan
and
accepted our
destination.
ambassador. Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan accepted our charge d'affaires. And there are other countries. God willing, we'll see a good change in the upcoming days. God willing.
According to Mr. Muttaqi, due to the lack of coordination between Afghan embassies and consulates in the European countries, the documents of these embassies and consulates are not valid.
In Europe, we gave 3 years to senior diplomats
We are not
to
the
interact and
microwave
office the
radio
center,
on
serve
that
the people.
bus.
But unfortunately, some did not show up their interest. And finally, we had to declare the documents of some embassies and cancel it invalid.
Whatever thanks for nothing.
The foreign minister also said that
A real
there are no
shooting
place
took
for
place
ethnicity
behind
or
Lucernos.
partisanship in
No
the Islamic
cops
Emirate.
showed up
The policy
in
of this
person.
system is to provide better services to the suffering people of Afghanistan.
The third anniversary of the conquest and rescue of Afghanistan from the U.S. occupation was commemorated by the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Malaysia. According to the embassy's officials, the ceremony was attended by senior Malaysian officials, ambassadors, and diplomats from various countries and Afghans living in that country. In the ceremony, Professor Dr. Muhammad Asri, the scholar of Peerless Malaysia, congratulated the entire Afghan nation on this great victory. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public, held an online meeting with the representatives of various international health organizations in Afghanistan. In this meeting, he discussed the development of health services, increasing the capacity of health workers, providing health services in remote areas, and other related issues. During this meeting, the head of the World Health Organization for the Eastern Mediterranean, Hanan Hassan Balkhi, emphasized on the continuous cooperation with Afghanistan's health system in addition to attracting international aid.
You cannot control
Khalil
Heath
Rahman
with
Haqqani, Minister of
that
Immigrants and
activate radio
Refugees,
recording
held an online
transmissions.
meeting with the heads of Immigrants and Refugees Affairs of Baghlan, Faryab, Saripol, Jawzjan, Balkh, and Takhar provinces. The Ministry of Immigrants and Refugees said that during this meeting, Khalilur Rahman Haqqani instructed the officials to improve the situation and promised to solve their problems. Mullah Abdul Manan Umari, the Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, in his office met with the managers of 23 private employment companies and discussed the transfer of skilled and semi-skilled Afghan workers to foreign countries. In this meeting, Mr. Omari said that the Islamic Emirate has various programs in hand to address the problems of employment and poverty in the country and to provide suitable work opportunities to the citizens. The Minister of Labor and Social Affairs also stressed on the legalization and better organization of the process of dispatching Afghan workers. He also shared information about the procedure of sending workers abroad and asked the representatives of private employment companies to pay necessary attention to this part. The representatives of private employment companies consider the sending of skilled and semi-skilled Afghan workers abroad to be good for the country and requested the necessary attention of this ministry in this regard. They promised that after starting the process of transferring Afghan workers, they will identify people according to the demands and needs of the applicant country. Dr. Mullah Abdul Wasi, the General Director of the Prime Minister's Office, in meeting with Dr. Waqif Niazi, the head of the Nangarhar Doctors Association, said that doctors have a heavy responsibility to provide timely and good health services to citizens, and the Islamic Emirate appreciates their services. Meanwhile, Mr. Niazi said that in addition to the districts of Nangarhar, this association has provided services to the poor people in Gurgaon, the victims of natural disasters, and the injured people through medical camps, and process is still ongoing. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock announced the distribution of 25 million Asafoetida plants to farmers through the alternative poppy program in the country. According to the spokesman of the ministry, they have been able to distribute 25 million plants of Asafoetida to farmers along with cotton and saffron after the Islamic Emirate banned poppy cultivation. More details in report.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says after the ban of poppy cultivation by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, along with the cotton and saffron, it has been able to distribute 25 million Asafoetida plants to farmers across the country.
I am listening to these funds right now.
In the process of being distributed, what is important is how we teach the farmers how they can get the harvest of this easily.
On the other hand, experts say the Ministry of Agriculture can fundamentally eradicate poppy cultivation by distributing and promoting more cotton, saffron, Asafoetida, and baloney plants to farmers.
As data was used, and also Afghan saffron, which is also known as the red gold, and it has the first rank in the world. And also, recently, we were able to grow and promote this from the Bologna plant, which is an unfruitful seeding and still has more income.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No
At the same
cops
time,
showed
farmers
up
who
in
have
person.
stopped poppy cultivation and turned to wheat, saffron,
We are
cotton,
not people on
asafoetida,
bikes.
and other cereals are demanding vocational training and distributing of seeds and fruit plants from the Ministry of Agriculture.
Since we used to grow poppy and get our livelihood from it, now we have found everything in the alternative livelihood program. Horticulture has given us everything. Whatever garden program, horticulture has given us everything for our family.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops
Before we
showed up
plant
in
poppy,
person.
it is a good alternative to horticulture.
You cannot control
given us
heat with
gardens,
hashtags that
but we have a
activate
serious
radio
problem,
recording
which is water.
transmissions.
This water system called drift is a very good system. If this happens to all gardens, it is a good system for all of us, and we can easily irrigate our garden.
This is why, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the cultivation of poppy in the whole country is absolutely banned. Its use, transportation, sale, smuggling, supply, and protection are also strictly prohibited through the country.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, more than 6,000 metric tons of wheat are being bought and stored in Kunduz. The ministry added that this wheat is purchased from farmers, agricultural cooperatives, agricultural seed production companies, and the open market. Meanwhile, officials of the Kunduz Department of Agriculture say that this year 485,720 metric tons of wheat have been obtained from fields in this province. And the final one is that a 15-day seminar has been held for 700 students of emirate and private educational institutions in warm provinces of the country. According to the Ministry of Higher Education, these seminars were held under the supervision and guidance of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. The ministry added that in this seminar, the students were taught by the country's famous scholars and sheikhs in religious, political, social, economic, and moral systems, and their questions were answered. Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد
The
شهیدانو
real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops
In the name
showed
of
up
Almighty
in
Allah,
person.
good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, on the sidelines of the 50th meeting of the Council of Foreign Ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Yaoundé, the capital of Cameroon Republic. Separately visited the officials of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Qatar, Azerbaijan, Oman, Indonesia, Iran, Palestine, Somalia, and other countries. The representatives of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and related specialized organizations. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that the strengthening of bilateral relations and the creation of new opportunities for cooperation in various fields were discussed in these meetings. Takaisho Krumia, Japanese ambassador to Kabul, in a meeting with Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, said that his country is providing $10
We are
million
not
to
Adam vector
Afghanistan in
units.
the field of alternative cultivation of poppy and addiction treatment. Also, during this visit, Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa thanked Japan for assistance and the fight against narcotics
Yes, I
and
am
the
a
protection
computer.
of cultural heritage in added that the Islamic Emirate is the first system in Afghanistan after 40 years that has full sovereignty. More details in the report.
Whatever thanks for nothing. We are clear from the cops. A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
سفیر کشور ژاپن یادآوری از همکاری‌های کشور ژاپن کردن.
The wind is good for power generation. A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
نگهداری آثار تاریخی در موزیم ملی و همچنان غنیسازی موزیم ملی مصرف خواهد شد.
از قسمت حفظ میراث‌های فرهنگی و کارمندان موزیم، انکشاف تعمیر موزیم و عموم پروسه‌هایی داریم که در تعمیم آثار و کارمند اینجا بررسی کنند.
We are not your cruisers, radio traffic.
A spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the United States told Fox News that this country does not support the armed conflict in Afghanistan. According to him, the United States does not want war in Afghanistan again. It's worth mentioning that last year the British Foreign Ministry also said that it does not support the war against the Islamic Emirate and does not consider it to be good for Afghanistan. The ministry emphasized that there is no other way but interaction with the Islamic Emirate. The Ministry of Higher Education announces the travel of a delegation of Swiss experts to the country to train and improve the capacity of doctors of the teaching hospitals of Kabul University of Medical Science. The ministry adds that these experts are supposed to do practical training doctors and professional staff of the teaching hospitals of Kabul University of Medical Science and also perform a number of complicated operations. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock inaugurated 2 new products, participation and mediation of Islamic financial services of the Agricultural Development Fund in Kabul. Officials of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock say that the creation of this development fund is to provide more facilities for the farmers and ranchers. More details in the report.
2 new products of Islamic financial services, participation and mediation of the Agricultural Development Fund were opened by the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock in Kabul. The head of the Development Monetary Fund said at the opening ceremony of the Participation and Mediation Fund that with the creation of this fund, the country's agriculture sector can be standardized and farmers can increase their agricultural products by taking loans.
We are not
the Agricultural Development Fund is a product of partnership and collaboration based on the circumstances created to achieve the same goals as to be able to invest in a series of projects between the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock and the private sector on the basis of partnership. It's very important to look at the situation and needs.
From one side, The professional deputy of agriculture says that they have been able to make the money fund out of profit for the past 3 years and distribute loans through in accordance with the Islamic Sharia. Also, the private sector can invest in different agricultural sectors using the financial resources of the ministry.
What's effective for our farmers and do something? That is good. We give money. But let us provide such a context that people can find work.
On the other hand, the officials of the Chamber of Agriculture and Livestock consider the creation of this fund for a benefit of farmers in the country and say that now the farmers can increase the agricultural products by taking loans and in a cooperative manner.
This fund should be the only fund to support the private sector, because the fund itself is for the development of agriculture, and that is why it was created. And God willing, this will have a great impact on our agriculture and livestock sector.
This fund is being established because before this, farmers were always complaining about the lack of agricultural loans, and now this opportunity has been provided for them.
Nur Ahmad Agha, the General Director of the Afghanistan Bank, visited the bank's branches in Maidan Wardag and Logar provinces. The bank said Nur Ahmad Agha has given necessary recommendations to officials of the mentioned departments to improve their work, provide better services, and increase coordination. The General Director of the Afghanistan Bank said that this bank is trying to provide banking services to citizens all over the country. Officials of the President's Affairs Department said in a meeting to explain the achievements of the department that 2,241 prisoners have graduated from religious science in the country's prisons in the past year. According to officials, currently more than 6,000 prisoners are studying religious education in the country's prisons. The officials add, according to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, there is ease in the punishment of the prisoners, and more than 1,000 prisoners have been released from prisons during the holy month of Ramadan, Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 15 people in connection with the use, sale, and transportation of drugs in the country. The ministry said that the anti-narcotics forces arrested 15 people in Farah, Herat, Nimroz, Jawzjan, and Badakhshan provinces in connection with the sale, transportation, and use of narcotics, along with 3 kilograms of heroin, some of opium, methamphetamine, hashish, and drug pills. The ministry also added that its forces caught and burned 80 liters of acid and various drugs materials in Balkh district and Bakwa district of Farah province. And the final one is that the Department of Meteorology of the Ministry of Transport and Aviation has warned of rain and floods in 15 provinces of the country. In a press release of this ministry, 15 to 35 millimeters of rain is expected in Badakhshan, Nuristan, Kunar, Nangarhar, Lagman, Kabul, Logar, Maidan Wardag, Ghazni, Paktia, Khost, Paktika, Zabul, Oruzgan, and Kandahar on Sunday. In the press release, a warning has also been given about the winds in the western, eastern, southern, and central provinces of the country. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
We are clear from Radio Units. We are not the fire department.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Mullah Abdul Ghani Biradar Akhund, Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister, traveled to Timrose, Uzbekistan to attend the opening ceremony of the Timrose International Business Center. The press office of the official deputy, the Prime Minister, says that the Timrose International Business Center is scheduled to be inaugurated on Thursday in the presence of Mullah Abdul Ghani Biradar Akhund, Prime Minister of Uzbekistan, Deputy Prime Minister of Azerbaijan, and higher-ranking officials of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan.
See you later.
A delegation including representatives of Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Finance, Public Works, and the Electricity Company led by the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, traveled to Turkmenistan. Humayun Afghan, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, says that the delegation will discuss with the Turkmen officials in Ashgabat about the development of bilateral cooperation in the fields of Tapi, TOP, and railways, as well as they will talk about the start of practical works of the Tapi project in the territory of Afghanistan. Minister of Education Maulavi Habibullah Agha, Minister of Economy Qari Din Muhammad Hanif, and Minister of Immigrants and Returnees Affairs Khalilur Rahman Haqqani held a trilateral meeting. In this meeting, the problems and activities of organizations and welfare foundations were discussed in terms of providing effective educational facilities to the returned refugees and internally displaced people, building schools and health centers in the towns. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that 271 agricultural projects worth $300 million were implemented last year. Ataullah Umari said in the program of explaining the one-year achievements of the Emirate institutions that last year 1.3 billion Afghanis loans were given to the farmers and private sectors for the Agricultural Development Fund. Meanwhile, the deputy of this ministry says that during the last year, the Ministry of Agriculture has distributed 33,000 metric tons of improved seeds to farmers and coordination with international organizations. More details in this report.
The officials of Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock said that in a program of announcing the one-year achievements of the Emirate institutions, the last year 271 projects worth $300 million were implemented in the fields of agriculture, irrigation and livestock in the whole country. According to the Minister of Agriculture, last year the ministry has given loans of 1.3 billion Afghanis to Afghan farmers and livestock farmers from Agriculture Development Fund for the purpose of supporting the agriculture and livestock sector.
سال گذشته 1.3 میلیارد دهاقین در می عرصه زراعت و مالداری.
Last year we gave 1.3 billion Afghani loans to farmers in the field of agriculture and livestock. There are two types of loans. In addition, there is another type of installments with a small benefit. This year, which is being implemented, he has given them a loan of 2 billion.
در حال تطبیق است 2 میلیارد به مردم ارائه تقدیم می‌کند.
At the same time, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that last year 32,000 metric tons of improved seed and 45,000 metric tons of chemical were distributed to 660,000 farmers.
Last year we distributed 33,000 metric tons of improved and processed seeds to approximately 66,000 people. Along with it, 54,000 metric tons of white and black or chemical fertilizer were given also.
According to the officials, during the last year, 5 large cold rooms were built in the provinces that produce a large number of agricultural products and planned to build 2 more next year.
In some provinces that have a lot of those vegetables, 5 cold storage have been built in the last year. This year when our budget was 50 million. In those provinces that have vegetables and fruits and are in dire need of cold storage, 2 cold storage will be built.
According to officials, the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock has been able to increase the production of wheat in Islamic Emirate and Afghanistan has reached self-sufficiency in poultry production.
Mullah Nurullah Nuri, the Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, visited the flood-affected families during his visit to Gore. Mr. Nuri has assured the flood victims that Islamic Emirate is addressing their problems and will continue its efforts to their families' well-being. On the other hand, the flood-affected people welcomed the visit of the Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs and asked for more assistance.
That activate radio recording transmissions.
Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, met with a number of Uzbek investors. During the meeting, Uzbek investors expressed their willingness to invest in the production and import of SIM cards in Afghanistan. On the other hand, Mr. Haqqani assured the delegation that the Islamic Emirate is committed to legal cooperation with all investors based on laws and regulations. The Ministry of Public Works says that in the month of Asad this year, it has exported and imported nearly 400,000 metric tons through the railway ports of Heratan, Torgonde, Aqina and Khawaf Herat. And in the near future, they will also make depot of railway in Mazar-e Sharif, which will pave the way to expand Afghanistan's trade with the region and the world countries. Furthermore, some businessmen believe that trade through the railway is easy and cheap, and with its expansion, Afghanistan will become a major economic center in the region. More details in the report.
According to the Ministry of Public Works, nearly 40,000 metric tons have been transferred through railways in the month of Asad this year, of which 16,733 metric tons have been exported.
A total of 316,743 tons of petroleum and non-petroleum and other materials have been imported and exported to Herat province from the 4 ports of Afghanistan, which are Torgandi, Aqina and Khawaf Herat. Railways are the Ministry of Public Works. A part of the transfer is exporting. In the month of Asad, 16,733 items were exported. Most of them are dry fruits, mineral stones, and pomegranate juice.
Transfer made through Hayratan, Torgondi, Aqina, and Khawaf Herat Railway.
255,308 tons through Hayratan Port, 27,731 tons through Aqina Port, 2,929 tons through Torgondi Port, and 4,576 tons have been transported through Hayratan Khawaf Port.
Furthermore, some businessmen say that in the present era, trade through to the railways is the easiest and cheapest businesses after sea trade, which Afghan businessmen now have access to. If it's expanded, Afghanistan will become a country with a strong economy in the region.
Train is convenient, cheap, and economical mode of transportation in today's era. Therefore, if we activate the railway, export and import with our countries and neighbors, and develop the trade through the railway, we can reduce these costs. The second fastest way from the sea in the world is railway, which is used to export and import to the country. Fortunately, a railway has been built or worked on. Now every day, weekly or monthly, our imports and exports are at a high level in this way, which is in terms of prices or the way of transportation, especially in the economic sector, and has a positive effect in all sectors.
Currently, Afghanistan has commercial transaction with the Iran and Turkey through to the ports of Turkmenistan, through Torgondi and Aqina ports, Uzbekistan through Heratan ports, and Iran and Turkey through Herat Khawaf.
And the final one is that the Ministry of National Defense says that members of the 203rd Mansouri Brigade seized a number of light and heavy weapons and ammunition from Barmal district of Paktika province. The ministry said that the weapons seized include 2 rockets, 2 M249, 2 AKM, 13 grenades, and thousands of other ammunitions. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
Da da پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening
Cheers.
and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talar. The 50th meeting of foreign ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation is scheduled to be held in Cameroon on Thursday. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation said that the participants in the two-day conference will discuss political, economic, and humanitarian issues in the current war in Gaza. On the other hand, Amir Khan Muttaqi, Korean minister, has traveled to Yaoundé, the capital of Cameroon, to participate in the 50th meeting of foreign ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperations. More details in the report.
Yaoundé, the capital of Cameroon, will host 15th meeting of the foreign ministers of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation on Tuesday and Friday. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation has announced that in this two-day meeting, participants will discuss political, economic, and humanitarian issues in the ongoing war in Gaza.
In any case, understanding dialogue and meetings are the only solution to misunderstandings and strengthening Afghanistan's relations with the world.
That radio program is not in our
On the
area.
other hand, Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, went to this country to participate in the 15th meeting of the Foreign Minister of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that on the sidelines of this meeting, Amir Khan Muttaqi will hold bilateral meeting with the foreign ministers, representatives of the host country, and some members countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
It's expected that the Minister of Foreign Affairs will participate in two-day meeting, which will be held from the 29th to 30th of August. Along with the foreign ministers of the host country and some of the member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, there will be a bilateral meeting with the representatives.
But what is the benefit of the participation of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the meeting of the Foreign Minister of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation for Afghanistan in the current situation?
It can play a major role in strengthening relations between Afghanistan and other Islamic countries. This meeting can take positive steps in the process of accelerating the political legitimacy of Afghanistan and Afghan government.
Earlier, the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation had in the 15th meeting of this organization in the Gambia said that the Organization of Islamic Cooperation continues to interact and discuss humanitarian issues with the authorities of the Islamic Emirate in Afghanistan.
The Ministry of Public Works says that the month of Assad, 316,743 metric tons have been transported through the railway. According to officials, 255,107 tons through the port of Heratan.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up
through
in
the
person.
port of Athena, 29,029 tons through the port of Togonde and Hawaf of Herat port, 4,576 tons of oil and non-oil. Other goods have been imported and exported to the country.
Okay,
Officials
we
say
need
that a
fuel
part
for
of the
sustenance.
transfer is exposed, that 16,733 tons were transferred in the month of Assad, most of
A
which
real
are dry
shooting took
foods,
place
mineral
behind
stones,
Lucerno's.
and
No
pomegranate
cops showed
juice.
up in person.
Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, the General Director
are
of the
not
National
strikes
Environmental
calls.
Protection Agency, and his delegation visited Wakhan District, which is the second national park, during
See
a
you
visit
later,
to Badakhshan
104
province.
radio
Mr.
program.
Khalis stressed on implementing environmental laws, preventing wildlife hunting and deforestation, and establishing environmental volunteer committees. The construction of a 100-bed hospital in Kunduz province has been completed. Maulavi Muhammad
We are
Ramzan
not the fire
Salim, head of Kunduz Housing and
A
City
real
Construction,
shooting
said
took place
that the
behind
technical team
Lucerno's.
of this
No cops
department
showed
visited
up
the
in
health
person.
clinic whose construction works have been completed. Mr. Maulavi Kalim said the technical team of this department visited the Archi Health Clinic in the presence of representatives of Economy and Refugee Affairs Department and Accra organization, and all of the construction work of this clinic has been done according to the map and the volume of work and is ready to use.
The police
The
are
Afghan
not
Red
me, are
Crescent
they around
organization
right
says
now?
that 270 eye patients have been treated in Helmand province. The press office of the Afghan Red Crescent organization said in a statement that 270 patients were operated on free of charge with the financial assistance of Qatar. The statement added that the operations were carried out in Lashkargah city, the capital of Helmand province, and some districts of the province. According to the decision of the Technical Committee of the Economic Commission, companies providing cargo and postal services are obliged not to send goods less than 46 kilograms. Violators of the decision of the mentioned committee will be dealt with legally by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Currently, 88 cargo companies are operating and transporting goods in Afghanistan.
The Technical Committee of Economic Commission discussed the performance and problems of the companies providing cargo and postal services in their regular meeting and decided that these companies will not be able to transport goods less than 46 kg and legal action will be taken against the violators.
حدوداً 88 شرکت انتقالاتی در
On the other hand, the owners of the cargo companies consider the government's decision useful in terms of safe and timely transportation of goods and request for facilities from the Islamic Emirate in this regard.
There are basically two types of
The
cargo.
police are not me,
an air
are they
cargo
around right
and a land
now?
cargo. This is the best decision that we accept and obey. We
A real
companies should
shooting
not
took
transfer
place
less than
behind
46
Lucerno's.
kilograms,
No cops
because here
showed
we have
up in
Afghan
person.
Post company. If it's less than 46 kilogram, we should transfer it by that company, and we should transfer more than by air cargo.
Currently, through cargo and postal companies, citizens can send goods from the country through barcode system by companies.
A 3-day exhibition of domestic products named Afghan Production was opened at Paktia University. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that in this exhibition, domestic products of different sectors have been displayed in 50 different booths. 16 years ago, the enmity between the local people and nomadic Karuti tribe in Jaguri district of Ghazni province, which was caused by the kidnapping of a person, and finally with the mediation and efforts of the Department of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs of the said province, local officials, conflict resolution commission, and tribal leaders have turned into friendship. In the Jirga held to solve the dispute, the officials talked about the virtues of forgiveness and said that peace between people not only leads to social reform but also opens the doors of Allah's mercy to people. This hour's news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it. We are not the microwave radio on that bus. Okay, are you coming over later? Yes, strange is as strange does.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in
Hello,
person.
good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. The Minister of Foreign Affairs says that the works of Tapi project have been finalized and the practical works of this project will be started in Afghan territory soon. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, calls the start of the Tapi project a result of the economy-oriented policy of the Islamic Emirate and says that with its start, Afghanistan will receive $450 million in annual revenue, and the economic and political relations between Central and South Asia will be further strengthened. More details in report.
Maulavi Amir
Okay, are you
Foreign
coming over
Minister
later?
says that the TOPI project has been completed in Turkmenistan, and soon the practical work will be started in Afghanistan.
Alhamdulillah, this valuable project is about to start. We saw that this project from Turkmenistan to the Ronti region of Herat province even reached the soil of Afghanistan. All preparations have been made. For the start of both sides have strong commitment and readiness to start this project.
Mr. Muttaqi says that along with the TOPI project, the electricity transmission project will also be started in the near future, along with the railway from Turkmenistan.
A real shooting took place behind the channels. No
A
cops
powerful
showed up in
electricity
person.
substation has been made there by the name of Nur al-Jihad, and its works have finally been finalized, and in the next few days the substation will be also used and activated and will be inaugurated. With this electricity that comes to Herat in Turkmenistan will be many times stronger.
Yes, we have many
it will
wheels.
be more, and its distribution will also increase.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs
A
also
real
adds
shooting
that
took
with the
place
implementation
behind
of the
Lucerno's.
TOPI project,
No cops
thousands of
showed
people
up
will
in
be
person.
employed, and Afghan industry will grow with it.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's.
With the
No
advent of
cops
electricity
showed up
and
in
gas,
person.
our domestic industry and production can grow well. This project can be the most prominent and successful example of Afghanistan's economy-oriented politics and economic connection in the region.
The TOPI project, which unusually transports 33 billion cubic meters of gas from Turkmenistan to India and Pakistan through
We are not
Afghanistan,
filter
has a
vector
length
units.
of 1,840 kilometers and cost $10 billion
Yes, I am
for
a
its
computer.
construction.
Sheikh Nida Muhammad Nadim, Minister of Higher Education, met with the
You are
delegation
not
of the
Heath.
Ministry of Hajj and Religious Affairs of Turkey, led by Dr. Salim Ergun, the Deputy Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs of that country. The Minister of Higher Education appreciated Turkey's cooperation in the field of higher education and requested cooperation from this country to grant scholarships to Afghan students and send trained professors to Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Salim Ergun promised that he will talk to the authorities in Turkey about granting scholarships for Afghan and sending trained professors, and will not hesitate to do whatever he can in this regard. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue and
See you
Prevention of
later,
Voice and Hearing
104
Complaints
radio program.
said, in the response to the concerns of UNAMA and some other parties regarding to the laws,
We are not
if
people
any
on bikes.
non-Muslim shows concern about the laws or rejects them, he should first understand Islamic laws and respect Islamic values. We call such criticism of Islamic law their arrogance. On the other hand, many citizens welcome the establishment of these laws and add that Afghans fully respect and follow the Islamic
location
Sharia in the light of
coordinates is something
Hanafi
you will
jurisprudence
have to
and
pay
ask
for.
non-Muslims to refrain from speaking on religious issues. More in the report.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has said in a press release that after the ratification of the laws of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue and Prevention of Voice and hearing complaints by Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah, and after the publication in official gazette, some other parties including UNAMA showed baseless concerns. Abdullah Fatrat, the deputy spokesman of Islamic Emirate, said to all parties that these Sharia laws, which have one case, 4
Whatever
chapters and
thanks
35
for nothing.
articles, are derived from Islamic sources and arranged according to Hanafi jurisprudence of Islamic Sharia. Every law, every article and clause has been derived from reliable and accepted sources of jurisprudence. All sources are written beneath that.
If
non-Muslims worry or reject Islamic laws, they should first inform themselves about
clear from
Islamic
the
laws
cops.
and respect Islamic values. We consider such a stand against Islamic Sharia as a dear insolence. Muslims should make themselves aware of such Sharia rules, which are Sharia rules, and should ask their scholars about this. Rejection or criticized by a Muslim against Islamic laws means disobedience to religion and even the risk of Zul Iman.
He added that Afghanistan is an Islamic country and Islamic laws are implementable in the country's society. It is the duty of every Muslim and Islamic government to rejoin good deeds and forbid people from evil deeds based on the text of the Holy Quran. It is the duty of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue and Prevention of Vice and Hearing Complaints to implement these Sharia laws well in their society.
No one is worried about the application of the Islamic laws, and these laws are not a limitation for anyone. These laws do not spare anyone and do not waste anyone's rights. This concern from different addresses cannot have any effect on the Islamic stance because we have a lot of sacrifices for the implementation of the Islamic Sharia. And in this part, we are committed to the pure ideals of our Mujahideen nation.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
At the same time, many Afghans say that Afghanistan is the only country that follows the blessed religion of Islam in accordance with the Hanafi jurisprudence, and they ask non-Muslims not to interfere in the religious affairs of the other countries according to the international principles.
These laws are very good. The Islamic Emirate has been here for 3 years. There is no div. There is no such thing. It's very good if the woman should not leave the house without permission.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
It's good for people to follow this law. If a man grows a beard, it's sunnah. It will be very good.
Whatever.
It's good for women to wear hijab.
This is while, in the press release issued by the United Nations Commission, PNMI is investigating a newly approved law and its consequences for Afghans, as well as its potential impact on humanitarian aid to the United Nations and Afghanistan. He has asked the governing authorities to advise
a real shooting took place behind Lucharno's.
Noor Ahmad
No
Agha,
cops
the General
showed up in
Director of the
person.
Central Bank, met with the advisor of Qatar
We are
Embassy
clear
in
from
Kabul and
radio
his
units.
delegation. In this meeting, both sides discussed strengthening relations between the central banks of the two countries, development of electronic banking, capacity building, and other issues. The military representative of the Islamic Emirate was introduced in Tehran and began its work. Ministry of National Defense said that Muhammad Shafiq was officially introduced as the new Afghan military representative in Tehran. This ministry considers the selection of a military representative in Iran as an important step in strengthening bilateral relations. Officials of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said in a statement about the ministry's one-year achievements that a total of 250 operations against kidnappers have been launched in the previous year, resulting in 76 arrests and 34 killings and clashes with security forces. According to the officials, 70 infrastructure projects have been protected by the national police in the previous year. The ministry's officials said that 790 factories producing and processing drugs, alcohol, and narcotic pills have been destroyed in the past year. According to the officials, 27,891 drug addicts have been referred to the treatment centers during this period. The Afghan Personalities Contract Commission distributed amnesty cards to the Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs and a number of soldiers from the previous administration. Maulavi Zakirullah Zakir, the head of the Commission's secretariat, told the officials that Afghanistan is the shared home of all Afghans, and the Islamic Emirate has a responsibility towards every member of society. Mr. Zakir added, the special attention has been paid to the implementation of the amnesty decree so that no one is questioned for his previous duty, and the Islamic Emirate will deal with violators of this law according to the Sharia law. That's all for tonight. We will be back with some more news updates. Thank you so much for watching.
We are not Adam Vetter units. The wind is good for power generation.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Almighty Allah, hello and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said in a meeting with the advisor of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul that Doha plays an important role in the foreign policy of the Islamic Emirate in Kabul is interested in expanding bilateral cooperation with
A
Doha
real
in
shooting
various
took place
fields.
behind
During the meeting,
Lucerno's,
Maulavi
no
Abdul
cops
Kabir
showed up
appreciated
in
the
person.
expansion of cooperation and positive relations between Qatar and the Islamic Emirate. Meanwhile, the advisor to the Qatar Embassy in Kabul said that his country is expanding its cooperation with the Islamic Emirate in various fields. More details in the report.
Diplomatic affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to improve
A real
interaction
shooting
with the
took
countries
place behind Lucerno's.
Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy
It
Prime
is
Minister,
not
met
bloody
with the
here
advisor
at
of
my
Qatar
current
Embassy in
vector.
Kabul and discussed various issues, including the expansion of Kabul-Doha relations.
I am a
The deputy spokesman of the
tactical
Islamic
asset
Emirate
computer
said that
system.
Mr. Kabir asked Islamic countries, especially Qatar, to provide higher education for Afghan youth in their countries.
Qatar has a special place in Afghanistan's foreign policy. Kabul is keen on bilateral cooperation
The
with
truck is
Doha
fine
in the
and
political,
has an
economic,
unknown
commercial,
location
and
and
investment
destination.
sector.
Alex said that the Qatar embassy advisor assured Afghans that his country would continue to provide humanitarian aid and said Qatar wanted to increase its cooperation with the Islamic Emirate. He added that Qatar is holding short-term training programs for a number of Afghan youth in capacity building in the banking sector and also trying to start direct flights between Kabul and Doha.
Qatar continues to provide humanitarian aid to Afghans and wants to expand its cooperation with the Islamic
A
Emirate
real
in
shooting
various
took place
sectors.
behind Lucerno's.
Based on the
No
bilateral
cops showed
relations,
up in
it
person.
is also running a short-term training program for a number of young Afghans in the field of capacity building and the banking sector. And it also wants to start direct flights between
are
Kabul
not
and
people on
Doha in the
bikes.
near future.
Providing and expanding relations between Afghanistan and Qatar is very important for the development of Afghanistan.
On the other hand, political experts consider Qatar's cooperation with the Islamic Emirate important in the current situation.
Qatar is valuable for Afghanistan, both politically and economically, and can act as a bridge between Arab countries and Afghanistan.
Qatar continues to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan and wants to expand its cooperation with the Islamic Emirate in various fields. Based on bilateral relations, it has launched a short-term training program for a number of Afghan youth in the field of capacity building in Afghanistan. In the banking sector is also operating and also wants to start direct flights between Kabul and Doha in the near future.
Qaridin Muhammad Hanif, Minister of Economy, met with Maulavi
We are
Abdullah
not Charlie
Sarhadi,
Vector
the
units.
governor of Bamiyan province, and discussed the problems and needs to the people in order to implement development projects in that province. In this meeting, Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, while appreciating the employees of the ministry, added that the province has received less attention to the implementation of development and infrastructure projects in the previous government, and the people of this province are facing many problems in terms of implementing large development projects. On the other hand, Qaridin Muhammad Hanif said, the Islamic Emirate is trying to solve the problems of the people of Bamiyan and implementing development infrastructure projects in the cooperation with national and international organizations in that
A real
province.
shooting took place behind
Maulavi
Lucerno's.
Nur
No
Jalal
cops
Jalali,
showed
Minister of
up in
Public
person.
Health, in a meeting with the heads of this ministry, discussed and exchanged opinions about the development of the health system, effective relations with international health institutions, the quality and effectiveness of parallel health projects, and the problems in the health system and finding solution to them. In this meeting, which was attended by Maulavi Hamdullah Zahid, Deputy of Food and Medicine of the Ministry. There was also a discussion and exchange of opinions about the evaluation and monitoring of the services provided by the private sector, which strengthened the monitoring of the private sector and improved the quality. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, said that the European community has announced 13 million euros in aid to Afghanistan. According to the agency, the aid will be spent on the education and nutrition of around 78,000 children in Afghanistan. On the other hand, the officials of the Ministry of Economy welcome these donation and ask the international community to help in basic projects along with humanitarian aid. More details in report.
The United Nations Children's Fund has said that the European Union is donating 13 million euros to treat malnutrition and provide education in emergency situations in Afghanistan, which will benefit more than 78,000 children. 62,000 will receive health services and food. Funds are ready and 1,600 health workers will be trained to treat acute malnutrition. More than 78,000 children in Afghanistan will benefit from additional aid for nutrition and education in emergency situations by the European Union's Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Cooperation. At the same time, the officials of the Ministry of Economy welcome these donations and ask the aid organization to help in development projects along with humanitarian aid.
The Ministry of Economic of the Islamic Emirate welcomes the new aid of the European Union to the people of Afghanistan, especially children, and our request from the sponsoring and donor country that their aid should not only have a humanitarian aspect, but should have a developmental and development process. So, significant contributions should be made in the infrastructure and economic infrastructure of Afghanistan.
The UN's Children's Fund says that with these grants, the quality of education in 275 classrooms will improve and 9,500 children will have access to primary education.
Maulavi Atiqullah Zizi, the Deputy of Art and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, said in a meeting to explain the decree of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah that all the policies of the Islamic Emirate are arranged in such a way that their implementation leads to the happiness of world and hereafter. He added that the Islamic Emirate has always considered moderation, and because of this moderate policy, it has won against the world of infidelity. Rosa Otambavia, head of the United Nations political mission UNAMA, in a meeting with Mullah Muhammad Sadiq Inqilabi, the Deputy Governor of Kandahar, said that she wants to help the farmers of Kandahar in fields related to the alternative cultivation of poppy. On the other hand, the Deputy Governor of Kandahar said that this organization should cooperate in the implementation of basic projects for the residents of Kandahar and in treatment of drug addiction. The Ministry of Justice says, since the beginning of the Commission of Prevention of Land Grabbing, so far 26 million acres of Emirate land has been identified in different provinces, which has been grabbed by the powerful authorities, and serious efforts are being made to restore it. On the other hand, a number of citizens want the government to hand over the right to the owner and punish the usurpers according to the law. More details in report.
Officials of the Ministry of Justice say that protecting the Emirates' assets and preventing land grab is one of their main objectives. And since the beginning of the Land Grab Prevention Commission, they have been able to free more than 2.5 million acres of land from the lands of usurpers. Most of them are located in Jawzjan, Saripul, Nangarhar, Kunduz,
a real
and
shooting
Kabul
took
province.
place behind Lucerno's. No cops
The Commission
showed
for
up
the
in
Prevention
person.
of Land Grabbing and Return Grabbed Land identified more than 26 million acres of emerald land since the beginning of this commission. It has returned 2,726,000
You are not
acres of emerald land from usurpers in this process.
On the other hand, many citizens are happy that the land seized from the powerful is returned by the government and handed over to their original
are clear
owners,
from
but
radio
they insist
units.
that the usurpers should be brought to court.
Our demand is that
Currently
the other
refueling
land that has
for
been
sustenance.
usurped should be taken from the usurpers. If it's from an individual, it should be given to its owner. If it's from
We
the
are not
government,
that
a
call.
company should be set up in it. People are unemployed so that their work can find job opportunities. They must be handed over to judicial authorities and must be punished. Usurpation is also unlawful according to the Book of Allah, the Quran, and everything that is unlawful according to the law of Hadith and jurisprudence.
You are
So our
not
desire
human.
from the Islamic Emirate is to give the rights to the right person. Usurpers grab the people's land by force and build their own settlements, build their own apartments. Today, when a new government
We
is in
are not
place,
Adam
we are
vector
happy that
units.
it has brought justice to the rightful, and that is a good thing.
After the re-establishment
Whatever,
of the Islamic
thanks for
Emirate
nothing.
in Afghanistan, in 1401, the Commission to Prevent Land Grabbing, headed by the Ministry of Justice, established, started to return the land seized by the power brokers and delivered to their original owners.
Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
And pull your red line and be ready to protect that corner.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. According to the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah and the decision of the Council of Ministers, the extension period of Afghanistan's handcars continues until the end of this year. The officials of Kabul Customs say that they have all the possibilities to register single key cars, and they are trying to do this in a transparent manner. More details in report.
We are not. I don't think that program is appropriate.
د موټرو د سب لپاره
We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location. The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for. That radio program is not in our area.
راهنمایي ته څوک دی ضرورت درلودي موږ هغه څوک ورته کوو راهنمایي ورته کوو داسې وخت راغلی دی چې مثلا په خپل ممکن هم څوک ورسره کوو چې خلک څوک ډېر دولت وي په دا پروسه باندې څوک سر نه خلاص نو هغه بیا موږ بعضې داسې ولد خلک څوک ورسره کوو.
منګه اته بجې راغلي وو اته نیمې شاوخوا پنځه منټه زموږ کار واخیستو کار زموږ خلاص داسې جریان لري ښکته روان دي کار ډېر په تېزۍ سره ماشاءالله روان دی کارمندان
The wind is good for power generation.
پکې دی ښه ډېر ښه صحیح روان دی.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
Dr. Murdif Al-Qashuti, the charged the affairs of Qatar Embassy in Kabul, in a meeting with Mullah Nurullah Nuri, the Minister of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, said that his country operates with Afghanistan in fields of education and reconstruction. Meanwhile, during this visit, Mr. Nuri called Qatar's contribution to the development of relations between the two countries and the economic strengthening of Afghanistan important. Sheikh al-Hadith Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Hajj and Religious Affairs, met with Salim Argun, the Deputy Professor of Religious Affairs of Turkey, and the delegation in his office. In this meeting, Mr. Saqib said that the arrival of Turkish scholars to Afghanistan shows interaction and continuous cooperation with the Islamic Emirate. He also said that the role of Turkey and the Islamic world is important and valuable, and called for the continuation of the joint efforts of the Islamic countries to unite the Muslims and the Islamic world and solve the problems. Salim Argun, the Deputy of Religious Affairs of Turkey, praised the recent developments and achievements of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and added that all the Islamic countries, including Turkey, should continue to cooperate with the Islamic Emirate in various fields. Under the leadership of Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, a joint delegation of representatives of Ministries of Interior Affairs and Agriculture, General Supervision and Intelligence visited the Balkh to solve the problems of Sharinau town and the common people. The delegation led by the Minister of Housing and Urban Development has discussed with the officials of Agriculture and Municipality of Balkh about the status, land and documents of Sharinau town in this province. Siddiqullah Khalid, the first deputy of the Afghanistan Bank, in his office met with Jeff Greco, the director of the Joint Chamber of Commerce of Afghanistan and the United States, in the field of strengthening the private sector of Afghanistan, the growth of business, and the strengthening of the banking sector to talk about joint cooperation. In this meeting, Mr. Khalid said that in the last 3 years, the Afghanistan Bank was able to put the banking sector of Afghanistan back on its feet and maintain the value of the Afghanis in the best possible way, and added that the Afghanistan Bank is committed to gradually change the country's banking sector to Islamic banking. Jeff Greco, the director of the Joint Chamber of Commerce of Afghanistan and the United States, has seen positive changes in the economic and banking sectors of Afghanistan in the last 3 years, maintaining the value of Afghani and controlling inflation, cash management, and especially the banking sector. He praised the actions of the Bank of Afghanistan in terms of management and added that it will continue its efforts for further development and growth of the mentioned sectors. The National Technical and Vocational Education Authority launched a consultation program to provide a standard framework for quality assurance education. According to the officials, the program can be effective in improving the education system and training specialized staff, taking into account the needs of other labor market in the country. More details in report.
یک زنجیره است که میتونه خدمات انجام بده و میتونه که شاگردان در کیفیت بسیار خوبی بالا. این تلاش و سعی اداره تعلیمات تکنیکی و مسلکی بوده.
ما شاهد یکی از سندی در مراکز ماست.
نو با کیفیت خدمات
We are not that call. We are not medics or EMS1.
The Chief Deputy of Security Affairs of the Ministry of Interior Affairs says that tens of mujahideen and soldiers of the Special Forces graduated after 2 months of religious and military training. During this period, these soldiers have learned military education and tactics in a professional and basic manner and are ready to serve their religion and country in any situation. The Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the anti-narcotics forces found 36 kilograms of methamphetamine as a result of an investigation operation in the Garshak district of Helmand and arrested one person in connection with it. And the final one is that Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, announced the construction of an industrial park in Qashqa Desert during his visit to Bamiyan. Mr. Azizi called the desert a suitable place for industrial and manufacturing factories and made the necessary recommendations to the officials for its construction. The minister also discussed the construction of a commercial complex in a meeting with Maulavi Abdullah Al-Sharai, the governor of Bamiyan. This hour's news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
We are not that tall.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
We don't care about your units, radio, traffic. We don't want to hear it.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news.
Hello,
this is
how
Suleiman
are you?
Talash. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, visited the central office of the National Development Company to see the construction projects and activities of this company. During this visit, the General Director of the National Development Company said that while constructing the central building for this company and constructing the Qosh-Tepa Canal, production of industrial materials, development of agricultural construction of residential settlements, production of machinery and many other large national projects are also underway. On the other hand, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, referring to the provision of investment opportunities in sectors of agriculture, industry, mines, water management, transit and regional trade, added that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate will seriously consider the suggestion and problems reside in order to improve affairs. Political deputy of Prime Minister Maulavi Abdul Kabir met with a number of tribal leaders of Nangarhar. In this visit, the tribal leaders of Nangarhar, Shirzad and Kugyani district expressed their satisfaction with the overall security and opening of doors of the officials and said that they are ready to cooperate with the Islamic Emirate in any way. They also shared some of the problems and suggestions of their regions with the political assistant of this ministry. The political deputy of the Prime Minister said, besides thanking the tribal leaders, all officials consider in their duty to listen to the problems of the people and reach to them. He added that he will make necessary recommendations to the relevant agencies to solve the problems of Nangarhar residents. Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, met with Dr. Murdif Koshti, the new Charge d'Affaires of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani congratulated the appointment of Mr. Al-Kashiti as the new Charge d'Affaires and called his arrival in Kabul important for both countries.
We are not dispatch radio traffic.
A delegation of religious scholars of Turkey headed by Salim Ergun, Deputy Director of Religious Affairs of this country, met Sheikh Abdul Hakim Sharej, Minister of Justice in Kabul, and talked about strengthening cooperation and exchange of experiences between the two sides. On the other hand, the members of this board have also declared their readiness to cooperate and exchange legal and judicial experiences with the relevant institutions of Afghanistan. Maulavi Habibullah Aga, Minister of Education, met with a delegation of Turkish scholars. In this meeting, the two sides discussed strengthening the Afghan educational system, providing better educational services, and other issues related to education. The delegation of Turkish scholars expressed their satisfaction with the balanced progress of education in Afghanistan, the reforms and the high quality of education, and assured of the help of their country from Afghanistan and field of education. Afghan Post Company says that this company can provide services to all countries of the world by being a member of the International Postal Union. According to the officials of this company, now in a week, 600 mails and nearly 500 kilograms of non-prohibited materials are sent abroad through cargo. More details in report.
You are not Heath. See you later 100. See you later 104 radio program.
د ډیجیټل سازي او استفاده په اړه کې د افغانستان کې کوم داخلي خدمات موږ لرو مو وړي چې د معیاري حالت ته ورسېږو.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus. We are not Delta Vector units.
روزانه مونږ تقریبا په ټول هیواد کې 2000 پاسپورت توزیع کوو. پاسپورت د درې نوې څانګې چې خلاص شو پیژندل دي تقریبا 6000 پاسپورت ایډي کوو چې تقریبا د 15000 لوړ تعداد باندې روزانه پاسپورتونه توزیع کوو. همداسې تقریبا د 15000 اسناد چې مراجع لري.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it. We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
د ولایت څخه تر مرکز راتګ یا تګ د ډېر مشکلات خلکو ته وګچېږي دا چې په ډیجیټلي سیستم باندې ډېر وسایل وي خدای دې وکړي چې ډېر ژر دغه د عمل جامه واغوندي.
موږ د دې هرکلی کوو زموږ ته ټیکټ کوي د دې له خاطره چې یو به د چا چې اسناد ارزیابي کوي یا کار لري هغه به په کم وخت کې کېږي زر به دقیق به سرته رسېږي. په اطراف هم سهولت رسد شده در اطراف هم مردم مشکلات خیلی زیاد مواجه هستند و یک
A 22-year-old enmity between two families in Shawak district of Paktia province turned into friendship with the presence of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Immigrants and Returnees Affairs, scholars and ethnic elders of this province.
Yes, we have
and the
many
final
wheels.
one is that Feraziko Institute is the only educational institution in the field of authentic arts education in the country, which aims to preserve cultural and historical heritage for young people.
We are not
the
the
officials of the
microwave
center
radio
says
on that bus.
this institute, more than 100 young people receive specialized training in the fields of fine arts, calligraphy, miniature, ceramics, engraving, and carpentry. More details in report.
انستیتوت فیروزکو از بعد تأسیس تا حالا در قسمت حفظ میراث‌های فرهنگی مانند نجاری سنتی، سرامیک سازی، کاشی سازی، حکاکی و زیورات سازی کلاغ‌های بسیار گسترده داشته و نسل‌های جدید از جوانای افغانستان با این مسلک‌ها آشنا ساخته و به جامعه افغانستان تقدیم کرده.
د مدت 3 سال مونده آموزش کنیم. احنا کتب استابیس که عبارت از نظریه شکسته و نقص و
زمینه سازی شود، مثلا برگزاری نمایشگاه باشه، برگزاری جشنواره باشه، جشنواره هایی که
Hello, how are you? See you later 104 radio program.
بسیار زیاد تاثیرگذار است. می‌آورد که سینه به سینه انتقال داده میریم تا و یکی از رسالت‌های اصلی ما همین چیز می‌گفت.
ما رشته سرامیک هستم. ما خود ما در استالف کارخانه پرال داریم، چون که اینجا سهولت‌ها پیشرفته است. به خاطر از اینجا آمدیم که بیشتر یاد بگیریم و مواد با کیفیت در بازار عرضه کنیم.
الحمدلله شکر اینستیتوت فیروزکو اهدافش نفس ویراسات فرهنگی است که یکی از ویراسات فرهنگی صنعت کارآمدی استالف است.
See you later 104 radio program.
در طول 15 سالی که کلاهگی استالف زیر پوشش گرفته، صنعت هم رشد کرده، صنعت کلاهگی استالف و به خصوص شاگردایی که ما از اینجا فارغ میتیم کیفیت کارشون در استالف بسیار بالا شده.
Our this time news is ending here. Thank you so much for watching.
System is active. We are not the fire department.
Under the influence or something, was taken to a hospital, so RTA got involved.
ساتوی پستروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پستروینو داد شهیدانو کور
Okay, are you coming over? We
In
are
the name
not
of
the
Almighty Allah,
microwave
good evening and
radio
welcome
on
to
that
this
bus.
hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Rafaela Yuduchi, the former European Union representative in Kabul, who met with Sheikh Mohammed Abbas Tanakzeh, the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, announced the appointment of Boskovich Pohar Varnika as the new charge d'affaires of European Union in Kabul. In this meeting, Ms. Yuduchi said that she will first travel to Doha in order to participate in consecutive meetings with the embassies of countries about Afghanistan, and then will hold a meeting with European Union officials about Afghanistan and Brussels. Mr. Tanakzeh thanked the European Union for its assistance to Afghanistan in various fields and assured it of all kinds of cooperation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan announced in a statement that it has accepted the credential of Charge d'Affaires of the Islamic Emirate. In this meeting, it is stated that Abik Bakayev, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kazakhstan, said in a meeting with Mr. Rahmani that this measure will lead to further development of commercial, economic, and humanitarian relations between the two countries. The political deputy of the Prime Minister met with Sheikh Mohammed Ismail, the teacher of Kabul Jihadi Madrasa, the leaders of the Madrasa of Logar province, and a number of teachers in Sapedar Palace. In this meeting, the scholars said that strengthening the Islamic Sharia government was the wish of all scholars and Afghans, and added that in the previous administration, madrasas and scholars were considered as enemies. They said that scholars and seminarians stand with the Islamic Emirate and are ready to cooperate. They also shared the problems of madrasas in Logar with the political deputy of the Prime Minister. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, said that scholars and seminarians have the sacred duty of showing the way of Almighty Allah, and the Islamic Emirate will use them, and assured that serious attention will be paid to the problems of madrasas and will be strengthened. Murdif Al-Qashuti, advisor of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul, in a meeting with Sir Muhammad Abbas Tanakzeh, the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, said that his country wants to play a construction role in strengthening and popularizing the education and health sectors in Afghanistan.
Is something
Mr. Al-Qashuti said, Qatar has enough experience in development of post-conflict countries and wants to speed up its efforts in aid and bilateral cooperation with related institutions of the Islamic Emirate. During this visit, Mr. Tanakzeh praised Qatar's assistance to Afghanistan and emphasized on further strengthening bilateral political and economic relations between the two countries. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, met with Murdif Al-Qashuti, the advisor of the Qatar Embassy, in his office. Murdif Al-Qashuti, the advisor of Embassy of Qatar, expressed his satisfaction with the progress made in various parts of the government, besides mentioning the overall security and peace in Afghanistan, and added that the Islamic Emirate has made a lot of progress in a short period of time. In this meeting, Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, Minister of Information and Culture, said that the developments of the Islamic Emirate should be shared with the world so that the world can see the real picture of Afghanistan. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa asked Qatar to cooperate in organizing exhibitions for Afghanistan historical monuments and provide training seminars to Afghan youth. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Tehran, met with a number of Afghan students living in Iran yesterday. In this visit, there was a discussion about the identity verification program, obtaining electronic ID cards, or giving a certificate for students to travel to support paper ID cards. Afghan students shared their problems with the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate. Mr. Haqqani has promised that he will take concrete steps to solve their problems. It has been decided that special registration of Afghan students will be started soon to obtain a level certificate from the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Tehran. The work of 45 kilometers of second-grade road was started by the Department of Public Works of Ghor province at the cost of nearly 5 million on the way from Dulina to Pasaban districts of this province. Officials in Ghor Public Department say that the work of this road is supposed to be completed and put into use within next 3 months. More details in report.
According to the direction of Public Works of Ghor, the construction of 45 kilometers of second-grade route on the way from Dulina to Pasaban district of this province has started at cost of nearly 5 million Afghans with the financial support of the Provincial Emergency Committee, and it will be completed and put into operation in the next 3 months.
The road that leads from two lines of Mulla Qasawan and Tawara is worked by public utility vehicles. The length of this road is 45 to 50 kilometers, and its work is going on. If this project was done by personal machines, it would cost approximately 200,000 to 250,000 Afghans. Now, Alhamdulillah, the entire project, using the machinery of the Public Works Department, costs 40,000 to 50,000 Afghans.
The resident of Ghor province also praised the efforts of the official of the local administration, especially the Department of Public Works of this province, for the construction and repairing of the roads destroyed after the flood of the current year.
We are really pleased with the efforts of Public Works and happy that after the floods, the roads were opened being used. We are so happy with the new road, which is 45 kilometers long. We're happy about the roads and highways that have been worked for. We're satisfied with the work done. We want the works not to stop and increase so that people can easily go to cities and to the districts.
The devastating floods of this year in Ghor province caused many roads and communication routes to be destroyed and blocked for the residents of this province. But due to the efforts of the Public Works Department of Ghor, many of these roads and transportation routes have been reconstructed and reopened until now.
201 Khalid bin Walid radiallahu anhu Corps, Abdullah bin Mas'ud radiallahu anhu 3rd Brigade has provided emergency assistance to hundreds of flood-affected families in Nangarhar. Taking advantage of the available facilities, the battalions and personnel of this brigade rescued hundreds of families trapped in floods in different areas of Kugyani district, Sarod district, and different areas of Jalalabad city, and moved them to safe places. And the final one is that for the first time, the 3G services of the Afghan Wireless Communication Network in Logar, Surf, and Baraki Barak districts were launched under the guidance of the Ministry of Communication Information Technology in coordination with the Department of Communication of this province. Meanwhile, the residents of this area say that they were facing server problems before, but then after the activation of the communication networks, their problems will be reduced. More details in report.
Under the guidance of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology and the coordination of the Logar Communications Department, 20 sites for Afghani wireless network were activated in Charf and Baraki Barak district of the province. At the same time, the Deputy Governor of Logar says that the officials of the Islamic Emirate are making quick efforts to provide facilities to the citizens, and the activation of the telecommunication networks in this area today is a good example of it.
Whatever is in our power and we can, God willing, all homes will have the facilities they need.
In addition, the officials of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology of the country say that this ministry has been able to provide telecommunication services to remote areas of the country, and besides this, work has been done on quality, and 450 sites have been activated in order to solve the problems of citizens. Before the Islamic Emirate took power, there were communication problems in 31 provinces, which have now been resolved to some extent.
3G services have been started in Baraki Barak district, as well as 3G services in Char district, which until now, this area was deprived of these facilities. There were no services here, and today, thanks God, services were provided here.
We are not Charlie
In
Vector
1402, Atro administration managed to announce 450 communication antennas. This process have now started all over the country, especially in the areas where there were no services.
The residents of the area say that before this, they were facing many problems when they used to contact their relatives and they had to climb the mountain with great difficulty. By now, this problem has been solved.
We used to climb the hill, and we used to climb the hill to call someone.
We used to go to the valley because there was no signal at home. Now, Alhamdulillah, it's very easy with the antenna base. It's worth mentioning that after the Islamic Emirate took power, the problems of the communication networks in the country have been solved.
Our This Time news package is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
That radio program is not in our area.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, says the Islamic Emirate stands by its promise in a general amnesty from Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah is in its order in place. During an interview with the media, Mr. Mujahid added that the propaganda that is carried out by Western countries and organizations against the Islamic Emirate is baseless, and Afghans do not believe in this kind of propaganda. More details in report.
Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said in an interview with with the foreign media that some Western institutions and organizations are spreading widespread propaganda against the Islamic Emirate, that these organizations are not impartial and Afghans do not believe in these reports. According to Mr. Mujahid, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has complied with the obligations. In general, amnesty is in place, and none of the employees of the former administration
We are
have
not
been
that call.
persecuted or tortured.
No one has been persecuted for being a former military employee. Even their high-ranking officials are in Kabul, and we want others to come to Afghanistan from abroad. The special forces they had, who were involved in great distraction,
The location coordinates
they also
is
returned
something
to
you will
Afghanistan.
have to pay for.
Daily, we see them reuniting with their families and moving. We are glad that everyone will come home. An amnesty has been issued, and we don't have any cases where the government has given orders to pursue or retaliate.
Mr. Mujahid adds that, according to the Islamic Sharia, women have been allowed to work, and business opportunities have been provided to more than 100,000 Afghan women.
In all
Whatever
medical
thanks for
departments
nothing.
related to women, which used to be there, now it has improved and they have a better working environment. Women are busy working, they are in education, they are in higher education, and they are still in the police and justice department, which is now chasing many people. They are in prisons, they are in passports, they are in identity card distribution centers, they are in
Whatever
airports,
thanks for
they are in
nothing.
intelligence and police agencies. We have our own sisters in the system for all departments that require sisters and are allowed by Islamic Sharia.
The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that people who have sacrificed and taught for the establishment
You are
of the
not
Islamic
Johnny.
government can do good work for the people, and the Islamic Emirate has a lot of trust in them.
We will never let the people who tested in Afghanistan, the people who were hated by the people, into the system. Of course, they are Afghans and they
See
can live
you
in
later,
Afghanistan,
104
but
radio
they are
program.
not allowed or accepted as ministers or rulers because such work is against the will of people, and for entering them in the system, we and the system will be faced with the hatred of people. Therefore, it's necessary that people of Afghanistan, that we must bring faces that people do not hate, who are really servants and do not play a role in negative activities.
Mr. Mujahid also said that prisoners have not been tortured in any prison in Afghanistan, and all of the Afghans should be accountable to Islamic Sharia and law.
Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Minister of Foreign Affairs, led a delegation to visit Herat. It has been decided that during this visit,
real
the
shooting
Minister of
took
Foreign
place
Affairs will
behind
discuss with
Lucernos.
his
No
Turkmen
cops
counterpart
showed up in
in the
person.
port of Torgunday about the railway,
Whatever
toppy
thanks
and
for
optical fiber projects. Ahmad Al-Uthmani, the head of the Qatar Red Crescent Association, in a meeting with the Minister of Immigration and Returnees Affairs, Khalil Rahman Haqqani, said that they are building 50 houses, a school, madrasa, health center, and park to the returned and displaced refugees in the Rabat area of Gardez, the center of Paktia province. Meanwhile, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees has assured them of all kinds of cooperation and thanking them for their good intentions.
We need fuel for sustenance.
Maulavi Bilal Karimi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to China, met with the Deputy Director of the International Relations Department of the International Trade Development Council of the People's Republic of China. Mr. Sean Ming said that this administration wants to extend the current process of cooperation and interaction in the fields of healthy life, smart cars, clean energy, mechanized and productive agriculture, and digital system to Afghanistan. He added that there is a plan to hold a big exhibition on the mentioned events in November of this year, in which around 90 countries will participate. Mr. Sean Ming invited the Embassy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Beijing, as well as Afghan businessmen, to participate in this exhibition. Maulavi Bilal Karimi, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said that important opportunities for investment and businesses have been created in Afghanistan. Security is ensured, and the support of businessmen and investors by the government is more than ever. He added that he is ready to coordinate with the relevant agencies in Afghanistan regarding the mentioned cases so that necessary developments are made for the development and strengthening of joint economic and commercial cooperation. Mullah Nurullah Nuri, the Minister of Borders and Tribal Affairs, during his visit to Khost province, met with the local officials of the province and formed a committee to solve the problems of the people near the Durand Line. The Ministry of Borders and Tribal Affairs says that Mr. Nuri has recommended the Nation Committee to diagnose and fix the necessary problems of the people in districts near the Durand Imaginary Line. For the first time, a package of medical products was exported to Uzbekistan by a private manufacturing company. According to the officials, there are 3,000 cartons in this package, the value of which is $250,000 US. More details in report.
Efforts for self-sufficiency in the productive sectors of the country. For the first time, medical products were exported to Uzbekistan by a private manufacturing company from Afghanistan. According to officials, the value of this medical bag is $250,000.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Our export is $2,500,000 and we currently have 2 trucks or 2 loaded cargoes, which will leave today, and God willing, the containers every month until they are completed. These 2 shipments cost approximately $70,000.
With this, the Deputy Director of Chamber of Commerce and Investment also says that all domestic products are produced in accordance with international standards within the country, and he wants the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to provide opportunities for participation in international exhibitions for the promotion and marketing of domestic products.
Alhamdulillah, our businessmen, our industrialists were able to make their products so standard that they are accepted and used in other countries besides Afghanistan.
You are not here.
The medical products manufacturing factories are exporting its products to Uzbekistan. According to the figures of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Afghanistan has reached self-sufficiency in 123 tons of producing products.
Jabal Saraj Cement Factory in Parwan province produced 1,100 bags of cement daily. Hikmatullah Shamim, the spokesperson of the Parwan governor, says that the Islamic Emirate pays special attention to this factory, and now its daily production is 70 to 90 tons, which is used in major construction projects of the country. It is said that after the second time reign of the Islamic Emirate in the country, there has been a significant increase in the production of cement factories. And the final one is that the officials of Panjshir Natural Disaster Management Department said that last day the floods in Rukh district of this province have caused many financial losses to the people.
No cops
According to the officials, these floods have damaged thousands of acres of agricultural land, rural roads, water canals, power dams, hundreds of bridges and culverts. Our this time news package is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
No cops showed up in person.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Prime Minister, met with Muhammad Yunus Muman, the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Ahmad Shah Fakiri, the head of Zala Muwafaq Company, Faiz Muhammad Khafi, the head of the Khafi Group, and a number of businessmen from Herat province. In this meeting, the businessmen said that Afghanistan has changed a lot in terms of industry and production compared to the past. Thousands of big and small factories are active in Herat province, where a large number of compatriots are working. In this section, they shared their problems and suggestions with the political deputy of Prime Minister. While thanking them, the political deputy of Prime Minister added that the Islamic government in Afghanistan was the dream of all Afghans and that the Islamic Emirate is the shared government of all Afghans. He also assured that the problems of the investors will be dealt with in a timely manner. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of scholars and ethnic elders of the Subs and Bagrami districts of Kabul. In this meeting, ethnic elders shared the problems of their regions with the political deputy and assured their cooperation with the Islamic Emirate. In this meeting, the political deputy of the Prime Minister said that in the past few decades, the citizens of Kabul were facing many problems and basic services were not provided to them. He said that the Islamic Emirate trying to standardize and develop the capacity of Kabul, which will solve many problems of the citizens. He also assured that in order to solve the problems of the residents of the Subs and Bagrami district of Kabul province, he will direct the relevant departments. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister during a trip to Paktika province, assured the people that water management in the country is one of the priorities of the Islamic Emirate. Mr. Baradar added that Paktika remains an underprivileged province that the Islamic Emirate will take concrete steps to develop. More details in report.
The Pull to Them in Microwave Radio on that bus was a vital project in the country level, the construction of which has been started at the cost of 8.5 million Afghanis by the hands of Maulavi Abdul Ghani brother and other senior officials.
The Islamic Emirate know that for having a strong economic, agriculture, and for agriculture, water is most important. In order to achieve this goal, the Islamic Emirate has prioritized water management as one of its priorities and paid full attention to it.
See you later 104 radio program.
As the respected elder mentioned in this matter, the Islamic Emirate will provide about 8.5 million budget. It's 41 meters high and preserve 25 million cubic meters of water, which also produces 1 megawatt of electricity, which is enough to meet the needs of the center. This is a beginning, inshallah. We assure the tribes and people of Paktika that Islamic Emirate is thanking of doing many things to the people of Paktika.
The local people expressed their happiness for the construction of this dam in this province, and besides, they hope that similar big project will be carried out by the Islamic Emirate for this deprived province.
I assure you all that we will implement this project in a short time and with good
We are
quality,
not that
and we will pursue and approve this issue very seriously, inshallah. Here was a time when
real
I was
shooting
ready to
took
continue
place
the
behind
jihad
Lucharno's.
here.
No cops
There was
showed
need
up
for
in
blood.
person.
So we did not spare our blood for the honor of our country and its people. I have seen these places, but this time I have come to control the water.
During this visit, the officials of the National Development Company and Dr. Farooq Azam, the senior advisor of the ministry in the field of water management, assured the people about the successful implementation of the mentioned project and called it the special attention of the Islamic Emirate to this province. The people of Paktika have kept the flag of jihad high and made great sacrifices such as the conquerors and other martyrs. They also want their elders to do something for the suffering people of Paktika. According to local officials, oil extraction in the Katwas region will also begin in the near future with the continuation of the large project in Paktika.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has called the recent statements of Pakistan's Special Representative Asif Ali Durrani unreal and the attempt to confuse public opinion on Afghanistan. Any security concerns expressed by the special envoy about Afghanistan are likely to be seen in Pakistan, the statement said. Meanwhile, Asif Ali Durrani Monday expressed concern over the security threat that Afghanistan poses to the world. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Tajuddin Avliya, the representative of UNICEF in Afghanistan, to discuss the state of the country's health sector and the quality of the provided services. During the meeting, UNICEF officials shared the information about the services provided and assured to make greater efforts to improve health services in coordination with the Ministry of Public Health. Meanwhile, the Minister of Public Health emphasized the provision of quality health services and made recommendations on better equipping and financial support for health centers. Ahmad Shah Faqiri, a national businessman and the general director of Pamir Group of Companies, assured Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, Minister of Information and Culture, to invest in the country, provide job opportunities for youth, and stand by his nation. Meanwhile, the Minister of Information and Culture urged Afghan businessmen and investors living abroad to invest in Afghanistan. The Commission for Contact with Afghan Personalities said that since the beginning of this mission, more than 950 Afghan personalities, including generals, appointees, representatives of the parliament, and heads of the government departments, has returned to the country.
No
the spokesperson
emails
of
to
the
read
commission
here.
adds that in the latest case, Faizullah Kakar, professional deputy of Ministry of Public Health in the previous government, also returned to the country. More details
We are
in
not
report.
the fire department.
The Commission to Contact Afghan Personalities
Previous
says
government
that
also returned
Faizullah
to
Kakar,
the
the head of
country.
the office of
More
the
details
We are
in
not the
report.
fire
returned to the country.
department.
The Commission to Contact Afghan Personalities
Previous
says
government
that
also
Faizullah Kakar, head of the Ashraf Ghani's Office and Public Health Professional Assistant and former ambassador of Afghanistan to Qatar, returned to Afghanistan through the Contact Commission.
The spokesman of this commission also adds that since the beginning of this commission's activity, more than 950 Afghan personalities, including high-ranking officials of the former administration, have returned home.
When the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan became the ruler, after that, the leader of the Islamic Emirate, Shaykh al-Hadith Maulavi Haibatullah Akhundzada, issued a general decree, after which a commission was formed for the better implementation of this decree. High-rank officials of the current government of Afghanistan
A real
have
shooting
membership in
took
it.
place behind Lucharno's. No cops
The Commission to
showed
Contact
up in
with Afghan
person.
personalities is made by the order
Whatever,
of the leader of the
thanks for nothing.
Islamic Emirate and is run under the leadership of the Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of Prime Minister.
The
In the
temperature
final
is
one
different.
is that Maulavi Muhammad Ali Jan Hamza, head of Assemblies and Coordination of Tribal Affairs of the Ministry of Borders,
That
Ethnic
radio
Affairs and
program
Tribes,
is
met with
not in
Hassan,
our
head
area.
of the Governance and Political Division of UNAMA, and his delegation. Mr. Hassan stressed the need to increase cooperation between UNAMA and the Ministry of saying that they were making serious efforts to address the basic problems of Afghans. That's all for tonight. We will be back with some more news updates. Until then, stay tuned. Thank you so much.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
You are not heat.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Today, the 20th of Asad is equal to the 105th anniversary of getting independence from the British Empire. On this day, 105 years ago, the Afghan Mujahid people were able to gain the independence of Afghanistan from the great power of the time, Britain, and manage their country independently. This day is considered one of the historic and proud days of Afghanistan, which is celebrated every year by the government and by the people of the country. The Prime Minister of Uzbekistan, Abdullah Arifov, in a meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulavi Abdul Kabir, invited him to Tashkent for an official visit and added that soon the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate will be officially accepted in Tashkent. Mr. Arifov emphasized on the development of relations and interaction between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan and said that this country supports Afghanistan's position in important international meetings and raises issues that have a direct impact on Afghanistan. The Prime Minister of Uzbekistan also said that his country is committed to the development of cooperation with Afghanistan in economic and commercial fields, and the cooperation in Afghanistan mining, electricity, agriculture, restoration, and preservation of historical and ancient monuments and places, and cultural cooperation. He assured the readiness of his country for the implementation of the Trans-Afghan project, adding that Uzbekistan will train 100 Afghan specialists in the field of railways and aviation, and 50 Afghan students will receive higher education in the field of agriculture. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Prime Minister, welcomed the visit of the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan to Kabul and said that this visit shows the development of relations and friendship between the two countries, and added that Uzbekistan has always been as a neutral neighbor of Afghanistan. It has supported peace and stability in Afghanistan, and the Islamic Emirate attaches special importance to relations with Uzbekistan. The political deputy said that Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, as two Muslim and neighboring countries, have a lot in common, which has provided the basis for the development of relations and cooperation between the two countries. Also, the Islamic Emirate wants good relations with Uzbekistan and all the countries of region and the world. It considers the economic strengthening of Afghanistan and the region as the priority of its foreign policy. Maulavi Abdul Kabir added that countries and international organizations should accept the Islamic Emirate as legitimate sovereignty of Afghanistan. Be sure to support to respond the common concerns of the member countries. Maulavi Abdul Kabir said that Afghanistan has good potential for investment in mining, water, energy, transport, industry, agriculture, and many other sectors, and asked all investors, especially Uzbekistan, to invest in Afghanistan. Maulavi Abdul Kabir also said that the Islamic Emirate wants to connect Central Asia with South Asia through Afghanistan, which is impossible without the transit and cooperation of Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. At the end of his speech, the political deputy of the Prime Minister said that the Islamic Emirate is preparing for Tapi, Kasazar, and other regional projects. A three-day exhibition of Uzbek products was opened in the capital city of Kabul by Mullah Abdul Ghani Biradar, economical deputy of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan, Abdullah Arifov. The Minister of Industry and Commerce says that they have signed agreements with Uzbekistan in the fields of trade, industry, mining, agriculture, and health. And this exhibition will further strengthen the trade relations between the two countries. More details in the report.
The 3D exhibition of Uzbek products in Kabul was opened by Mullah Abdul Ghani Brothers, Economical Deputy of Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate and the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan. The Ministry of Industry and Trade says that it has signed agreements with the delegation of Uzbekistan in the fields of agriculture, mining, logistics, and health. And this exhibition will further strengthen the trade relations between the two countries.
Fortunately, work has already started in different areas, including the opening of the railway station in Abbottabad. The joint work on the railway line between Mazar Sharif, Herat, and Kandahar. During this trip, implementation of the practical plans of the mentioned topics will be discussed.
Also, the Ministry of Industries and Commerce of Uzbekistan says that his country is committed to implement the signed agreements and increases the trade between two countries to $3 billion.
Agreements were signed between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan in the fields of logistics, agriculture, health, and custom facilities. For the implementation of these agreements, technical groups have informed that they will have meetings once every 3 months. In addition to these contracts, we also will invest in railways.
On the other hand, Chamber of Commerce and Investment wants Uzbekistan to invest in reality in Afghanistan instead of news agreements.
From now on, we, instead of going to conferences, should start going to action. We need to invest. Both Uzbek and Afghan businessmen should act.
At the same time, Uzbek investors assured that they will increase the level of export of chemical, fertilizer, and medicines in addition to investing in Afghanistan.
Uzbekistan exports medicines to 3 countries. We want to increase this export to Afghanistan. Now we export up to $2 million. We are also willing to invest together with Afghan investors in the field of medicine in Afghanistan.
This is while an 85-member delegation led by the Ministry of Industry and Trade of Uzbekistan came to Kabul on Tuesday, 25th of Asad.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the directors of COM Group and Uzbekistan Air Company have shown their interest in investing in the country's mines, especially the Jozjan field gas block. In a meeting with Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, in this meeting, Mr. Badri said that he is trying to encourage national and international investors to invest in Afghanistan in order to further develop the country's economy and provide work to the citizens.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
Amanullah Khan's 10-year rule brought about a series of changes in both internal and foreign policy. In 1919, he got complete independence from Britain and established relations with other foreign powers. Although his government was suddenly dissolved, he had many achievements. More details in the report.
35, if you're clear, can I get you en route to destination? It's going to be 516 South Alster for golf cart versus vehicle. No injuries. Both vehicles are still on scene. Dispatch from Medfield on routing 2.9.
Charles, over. Okay, guys, there's a real one being on a disturbance outside of building 57. Guys, it's a black female on a red shirt, a white male on a black hoodie. And I'll be saying he heard the female telephone on to it, they bring a gun.
What are you telling me?
I am attack a tactical asset computer system. See you later 100. We are not that call.
جګړه مو وګټله او
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person. See you later 104 radio program.
د آزادۍ د لارې د ټولو شهیدانو روح دې ښاد وي. د غازي امان الله خان لاره د افغانانو لپاره هغه لاره ده چې وطن پرې آبادېږي، وطن پرې جوړېږي.
طبعا هر دولت مزرعه و کار وان کنم در بخش منفی اثر نواقص خودم دوران اما الله تعالی میکنه
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
اسلامي امارات لکه څنګه
different Lincoln 1884. Lincoln 1884.
Can you keep me on the protocol just because Ben might be involved?
Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with the Minister of Tourism of Uzbekistan, Umaid Shadiyev. Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal said that Afghanistan and Uzbekistan have religious, historical and cultural commonalities, and he called this trip important for the development of relations. Mr. Jamal added that Afghanistan has security and stability after 4 decades of war, and recently about 8 million domestic and 6,151 foreign tourists have visited different parts of the country. Umaid Shadiyev, Uzbek Tourism Minister, said in his speech that he will strengthen friendship in the field of tourism industry. He also invited the Ministry of Information and Culture to participate in a meeting about tourism in Uzbekistan. Our This Time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Sulaiman Talash. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, Maulavi Zabihullah Mujahid, said that the Prime Minister, Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akund, met with the Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, Muhammad bin Zayed Al Nahyan, in Abu Dhabi. Mr. Al Nahyan said that this visit, the country stands by the Afghan nation in the reconstruction of Afghanistan. It's worth mentioning that the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akund, traveled to this country for treatment. The Deputy Governor of Badakhshan, Qari Aminullah Taib, in a meeting with Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, discussed the implementation of development projects, the development of education, health, communication routes, the strengthening of the coasts of Amur River, and the development of telecommunication services in this province. He shared related information and requested special attention in these areas. In this meeting, the Administrative Deputy of Prime Minister said that providing services and the facilities to the citizens in various fields is one of the duties of the Islamic Emirate, and the officials will not stop their efforts in this regard. A higher-ranking delegation led by the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan, Abdullah Arifov, on an official visit arrived in Kabul today. The Minister of Industry and Trade says that the purpose of this trip is to participate in the business communication meeting between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan and to open an exhibition of the country's products in Kabul. The Minister of National Defense, Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, along with many officials, visited the Beshahi camp on the imaginary line of Dangam district of Kunar province and visited the newly constructed security checkpoints and bridge there. In this visit, Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid gave necessary recommendations to the Mujahideen in the defense of the country's borders and the territorial integrity, and promised to provide comprehensive facilities and supplies in addition to construction of other security posts. A delegation led by the Minister of Transport of Uzbekistan visited Balkh province along with several officials of the Islamic Emirate and evaluated the Kabul-Mazar highway in order to facilitate trade with India through Afghanistan. Uzbek officials say that this will not only be a transit route, but Afghan products will also reach international markets through this route. More details in the report.
A delegation led by Minister of Transport of Uzbekistan has arrived in the province to visit the Kabul-Mazar Highway and Uzbekistan-Afghanistan-Peshawar Railway. During his visit to Afghanistan, the Director of the Railway Administration of Uzbekistan said that, along with the Central Asian countries, Russia also shown interest in the construction of this road.
In this way, not only Uzbekistan is connected, but also Central and South Asian countries with shared interests are connected. Even Russia has shown interest. This route will not only be a transit route. From this route, Afghans can take their country's products to international markets.
On the other hand, the officials of the Islamic Emirate welcome Uzbekistan for this step and add that Afghanistan has the rule of an avenue and the Islamic Emirate commits to start the construction of this road sooner.
The relations between the countries of Afghanistan and Uzbekistan are useful and faithful for the future of Afghanistan. You know that today they are visiting Sharpan and visiting all routes, including Kabul-Pulikumbri route. And this indicates that the progress of our country, Afghanistan. Coming of these is useful in all sectors and areas. As the heart of Asia, Afghanistan has a very valuable role in connecting Central Asia and South Asia. The Islamic Emirate is preparing for the facilitation of all transportation matters in this direction, which we will start soon, inshallah.
According to the information, in 2003, 600 tons of commercial goods have been transported to Uzbekistan, Afghanistan and Pakistan, and say that commercial goods have been transported. They say that with the construction of this road, the level of transportation of commercial goods will reach 10 million tons. The railway will start from Uzbekistan to connect with India through Kabul, Peshawar.
A delegation led by the Deputy Director of Iran's General Anti-Narcotics Agency, Mohammad Zarai, has arrived in Kabul. Spokesman of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, Mufti Abdul Mateen Khani, said that this delegation will meet with the Deputy Chief Constable Mullah Abdul Haq Akund for the fight against narcotics and other officials of the Ministry of Interior Affairs.
We are not Delta
The first
Vector
mineral
units.
stones collection of Afghanistan was exported to China through Iran's Chabahar port. Based on Irana news report, according to the officials of Iran's Sistan and Baluchistan provinces. The first collection of Afghanistan's mineral stone was sent directly to China through Chabahar Shahid-e-Beheshti port. Officials say that these mineral stones loaded in 12 trucks were sent from Nimroz province of Afghanistan first to Iran and then to China. The National Environmental Protection Agency is submitting the 10-year climate change plan, which takes Afghanistan's needs into consideration to the United Nations Climate Change Convention Secretariat. According to the officials, the implementation of this plan will cost about $20 billion. More details in the report. The National Environmental Protection Agency says that the 10-year plan to deal with climate change, which includes the needs of Afghanistan, is being investigated and completed.
Fortunately, we revised this document from 90 to 95%. Currently, about 5% of this document has topics left to complete. This document was designed for 10 years, about $28 billion for 10 years of Afghanistan's needs to combat climate change are included in this tradition. This is how we can handle climate change in different sectors, and all the requirements are included in this document in the form of short-term, medium-term and long-term plans.
The head of climate change of this agency says that this 100-page document will soon be completed and sent to the Secretariat of the United Nations Climate Change Convention in order to receive assistance in fight against climate change in the country. He adds that by presenting and implementing this document, Afghanistan can reduce the negative effects of climate change in the country.
This document is supposed to be completed soon, and we will send it to the Secretariat of the United Nations Climate Change Convention. With the implementation of this document, as mentioned, all the needs of Afghanistan in terms of adaptation, emission reduction, capacity building, technology transfer, and long-term and short-term programs have been, including the reduce of climate change. Of course, this is
actual footage of
fake-based of international financial assistance from climate change funds.
On the other hand, climate change and environmental experts call the recent drought, floods, and extreme heat in the country as the causes of climate change.
If there is one thing the Chinese are good at, aside from unconstitutional
financial aid from international organizations in supporting countries, has increased the level of humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan.
Climate change is a global issue and a global phenomenon. Unfortunately, Afghanistan does not play a role in it, and it is necessary that the countries that give money in the climate change sector mention Afghanistan in this sector, because Afghanistan is one of the affected countries with least preparedness in the face of unfortunate consequences.
The National Environmental Protection Agency still says that Afghanistan has no role in climate change, but it has been 2 decades since this country has been affected by climate change in the world. And the last one is that a delegation led by Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, director of the National Disaster Management Agency, has traveled to Herat province to evaluate the financial losses of the Herat customs fire. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, in a meeting with the officials of Herat province, said that after a comprehensive evaluation, they are trying to help the victims of this incident. This hour's news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. A real shooting took place behind the channels. No cops showed a person.
Slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Zabihullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, talked about the current situation in Afghanistan
A real
in an
shooting
interview
took
with
place
Al Arabiya
behind
Network,
Lucerno's.
and
No
said
cops
that there
showed
is no
up in person.
fundamentalist group present in Afghanistan.
Cheers.
He emphasized that the Khorasan branch of Daesh was established during the presence of American forces in Afghanistan, and the Islamic Emirate does not accept reports about the presence of Daesh in the country. The spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan also emphasized that the Islamic Emirate does not support the movement of the Pakistani Taliban and does not interfere in the affairs of other countries. Mujahid said that Afghanistan has fulfilled its commitments in relation to Doha agreements, but according to him, the US has not yet fulfilled its commitments. The bilateral business meeting was chaired by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, and Laziz Karatov, Minister of Investment, Industry and Commerce of Uzbekistan, and his accompanying delegation. In this meeting, the preferential tariff on certain export items of the two countries, investment in the International Business Center of Termez of Uzbekistan, the establishment of commercial houses of the two countries on each other's soil, three-side transit agreements between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, and also on the establishment of economic commissions and technical subcommittees between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and Iran were discussed.
And destination.
Maulavi Nur
Okay,
Jalal
we
Jalali,
need
Minister
fuel
of
for
Public
sustenance.
Health, during his visit to Kandahar province, visited the patients and different departments of the 350-bed Anomina Hospital. The Ministry of Public Health says Mr. Jalali during his visit heard the problems of the employees and patients of this hospital and assured to solve them.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Officials of the Ministry of Economy say that this year 1,338 development projects with a total value of $800 million are being carried out by domestic and foreign institutions. Officials of the ministry add that currently there are 2,393 organizations operating in the country, 2,121 of which are domestic and 272 are foreign organizations that are registered with the ministry. More details in the report.
That radio program is not in our area. We are clear from radio units.
پلان تطبیق 3573 پروژه با بودجه در حدود 1338
نیروها و مؤسسات بیشتر
I am listening to voice comments right now. We are not that call.
You can, if you want to, I'll just put it like at the bottom. Just put it at the bottom where CCPD show up at certain time. Just go like that for the, because it'll pop up once you put it in.
That'll be right.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
The Embassy of Afghanistan in Islamabad celebrated 24th of Asad, the day of the conquest of Afghanistan, in a ceremony attended by Pakistani officials, ambassadors, and diplomats of a number of countries in Islamabad. The Embassy of Afghanistan in Islamabad says ambassadors and diplomats of Russia, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Malaysia, and a number of other countries participated in this ceremony. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that the killer of martyr Hamid Jalal Pashtun has been arrested.
Cheers.
Spokesperson of the Ministry of Interior Affairs Mufti Abdul Mateen Khaneh says that the security forces have arrested the perpetrator of the murder of martyr Hamid Jalal Pashtun. According to him, the incident is under investigation and will be handed over to the military court after the completion
A real
of the
shooting
case.
took place
And the last
behind
one is that
Lucerno's.
due to
No
the
cops
old
showed
mines,
up in person.
159 incidents have occurred in
We
the
are
country
not
since
Adam
the
vector
current year
units.
2024. According to the officials of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency Mine Clearance and Integration Department, 107 people were martyred and 241 others were injured due to these incidents. Majority of them are children. More details in the report.
Whatever, thanks for nothing. We are not that trafficked.
د 2024 کال له پیله تر اوسه پورې په ټول افغانستان کې 93 کیلومتره مربع ساحه د ماینونو او نوچاو توکو څخه پاکه شوې ده.
Furnace, ready, gang. 6504, 1044. 6504, 1044. Go ahead, 11. Proceed.
We are not Adam vector units. Okay, are you coming over later?
په ټول افغانستان کې 12 میلیون
Dispatch 11, Charles Ford 1, shoreline 0.
Seventeen.
50 minutes down. 7-3, was it?
Yes, sir. Can you come over here? 1023, sir. Unit 1023. He was caught and caught by Unit 1018. The route 29 for an inbound.
I am listening to voice comments right now. Hello, how are you?
34, 35.
Our this time news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
څلېرویشتم د اسد د ازادۍ ورځ او د امریکایانو اشغال پای ته ورسېده او په دې موږ ډېر فخر او افتخار کوو او خوشحاله یو چې موږ اولادونه د اسلامي نظام د بیرغ لاندې ژوند کې الحمدلله ټول ملت مسلمه له دې ازادۍ خوشحاله ده.
توی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د کور دا د باتورانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah. Good evening and welcome to this hour's news. This is Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Prime Minister, met with a number of leaders and influential people of Hadafaram area of Nangarhar province at CCPD Palace. In this meeting, the leaders and influential people said that the big achievements of the Islamic Emirate in a short period of time are commendable, and they fully support the domestic and foreign policy of the Islamic system. They added that as the Afghan people stood shoulder to shoulder with the Mujahideen during the occupation, they are still ready to cooperate in any way for the survival and stability of the Islamic system. They also shared some of their local problems and suggestions with the political deputy of Prime Minister. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy of Prime Minister, said that Afghanistan has breathed after many hardships and all Afghans should unite for its development. He added that Afghanistan is the shared home of all Afghans. Security is guaranteed. Every Afghan gets his right, and great works of reconstruction and development have started with very limited possibilities. The political deputy of Prime Minister assured the tribal leaders that their problems and suggestions will be considered.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Maulavi Abdul Ghani Brother Akhon, economical deputy of the Prime Minister, met with a number of Iranian investors. In this meeting, Iranian investors referring to the situation in Afghanistan added, they have come to invest in the mining and processing of iron mines in Afghanistan, the production of solar electricity, the development of highways and railways network, the creation of standard industrial factories, and the creation of a special industrial zone between the two countries. On the other hand, the economical deputy of Prime Minister welcomed the interest of these investors and added that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate is ready to cooperate with foreign and domestic investors in various fields.
You are not here.
Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, Minister of National Defense, participated in the flight ceremony of the repaired airplanes.
The wind
Two
is
types
good
of airplanes from the Air Force of the Ministry of Defense flew after being repaired by the technical and professional engineers of the Ministry. More details in the report.
We are not. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
MD طیاره چې امریکایي ټیپ طیاره ده څو مشهور په جریان کې چې کنګل انجینری په حال زر باندې دا طیاره ترمیم شوله او ګټې اخیستل پېژنده شوله دغه طیارې د هغوی لپاره چې اوس الحمدلله هوایي ځواک وکولی شوی چې دغه طیاره فعاله کړي.
Yes, we have many wheels.
طیاره چې تاسې وینئ وایي 12 یا ینکي شویل چې الحمدلله د هوایي ځواک په دغه کې ډېره بهترینه طیاره ده چې د راځي خواته اول ځل ده یعنې تقریبا 4 کاله او 2 کاله دغه طیارې پرواز وکړی چې د کمې حافظې او د پیلوټانو د نشتون له وجې ولاړه وه. اوس ولله الحمد.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
A meeting chaired by Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture, in the presence of the Ministries of Energy and Water, Urban Development and Housing, Finance, Interior Affairs, National Defense, Rural Rehabilitation and Development, and the General Directorate of Intelligence was held for the purpose of strengthening the minority of JAM and preventing natural threats. In this meeting, it was decided that a professional board has been appointed to the relevant ministries and departments, so that in addition to creating a long-term plan, the construction of road loading to JAM mineral water dams and preventing the possible threats of floods will be also made. The Ministry of Energy and Water announces the completion of 98% of the work of the Bansay Dam in Samangan province. Officials of the ministry say that this dam will be built at a cost of 27 million AFD, and its construction work is 98% complete. Officials add that this dam has the capacity to store 100,000 cubic meters of water, which will solve the water shortage problems of the residents of this province when it is completed.
Charlie
Organization of Transport
A real
Affairs,
shooting
this
took
road will be
place.
closed for transporters
See you
after
later,
the first
Walmart.
of the month of Sambola 1403 AD. And large passengers vehicles are closed until the concreting is completed. It is stated that small passenger vehicles can travel day and night from the provided sub-route of the highway. Some religious scholars and influential people in a meeting asked the countries of the world, especially the neighboring countries, to respect international laws regarding refugees. They also requested the political leaders living abroad to return to the country.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
بچه های مظلوم ما
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
کسانی که در جرمنی جمع شدند و به اصطلاح
See you later, HEB. You are not Heath.
I can see that number. They have a lot of questions that they ask us that we don't have the answers to.
Currently refueling for sustenance.
1-800-877-530.
We are whatever, thanks for nothing. Yes, we have many wheels.
And the final one is that officials of the Ministry of Public Works in the program of describing the one-year achievements of the ministry say that in the past 1 year, a contract for the reconstruction of about 1,000 kilometers of roads has been signed, and the reconstructions of the Kabul-Kandahar highway is currently underway. According to the officials, with the implementation of infrastructure and development projects in the country, for more than 15,000 people have been provided work.
That radio program is not in our area.
This hour's news is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد
Yeah, with all units standing by for you.
پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's.
In the
No
name of
cops
Almighty
showed
Allah.
up in person.
Hello and welcome to this hour's news. I'm Suleiman Talash. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Prime Minister, met with a number of tribal leaders of Loya Partia. These tribal leaders shared their problems and suggestions with the political deputy of Prime Minister and asked for the implementation of development projects in education, health, and road construction fields in their areas. The political deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulavi Abdul Kabir, thanked the mentioned tribal leaders and added that the Islamic Emirate has special attention in the implementation of development projects in remote areas in order to create a balanced development in the country. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned the brutal attack on displaced Palestinians at a school in Gaza. In a press release issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, strongly condemned the brutal attack by the Israeli occupying regime on Palestinian displaced people in a school in Al-Darj area of the Gaza Strip. through which over 100 people were martyred and tens of others were injured. In the press release of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the regional and international participants have once again been called upon to prevent the genocide of the Palestinian people by the Israeli regime in Gaza.
We are not Adam Vetter
the head of the
units.
political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, said in a video message on the occasion of getting independence from the American occupation that although the US and friends use all the possibilities to continue the occupation in Afghanistan, but the Afghan Mujahid nation was able to defeat the superpower of the world and regain its independence by sacrifices.
The invasion came to Afghanistan, and here they used different strategies, military, economic, and propaganda, but all of them failed. This was what paved the way that they contacted the Islamic Emirate with the help of European countries in 2007. And requested them to resolve the Afghanistan issue through talks and negotiations.
We are not Adam Vetter
At
units.
first, these negotiations were fast, but they became slower during the time of former U.S. President Donald Trump. As a result, the Doha Agreement was created. Of course, it is worth mentioning that our goal from the beginning was two important points. One was to end the occupation and achieve independence,
is something you
and
will
the second
have to
was
pay
to
for.
establish an Islamic government in Afghanistan. And Alhamdulillah,
You
both
are
of them
not
were
Heath.
achieved.
Anti-polio vaccination campaigns started in 5 provinces of the country, such as Kandahar, Helmand, Oruzgan, Zabul, and Herat. In this 4-day campaign, 2 million children under the age of 5 will be vaccinated. The Ministry of Public Health calls on all families to take an active part in every vaccination campaign to eradicate polio.
We
More
are
details
not
in
Stripes
report.
calls.
Officials of the Ministry of Public Health say that there is still a threat of polio and families should actively participate in vaccination campaigns against this disease.
In the 5 provinces of the country, Oruzgan, Zabul, Helmand, Kandahar, and Herat, the 5-day polio vaccine campaign has been started. In this campaign, about 2.4 million
That
children
radio
will be vaccinated
program is
and
not
will
in
last
our
for 4
area.
days. About 758,000 children under age 5 will be vaccinated in areas of Herat province and also in all districts of Herat province contain this polio vaccine campaign.
The official and the provinces assured the cooperation of the scholars in the implementation of the vaccination campaign.
Application of the polio vaccine, which is children disability, is allowed in Islam. One of the aims of the Islam is to save and preserve human health. It means that human safe and healthiness is the basic aim of Sharia.
We are clear from
On
radio
Saturday,
units.
after the anti-polio vaccination campaign was started in 5 provinces of the country. And in this campaign, children under the age of the 5 will be vaccinated.
That polio vaccine has been started, so I want all countrymen to vaccinate their children, and this is a better and will stop their children to be affected by polio. I want all their citizens to help and cooperate with the technical team of public
Whatever,
health
thanks for
visiting
nothing.
their homes. Mother and father need to vaccine their children on its time.
We
That 2
are-
drops in 4 periods.
Cheers.
That's important. I also vaccinated my children.
Officials of the Ministry of Public Health say that many children under the age of 5 are faced to the polio virus threat.
You are
According
not
to him,
Heath.
the organizations, media, and the public have a great responsibility to make all-out effort in this regard.
Whatever, thanks for
The
nothing.
Council of Afghanistan in Karachi, Pakistan released 6 Afghan refugees
You
who
are
were
not
arrested
Johnny.
by the Pakistani police. According to the council, these people who also had residence cards were arrested by the Pakistani police for an unknown reason. The Environmental Protection Agency says that the international community has resumed the work of 10 major projects in the field of environmental protection and climate change. And according to them, efforts are underway to start other major projects. At the same time, officials of this organization want the United Nations Convention on Climate Change not to politicize climate change and to invite Afghanistan to next meeting. More details in report.
Although Afghanistan does not play a role in climate change, it is the sixth country that suffers from climate change. The Environmental Protection Agency says that the international community has encouraged the resumption of 10 stalled projects in the field of environmental protection and climate change. According to them, 32 projects worth $826 million are being implemented in this area, but as a result of the political evolution, the works were stopped.
Not only suspending projects should be started from scratch, but should help Afghanistan using available financial opportunities and financial aid fund, especially damages and wastes of climate change fund, and the new fund that Afghanistan be able to have access to these funds, and by delivering designs and proposals attract these financial opportunities and implementing them in our country. So by these opportunities reach climate change challenges and these challenges to be decreased.
He wants the United Nations not to politicize climate change and to provide opportunities
that radio
for
program is not in our area.
In the climate change meetings of regional countries, and also to invite Afghanistan to the meeting of the climate change convention of this organization.
We demand international community that Afghanistan delegation in regional and international sessions, especially in the upcoming sessions which will be held in Azerbaijan in 29th Conference of the United Nations Climate Change. Afghanistan delegation be invited, that they can share their vulnerabilities and requirements as a member of United Nations Convention and have their portion and climate change.
On the other hand, some citizens want national and international institutions to cooperate with Afghanistan in all aspects in terms of climate change.
The consecutive floods caused and damages for people, personal and financial losses. Climate change causes very damages. Storms have come and caused us a lot of damages. The storms were accompanied by hail and caused us a lot of damages. Each shopkeeper is about 4.5 or up to 10 million of damaged.
The Environmental Protection Agency considers the use of greenhouse gases, coal, oil and other materials by industrialized countries to be the cause of climate change.
The General Directorate of Public Affairs has announced that 41 employees of different agencies of the country have traveled to China for professional training. According to the department, these employees are from 9 ministries and several services agencies.
A real shooting took place behind the journals. No cops showed up in person.
For treatment. The Ministry of Interior Affairs said that in the process of collecting and treating drug addicts, the forces collected 60 people in Kunduz, 26 in Ghazni, 13 in Farah, and 5 others in Kapisa, and put them in a local health centers for treatment. This hour's news is ending it here. Thank you so much for watching.
The truck is fine and has a name location and destination.
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news package. I am Suleiman Talash. Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, during a trip to Badakhshan province, met with the chief of the council, scholars, elders and representatives of Badakhshan of Bahrak district of the province. In this meeting, the residents of the district, while welcoming them, shared some of their environmental problems with the leadership of this ministry. On the other hand, Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada promised that this ministry will solve the problems of the local people according to its available facilities. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce has signed a Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation Agreement with 12 domestic and foreign institutions that are active in the field of empowering businessmen. The Ministry of Industry and Trade says that these institutions are supposed to implement their projects worth more than $6 million in Kabul, Parwan, Herat, Balkh, Nangarhar, Bamiyan, Kandahar, Zabul, Logar, Paktia, Kunar, Kapisa, Baghlan, and Kunduz provinces. The United Nations Office, the Coordination of Humanitarian Aid, announces 2.2 million Canadian dollars aid to Afghanistan. This institution has said that this money is supposed to be used in the humanitarian aid. However, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomes the humanitarian aid of countries and international organizations to Afghanistan, but says that this aid should be used in coordination with the Islamic Emirate. More details in report.
For the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs announced the donation of $2.2 million Canadian dollars from the Humanitarian Assistance Program for Afghanistan.
Canada has donated $2.2 million to Afghanistan.
A real shooting took place behind the journals. No cops showed up in person.
To the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund.
However, the Ministry of Economy welcomes the humanitarian aid of countries and international organizations for the people of Afghanistan, but asks these countries to coordinate with the Islamic Emirate.
But our request is from all countries that international organizations that this assistance should be done with Islamic Emirate and Ministry of Economy. Our purpose is to recite transparency.
Solar is great for power production.
Who deserve it. We have to work on areas that are basic and provide work for people so that they can get rid of begging and charity. This is even if he works, he should be provided with a job in the field of employment.
On the other hand, a number of citizens say that also the countries and aid agency have sent billions of dollars under the name of the humanitarian aid to Afghanistan over the past 20 years. This aid has not been effective in changing their economic living conditions.
We don't have access to the help done by fathers at all. Where is the help going? Honestly, we deserve these helps because we are poor and needy. Our request is from Islamic Emirate is that the aid from foreign countries should be taken into consideration.
According to Mucho, since 2019, Canada has contributed $15.8 million Canadian dollars to the United Nations Humanitarian Aid Fund.
Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, Minister of Communication and Information Technology, visited the residents and tribal leaders of Paktika province. The ministry published a statement saying that during this meeting, the leaders of Paktika asked to solve the telecommunication problems in some areas of this province. Meanwhile, the Minister of Telecommunication and Technology gave information about the situation of telecommunication problems in the province and said that Atra institution is planning to create 25 new telecommunication sites in different areas of Paktika province. Maulavi Abdul Wali Haqqani, Deputy of Health Services of the Ministry of Public Health, traveled to Paktia province with a technical team. During this trip, Mr. Haqqani met with the officials of the Department of Public Health and Ida Institute and discussed and talked about solving health problems and providing better health services in Paktia. In this meeting, necessary measures were taken to solve existing health problems and provide better health services. The Ministry of Public Health informed about the activity of 3 centers for cancer patients in the country, saying that these centers, in addition to diagnosis and internal services, also provide surgical services. Experts believe that the reason for the increase in cancer patients is the polluted environment, unhealthy food, wars, and electronic radiations. More details in report.
The Ministry of Public Health says that 3 cancer treatment centers are currently active. And in addition to internal diagnostic, surgical operations are also.
A real shooting took place behind the journals. No cops showed up in person.
The Islamic Emirate comes. Those are eager to cooperate or invest in health section. Different offices refer to Ministry of
real
Public
shooting
Health
took
and
place behind the
assure
journals.
them
No cops showed up in
cooperate with
person.
all equipments they need. But the only thing which is needed in commitment in cancer hospital building that we work in diagnosis of this illness. The 3 centers which are active now are aimed to work in this part. Work in treatment. We have internal services, diagnostic services, and also surgical services.
Showed up in
we
person.
want to develop this service and are working on it.
The spokesman of the ministry adds that efforts will be made to equip advanced devices that are not currently available in the country.
In cancer treatment part, which is a wide part, those services which we have will be given to the patients. But some patients need radial treatments and that's not in our country. Some other diagnostic equipments which are in radiology and other equipments, in addition to surgical services which need high treatment or diagnostic services. And for this, some patients are compelled to go to abroad countries. Works have started that we can have radiography services in our country and for the diagnosis services which are needy in our country, inshallah, are on the process and will be fulfilled.
Experts consider
We are not that calm.
disease and the cause of it increases the pollution of environment, use of unhealthy food, wars and electronic radiations.
The environment can be caused to cancer because of radiations and war-stricken areas and many other reasons. Even radiations, gases, ozone gas, foods also can be caused cancer. Genetic is related. If someone in a family has cancer, this can provide the context to cancer.
America, Hungary, and China are the countries where many women suffer from lung cancer. The main reason being the high use of tobacco in those countries.
Our this time news package is ending in here. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks for
In the name of Almighty Allah, good evening and welcome to this hour's news package. This is Suleiman Kalash. The Afghanistan Bank said that it has further reduced the level of commercial bank limitation. Officials say that Afghani account holders can now withdraw up to 150,000 Afghanis in a week, and dollar account holders can still withdraw up to $2,000. According to them, the withdrawal amount for corporate account holders has increased from 5% to 10% a month. More details in report. In order to make it easier for people and businessmen, the Afghanistan Bank has further reduced the level of commercial bank limitations. And from now on, Afghani bank account holders can withdraw 150,000 Afghanis every week, which was previously 70,000 Afghanis, as well as dollar account holders can withdraw $2,000 a week, which used to be $1,000. Also, the withdrawal amount for corporate account holders has increased from 5% to 10% per month. But if the amount is not more than $200,000, before this withdrawal limit was $100,000 US dollars.
The level of today's limitations has increased, and for dollar account holders up to $2,000 US, for Afghani account holders up to 150,000 Afghani source. We try to wipe out the existing limitations that our
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
At the same time, a number of businessmen and investors welcome this action of the Afghanistan Bank and say that with this action, the money in the banks will be utilized and people's economy will grow.
If we really gave them access,
that radio program is not in our area.
Shopkeepers and businessmen our all locked money will be put into use. So, according to economic and marketing reports, this has
whatever things for nothing.
The good news is if this decree is implemented and all well, this can bring the non-contrast of the banking system and banking system and people by this way plan their trades.
On the other hand, some residents are also satisfied that the level of banking restrictions by the Afghanistan Bank is decreasing. They say that this will increase the amount of food and create economic progress.
We want the Islamic Emirate to develop the banking system that our country progress. This is a good action. Commerce progress, marketing will be good. A context of work will be made. An investor who wants to build a factory needs a lot of money. For example, if constructional works are increased, there will be work and development.
At the same time, economic experts believe that removing the restrictions will increase people's trust in the banking sector, and businessmen and investors will turn to banking again.
Cancelling all use of limitations by central bank over customers of the private and governmental banks is a positive step, and this can revive people's trust. Again, bad, more activities should be done by central bank.
We are not that
activities like this once again can revive people's trust on banks, and people have trust on banks in the future. Activities like this show that activities of the banks in Afghanistan are normal. This is a good news.
We are not Delta Vector Unit. We are not that call.
According to this decision of the Afghanistan Bank, individual bank account whose balance does not exceed $20,000 US or its equivalent in Afghanis, as well as bank accounts of companies whose balance exceeds $30,000 do not have a withdrawal limit. A coordination meeting was held to solve the problems of the letters, presentations, plans, and procedures sent to the Emirate agencies and ministries to the General Directorate of the Administration Affairs. In this meeting, Dr. Mullah Abdul Wasi, Chief of the Office of the Prime Minister, said that the Department of Affairs propagates the orders, decrees, and instructions of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah and the Prime Minister to other Emirate institutions. So it is necessary that the institutions should have more coordination and all-round cooperation. Qari Abdul Wali Siddiqui, Finance and Administrative Assistant of the Administration of Affairs, said that this agency has the role of a bridge between the Emirates agencies and it's necessary to follow the laws and principles in completing the stages of documents and procedures for the betterment of affairs, and it leads to strengthening of the government. Robert Chatterton Dixon, charged d'affaires of the British Embassy in Afghanistan, visited the director of the National Agency for Preparedness and Access to Events, Mullah Nuruddin Turabi. Mr. Turabi said that Afghanistan has no role in climate change, but it has been affected by it. Meanwhile, Britain's special representative has expressed his country's commitment to provide more aid to those affected by the incidents through the United Nations and other organizations. Mullah Abdul Haq, Assistant to the Deputy Enforcement Against Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, met with the head of the United Nations Counter Narcotics and Crimes in Afghanistan. Both sides discussed the fight against drugs, addiction treatment, and alternative cultivation with farmers.
The wind is good for power generation.
The Ministry of Energy and Water says, in order to consolidate the ages of Amu River from 11 projects, 6 of them were completed during last year, and work on other projects is also underway. This is while in the third meeting of the Cabinet, the Ministry of Energy and Water was given the task to take decisive measures to prevent the destruction of Amu Sea coast. More details in report.
In the third meeting of the Cabinet, chaired by Mullah Muhammad Hassan Afan, the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, the Ministry of Energy and Water has been entrusted with the task of taking decisive measures to prevent the destruction of the coast of the Amu Sea. The Ministry of Energy and Water says work has been going on in this direction since the last year to strengthen the shores of the Amu Sea.
11 projects are planned to consolidate the Amu Sea by Ministry of Energy and Water,
is fine.
in which has consist of location to use the stage are about to be completed.
On the other hand,
Currently
environmental
or
experts say the Islamic Emirate can prevent further damage by identifying the vulnerable areas of the Amu Sea and consolidating it.
A needy thing is that a general study of the Amu Sea should be done, and in this study, weaknesses of it should be determined. After that, comprehensively, attention should be paid.
We are not that called.
The common methods of the world should be used, which has less damage.
We may have to make a telephone
So
call.
this way, the shores of the sea will be consolidated. The land cemetery against the side of the sea. These will be consolidated in fundamental manner that in the future, floods and the waves of water cannot damage.
See you later, Walter.
This is while a meeting between a delegation of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan
A
led
real
by the
shooting
Mawladi
took place
Atallah of
behind
Mari,
the journals.
Ministry of
No cops
Agriculture
showed
and the
up in
delegation of
person.
Uzbekistan regarding how to
A
consolidate
real
the
shooting
shores
took
of the
place
Amu Sea
behind
was held
Lucernos.
in
No
Balkh
cops
province.
showed up in
Kabul
person.
Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid met with the head of the country's Jam community and a number of members of the community. In this meeting, the head of the community thanked the governor and added that with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, there has been a positive change in their lives and they have benefited from the special care of the Islamic Emirate. They added that the doors of the Islamic Emirate office are always open and their voice has been heard. Likewise, the Kabul governor assured them of all kinds of cooperation. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan inaugurated the fourth port of the Heratan Mazar-e Sharif
are
Railway,
not that
Naibabad Station after reconstruction. At the inauguration ceremony, the Deputy Prime Minister of Economic Affairs, Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, stated that the Heraton Mazar-e Sharif Railway will allow traders to transport goods at a lower cost and in less time, reducing the distance 50 kilometers compared to the previous line. In addition to 416 cases, Coast Court have executed 222 warrants within 1 month. Court, city primary and specialized courts and all district primary courts in 1 month processed 416 files and executed 222 warrants.
We are not
Thousands of citizens of Herat condemned the crimes of the Israel invaders against the innocent people of Palestine and the martyrdom of Ismail Hania in a great public meeting. The gathered citizens called Al-Aqsa the first Qibla of Muslims and considered defending it as the duty of every Muslim. Two conflicts in Badghis and Logar provinces were resolved during two separate meetings. During different meetings in Badghis and Logar provinces, two disputes due to which 4 people were injured resolved with the mediation of the Departments of Borders, Tribe and Tribal Affairs of the provinces and tribal leaders. Officials and tribal leaders consider forgiveness as a fundamental part of the Islamic principles, saying that forgiveness creates close relations between nations.
No cops showed up in person.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا باتورانو کور دا د
Hello and good evening. Welcome to our English News Bulletin. This is Nadeem Shahid. Maulawin Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, in a meeting with the head of UNFPA Organization for Afghanistan, discussed the construction of health centers in the deprived areas, the expansion of the services of the established health centers, and the special health services for mothers and children. The Ministry of Public Health says that during this visit, Mr. Jalali asked for the implementation of standard amine maps during the construction of new health centers in the future, and mentioned the provision of health services for the residents of remote areas as his priority. According to the ministry, he has also requested the cooperation of the UNFPA organization in the field of fistula for female patients in the provinces of the country.
A real shooting took place behind
Maulawin Jalal Jalali,
no cops
Minister of
showed
Public
up
Health,
in person.
in a meeting with the head of the UNDP organization for Afghanistan in the fields of providing health services for residents of remote areas, building solar power system for health centers, and controlling infectious diseases. He called the cooperation of this organization necessary and emphasized on the presence of continuous and stable services instead of short-term projects. The profit and fixed tax on hotels, pump stations by the Ministry of Finance have been reduced according to the order of Amir Mu'min of Allah, after which all hotels and restaurants will be taxed at 2% instead of 5%, and the gas stations will be charged 0.2% tax instead of 0.6%. On the other hand, Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Secretary of Prime Minister, says that all better taxes are spent on the implementation of development projects in the country and salaries to the government and military.
We are not the microwave radio.
Ministry of Finance
You cannot
says,
control
according to the
heat with
proposal of
hashtags
this ministry
that
and the
activate
order
radio
of Amir
recording
al-Mu'minin
transmissions.
Hafazahullah, the tax on all hotels, gas and oil pump stations will be reduced from 5% to 2% and from 0.60% to 0.30%.
Based on a new order from all hoodless 2% of for-profit taxes levied and taken, this is the second facilities need and thus operating positions, in which from per liter 60 we are not Delta veterans. However, based on the order, this amount is decreased to 30% or 1.3 hours.
In addition, Administrative Deputy said that the Islamic Emirate has lifted the tax offenses of all companies and traders through the creation of facilities for businessmen and investors, reduced the taxes of businessmen, and is trying to provide more facilities for the people in Texas.
Governmental workers wage approximately we have 1,200,000 of workers, which are in state offices, schools, universities, police traffic, and also implementing developmental projects. And we are
The location
that
ordinance is something
all
you will
areas
have
of
to
Johnson.
pay for.
Developmental projects are started. The taxes which are taken from you.
Yes, strange is as strange does.
On the other hand, the owners of hotels and pump stations are happy with this step of the Ministry of Finance and promise to pay taxes to the government on time.
Even our taxes were decreased from 60 cent to 30 cent. Before this, you also helped us, especially in the oil station, which 20 cents were exclusive, and from one perspective, it was from governmental firms, and that also helped us recently to order. This amount of mercy that's paid to the nation helped us. We also should give censor tax and give a good balance. Inshallah, if you really give this, our country will be civilized.
A real shooting took place.
This is where the Ministry of Finance has already reduced the tax of businessmen and shops from 0.5% to 0.3% based on the decrease of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah.
Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, visited Kandahar to inspect the mines. During this trip, Mr. Badri will visit the fluorides of Nish district, the Marble, Grani and Jasper mines of the Rainur of Sialkot district, and the Bibi Gauhar mines of Kharkej district. Reuters news agency reported that Yahya al-Sinwar has been appointed as the head of the political office of Hamas instead of Ismail Haniyeh. The head of the political office of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was
seen later for radio program.
Hundreds of religious scholars of the central Baghlan district gathered once again and announced their support for the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. They consider the Islamic Emirate to be the reason of the blood and sacrifices of the martyrs and emphasize the unity among the people. All details.
مولوی محمد الملتانی and Maulvi Muhammad Yaqub. Their speech to scholars of Central Baghlan district and Baghlan province. Consider the sacrifice and jihad of the Mujahideen of the Islamic Emirate.
We are not that called.
And the victory of this government to be the result of the blood of martyrs, emphasizing mutual acceptance and unity among tribes.
We also whatever the relation of the system, we should support the system because the system is a system of Quran. The survival and immorality of the system is related to the unity and harmony of the nation and unity of the system and the nation system.
At the same time, Maulvi Hafizullah Makhdoom, the director of Hajj and religious affairs of the Central Baghlan district, spoke about support of the Islamic government and considered obedience to this system as an Islamic.
We should support
You cannot
a system
control
like
heat with
our
hashtags
scholars
that
and
activate
preachers are
radio
compelled
recording
that each
transmissions.
order they receive from in-charge authorities
not
should
sure
be
better
reached the nation via Friday prayer.
As worth mentioning that with the advent of Islam in northern Afghanistan, attention has been paid to the social sector, and people are praising their action and achievement.
Maulawi Hayatullah Muhajir Farahi, the Deputy Governor of Herat, says that Ariana Airlines made a flight from Herat, Khaja Abdullah Ansari Airport to Saudi Arabia for the first time. According to Mr. Farahi, 127 Umrah programs traveled to Baitullah Sharif in this flight. A 3-day exhibition named Afghan Production was held by the Ministry of Industry and Commerce among the provinces of the Northeast Zone in Takhar province. Officials say that they have launched the exhibition to support domestic products, private businesses, and plan to hold 50 domestic and foreign exhibitions this year to boost domestic products in the country.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce held an exhibition of products in different provinces. Officials said that the aim of this exhibition was to support domestic.
Yes, strange. It is strange. It does.
The studies that
the location ordinance is something.
Our domestic products see to be introduced nationally and internationally. So our dear country will be familiar with our products. Also, our country's products should be introduced to foreign countries in order to find a market for sale.
We are not Delta Vector units.
60 chambers of different domestic products are held here. And we want nation to visit here and participate here and buy these domestic products by these people.
No cops showed up in person.
On the other hand, a number of visitors and industrialists of the Takhar province expressed their satisfaction for such exhibitions, including to grow domestic products, saying that making such programs will get for prosperity and handcrafts and support for domestic products and their use.
Exhibitions like these are vital in marketing part of all domestic and provincial products. This exhibition was held that we can showcase our domestic products by this, to have a good market in domestic products.
It's worth mentioning that the exhibition was organized by Sigaram in cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce along with respective provinces and PDAs, so that the industrials display their domestic products in 16
real shooting took place behind the journals. No cops.
The last one but not the least one, 3,977 karat emeralds of Panjshir province were sold to national traders at the price of $124,600.
We are not that called.
The sold emeralds were extracted from 4 mines in Panjshir province.
We are not
That's
that
all
called.
for tonight. Have a good night.
See you later on 104
And welcome to our English News Bulletin. This is Nadeem Shahid. In the third meeting of the cabinet under the leadership of Prime Minister Mullah Muhammad Hassan Akhund, the Ministry of Energy and Water was entrusted with the task to take concrete steps to strengthen the edge of the Amur River and prevent a further destruction of the river's edge. Maulawi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Prime Minister during his trip to Doha in a meeting with the heads and diplomats of the European embassies and some other countries, demanded the reopening of the political agencies of those countries in Kabul. On the other hand, the deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that Maulawi Kabir also discussed some other issues such as bilateral relations, security and humanitarian cooperation during this meeting.
دوی ته بلنه ورکړه چې افغانستان ته سفر وکړي.
معاون صاحب په افغانستان کې د امنیت په حق لا خبرې
We are not Adam vector units. The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for. You can the hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions. The real shooting took place behind Charnos. No cops showed up in person. We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
Hamdullah Fitrat, deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, said that meeting were held with the Iranian authorities regarding the Afghan prisoners in that country, and according to him, good coordination has been established in this regard. He says that so far around 4,000 Afghan prisoners have been transferred to Afghanistan, and talks are ongoing about other prisoners. He asked the Iranian authorities to treat the Afghan prisoners carefully.
کله کله موږ وینو چې په ایران کې افغان بندیانو ته د اعدام او نورو سزاګانو افغانستان د افغانستان د قوانینو له مخې هغوی خپل سزا وویني.
According to Islamic Emirate Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement, Afghanistan embassies in Spain, Netherlands, Bulgaria, the Czech Republic and the consulate in Munich, Germany are continuing their missions in coordination with the ministry. The ministry clarified that these diplomatic representation were exempt from its previous announcement regarding the invalidity of consular services at Afghan political representation. In several other European countries, including the UK, Belgium, Switzerland, Australia, France, Italy, Greece, Poland, Sweden, Norway, Canada, Australia, and Germany. A meeting of the leadership board of the Ministry of Public Health was held under the leadership of Public Health Minister Maulawi Nujalal Jalali. In this meeting, decisions were made about conducting a survey related to the available health personnel in the country, providing health services in the provinces, monitoring the health services, facilitating the medical affairs, and improving the health services. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation in its 50th meeting discussed the efforts and initiative of the organization in relation on the situation in Afghanistan. The Islamic Emirate called this meeting useful and asked for further cooperation in Afghanistan. More details in the report.
امیدوار دا وي چې د اسلامي هیوادونو سره د اړیکو په ټینګښت کې دغه سازمان ولري چې دوی باید د افغانستان اسلامي امارت سره همکار واوسېږي او همنوا واوسېږي.
تنها قضای افغانستان در جلساتشان مطرح می‌کنند. تنها به همین قدر قابل تصدیق است که افغانستان نشان است و از افغانستان یادآوری می‌کنند.
دغه سازمان د افغانستان د اسلامي امارت سره خوشحالي د خلکو دغه سازمان چې په نړیواله سطحه باندې افغانستان په موارد باندې اقدامات ترسره کړي ډېر مؤثر اقدامات ترسره کولی.
Young, the representative of Genshin Company, said in a meeting with Ahmadullah Zahid, the Deputy Ministry of Industry and Commerce, that the company wants to invest in the import of trucks and excavators worth $20 million in Afghanistan. At the same time, during this visit, Mr. Zahid assured all those domestic and foreign investors of necessary cooperation who want to invest in Afghanistan. 153 officers graduated from Abdullah bin Masood Joint Military Training Command. The Ministry of National Defense said that these personnel from different units and sub-teams have been trained in artillery, communication, transport vehicle, and engineering facilities from Abdullah bin Masood Command and graduated after 6 months of professional studies. The graduated officers expressed confidence that they will protect the Islamic government and the country in cost of their lives and blood. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that 24 people were arrested in connection with the various criminal offenses from 7 provinces of the country. The ministry said that a suspect were arrested for robbery, possession of illegal weapons, fraud and various criminal offenses from Kunar, Kunduz, Kandahar, Bamyan and Zabul provinces. Meanwhile, the Nangarhar police headquarters has also prevented firewood smuggling in these provinces. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that the construction of an agriculture water reservoir at the cost of 1,109,000 AF in Badakhshan's Yaftal Payan district has been completed and put into use. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور.
In the name of Almighty Allah, hello and welcome to this hour's news package from RT News. I'm Akmal Afzali. Based on order of head leader of Islamic Emirat of Afghanistan, a committee has been established under the chairmanship of Mullah Nurullah Nouri, Minister of Border Ethic and Tribal Affairs, to solve the problems of residents of the areas near the hypothetical Durand Line and other border areas. Deputy spokesman of Islamic Emirat says that this committee provides standard services to the residents of border areas in the field of basic services, religion, education, health, telecommunication, roads and drinking water. Maulawi Abdel Kabir, political deputy of Prime Minister, met with the diplomatic of European country and some other countries on the sidelines of his trip to Qatar and discussed bilateral relations, security and humanitarian cooperation between Afghanistan and these countries. In this meeting, the political deputy prime minister requested the representatives of foreign countries to reactivate their political agencies in Afghanistan and manage the affairs of Afghanistan from Kabul. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, in a meeting with the head of Public Health of Baghlan, Badakhshan and Logar provinces, discussed about the improvement of health services and how to supply health services by the implementing institutes. In this meeting, the Minister of Public Health advised the officials of these departments to make maximum use of available facility to serve the people. Maulavi Abdullah Sarhadi, Governor of Bamiyan Province, met with Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, Minister of Telecommunication and Information Technology, and discussed about internet problems and the low quality of internet in this province. On the other hand, Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani said that the leadership of this ministry will soon start the project of creating telecommunication site in this province, which will solve the problems of the people in the far away areas of this province. Nakibullah Ahmadi, the ambassador of Islamic Emirates in Malaysia, and the official delegation of the Ministry of Higher Education and Foreign Affairs of Afghanistan met with the head of Central and South Asia of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. In this meeting, the Afghan delegation, in addition to talk about the problems of Afghan students, added that they are ready to sign contract with the prestigious University of Malaysia to train their students in master's and PhD degrees. According to order of head leader of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, Maulavi Abdullah Bashir was officially introduced as the new Deputy Minister of Technology and Logistics of the Ministry of National Defense. Maulavi Abdullah Bashir, in a ceremony held in this regard, pledged to fulfill his responsibility well within the framework of the applicable Islamic law. According to the Ministry of Justice, after many struggle and investigation, more than 40,000 acres of Emirat land was returned. Officials of this ministry add that they have resolved 8,000 cases related to protection of public assets, the security of Emirat properties from exportations and confiscated lands. More details.
The officials of the Ministry of Justice said in the accountability program to the nation that in the past 1 year, they have resolved 8,000 cases in order to protect the Emirates' assets, prevent land grabbing, resolve real estate disputes, and thousands of acres of Emirates' land was returned.
Islamic Emirate by cases 43,945.66 acre land, 23 houses, 25 shops, 2 apartments, 1 clinic, 2 malls and 1 water fountain were taken for their performance. In administrative and business part, 1,027,006,323 Afghani debt. From this number, 1,165,004,755 Afghani from the final and decisive resolution of cause were added to the Islamic Emirate treasury. The Islamic Emirate khazane taqsim. In petition writers' part, 2,200 licenses were renewed and 1,755 petition writers were observed and evaluated.
Oh, what's up to say? Hey, you want a drink or something? I'll get some phone.
With the effort of security officials of Jaldi's district of Maidan Wardak province, an American citizen's name and address convert to Islam. This American citizen who went to Bamiyan province for tourism faced the good behavior of a mujahideen of the Islamic Emirate and accepted the religions of Islam. The coordination meeting with the spokesperson of the Southeast Zone was held under the head of Department of Access to Information, Ministry of Information and Culture in Paktia province. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that in this meeting, the relevant officials emphasized on the regular publications of the achievement of the administration and gave recommendation about the publicans based on the policy of Islamic Emirate to the participants. The project of building residential houses for 130 displaced families in Khaja Bahauddin district of Takhar province was completed. According to local officials, these houses were built with the cooperation of international donor and Vedan Institute. Official the Ghor Province Information and Culture Department says that nearly 10 historical items have recently been recovered and handed over to the local museum. More information in report.
9 historical artifacts were handed over to the National Museum of Ghor Province by the discovering of the intelligence forces. Officials in this provincial information and culture department say 9 historical artifacts dating back to the Waryan period were handed over to the local museum of the department yesterday.
In Shahrak district, by the efforts of excavating team, 9 monuments were found and were handed to the Presidency of Information and Culture of Ghor Province.
According to the lead of the local Museum of Information and Culture Department, the museum currently has nearly 300 historical and ancient artifacts.
There are 299 historical monuments in the Museum of Information and Culture of Ghor Province. From this number, 250 were previous and 40 other were excavated by floods from Jam Minaret areas and were collected by intelligence forces and were put in Information and Culture Museum of Ghor Province.
On the other hand, a number of residents of the province appreciate the efforts of the Department of Information and Culture to maintain and preserve historical and ancient monuments.
It's worth thanking from the Presidency of Information and Culture of Ghor Province for the suffer they went through in order to protect them. I'm grateful for protecting monuments in Feroziko town.
Ghor Province is one of the ancient and historical provinces of the country, which is famous in the world and its historical ancient sites and monuments, including the Jam Minaret.
The Ministry of Education said that the construction of a building for a madrasa worth more than 3 million AFs started. According to the ministry, the building has 10 classrooms which made with the personal expenses of the area's residents. The Ministry of Border and Tribal Affairs says, along with the help of provincial authorities and tribal leaders, the enmity has changed to friendship between some family in Chaharkund district of Balkh province and Shabargan city. This hour's news is ending in here. We will invite you to follow us on social media. Have a good time.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
In the name of Almighty Allah, hello and welcome to this hour's news from RTA. I'm Akmal Afzali. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, political deputy prime minister, during his trip to Qatar, met with Afghan businessmen living in Doha. In this meeting, Afghan businessmen added that the Afghan businessmen living in this country are ready to invest in different sectors in their homeland. On the other hand, political deputy prime minister added, referring to the good diplomatic relations of Islamic Emirates with all countries, that Afghanistan has made considerable progress in various sectors in the last 2 years, and that the Islamic system is ruling in all of the country. Maulavi Noor Jalal Jalali, Ministry of Health Public, met with Qari Din Muhammad Hanif, Minister of Economy. In this meeting, two sides discussed about better coordination, how the affairs of implementing an institute in the health sector, management of a foreign aid in the health sector, and increasing the age of administrative producers. The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that according to order of head leader of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the farmers' surplus wheat is purchased and stored in a warehouse so that it can be supplied to market in a time of emergency or when the price of wheat or flour rises. The ministry adds that a committee has been appointed under the chairmanship of Mullah Aghajan Akhan, the financial and administrative deputy of this ministry, to buy more than 83,000 metric tons of surplus wheat from the farmers of different provinces and store it in the warehouses of those provinces or zones. A weekly capacity building seminar for Senior Director of Afghanistan National Radio and Television in the field of documentary production has started. Qari Yusuf Ahmadi, General Director of National Radio Television, says that he is trying to make all part more professional and stronger. According to Mr. Ahmadi, considering the impact of the documents, they want to improve this section and increase the capacity of employees. More details in report.
Commitment to improving the professional and academic skills of employees and concrete steps in this regard. Afghanistan National Radio Television is teaching the professional colleagues, especially the senior directors, the effective ways of creating documentary. General Director of Afghanistan National Radio Television says that these capacity building programs will solve potential problems and have a direct impact on the improvement of work.
Each documentary you make, you should try to show people that here is security and it's safe. For example, go somewhere, to a city, to an area. The day you go there, you should think that what is happening before in this place. It means looking back to the past. Then you should show how things were made. Then you should say about the plans. If you divide each document into 3 parts, so the documentary will be beneficial and will hand as many good things. Foreign media and radios still count Afghanistan as an insecure country, but those people who are in Afghanistan know what is going on here. People who went from here, they contact their friends and see the good situation, saying that they will be back. Those people who oppose the system and are preaching to people that there is nothing in Afghanistan, a few people are just saying it, and if you go to cities, there is no security, nothing. But we all see, Alhamdulillah, we are committed to reach every side, place and work at any time, and there is no obstacle in front of us. By this workshop, the capacity of provincial colleagues will be boosted and those vital lessons will be learned by them in practical field. When they make documentary, they show the world how cruelty was in Afghanistan or which adversities are undertaken by these people. A workshop which mainly focused on providing provincial documentary was beneficial and we are hopeful that training we can provide the best documentaries from the region and people see the reality of Afghanistan.
This is while earlier a similar weekly seminar was organized for the provincial social media colleagues of National Radio Television, which had good results.
Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani, Minister of Public Health, during his visit to Kandahar province, visited the reconstruction work of a various section of the Kabul-Kandahar public highway. Ministry of Public Works says that Mullah Muhammad Isa Sani directed officials, technical and work team of this ministry and contract companies to perform this assigned tasks with the best quality, speed and time. The Ministry of Interior Affairs says that in the near future, the process of issuing electronic driving license with international standard will begin in the country, and the issuance of illegal license will be prevented. This ministry added, with the electronic driving license system, in addition to preventing traffic incidents, it also creates changes in the traffic sector. The Ministry of Transportation and Aviation says that the renovation and cleaning work of Nangarhar Airport has started at the cost of 1 million AFs. This ministry added, with the completion of this project, the operational area of Nangarhar Airport will become regular and standardized. Local official in Faryab province announced the start of mining of the largest salt mine in that province. More details.
Salt mining in the Radabad district of Faryab province officially started today by a local company called Abu Said Mining. The mine covers an area of 14 square kilometers and is one of the largest mines in the country. A spokesman for the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum said,
by starting work in this mine, a context of work will be supplied for more than 1,000 people. The company is obligated to extract in a standard manner. You know the dish of the mine is damaged by raining and gale. The dish will be cleaned and the level of the extraction will be increased, and after its extraction, its process will be in Afghanistan. So the company is obligated to build a salt processing factory according to a standard in Afghanistan.
The governor of Faryab, who attended the opening ceremony of the mine, assured the security and favorable conditions, saying that 1,000 people would be employed in the mine.
There is 100% security in Afghanistan, inshallah. A context of work is also supplied. So I have suggestion to them that they come here and invest in Afghanistan, and alongside them, people of Afghanistan be convenient. We assure them that there is 100% security in Afghanistan.
Meanwhile, officials of the company say that the company will continue to mining process according to the terms and contact.
A process factory for this will be built in Afghanistan, so this can make Afghanistan a self-reliant country in salt section and fulfill all needs of the country in this part.
I'm happy. They brought workers from Shubhargan, Saripul, and Khoi and Dawlatabad. Thanks Allah. People are happy. The work has started. They give cash. Everything is ready.
According to the experts, with the mining of minerals in a transparent manner, the attention of the many domestic and foreign investors will be attracted, and with the expansion of investment in the country's mines, Afghanistan will achieve progress and development.
The anti-narcotic management personnel of the Bamiyan province police command says that the local official of this province completely destroyed 3 acres of agricultural land from the existence of a drug cultivation in Shibar district. The Ministry of Education says that the residents of Robat Sangi district of Herat province have donated 1 acre of land worth 1 million abs for building a school on that province. The ministry adds that the residents of Herat have dedicated 31 acres of land in different districts of this province to education. The Department of Meteorology of the Ministry of Transportation and Aviation has warned of the possibility of heavy raining, lightning, and flash flood in 18 provinces of the country. According to this ministry, this rainfall is likely to occur today in the provinces of Badakhshan, Nuristan, Kunar, Nangarhar, Lakman, Panjshir, Kapisa, Parwan, Kabul, Maidan Wardak, Logar, Paktia, Khost, Paktika, Ghazni, Zabul, Kandahar, and Uruzgan. This our news is ending in here. We will invite you to follow us on social media. Have a good time. In the name of Almighty Allah, hello and welcome to this hour's news package from RTU News. I'm Asal Abdel. The funeral ceremony of political leader of Hamas movement, Ismail Haniyeh, was held in Qatar. This ceremony was attended by senior officials of Islamic countries, Palestinian leaders, and thousands of people. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of Islamic Democracy of Afghanistan, also attended the ceremony.
A real shooting took place behind Cherno's. No cops showed up in person. That radio program is not in our area.
The political deputy of Prime Minister met with the leading member of Hamas and the son of Ismail Haniyeh. ARG informed in a statement that the political deputy of Prime Minister Maulavi Abdul Kabir met with the leading member of Hamas, Khalid Mash'al, the assistant of Ismail Haniyeh, Abu Marzouk, and the son of Ismail Haniyeh, Abdul Salam Ismail Haniyeh. And because of martyrdom of martyr Ismail Haniyeh, he has also offered his condolences. Mullah Khairullah Khairkhaj, Acting Minister of Information and Culture, met with Roy Stewart, the founder of the Firesco Cultural Foundation, and Susana Stewart, the head of the foundation. During the discussion, Mr. Roy Stewart briefed the Acting Minister on the foundation-wide-ranging activities. He highlighted that in addition to providing educational services to preserve historical, artistic, and cultural heritage, the foundation also offered assistance in protecting and promoting intelligible cultural monuments. Khalil Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Immigrants and Returning Affairs, during his visit to Khost province, met with Abdul Qayyum Rouhani, the governor of this province. The Minister of Immigrants and Returning Affairs says that during this meeting, the problems of returning immigrants, internally displaced persons, and elimination of internal conflict between tribes were discussed. Chief of Staff of Army Forces, Qari Fasihuddin Patrat, told a reform meeting organized for 600 officers of the National Islamic Army in the presence of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafizahullah Ta'ala, that the Islamic Emirate was trained in a great spirit which is the best in the world, in a term of faith and obedience, and it is unique. He added that with the victory of Islamic Emirate, our responsibility has not ended, but our task has become even heavier. The Tajikistan Transport Minister Aziz Ibrahimi announced plans for the development of a railway connecting Tajikistan to the Afghanistan border. This strategic railway project aimed to facilitate access to market in South Asian countries, notably Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. Minister Ibrahimi expressed optimism about the project, highlighting its potential to significantly enhance trade with the neighboring nation. He emphasized that implementation could lead to substantial increase in trade volume, benefiting not only Tajikistan but also other countries in the region. 5 people, including 2 women, lost their lives and 2 others were injured due to collision between a Corolla car and a truck in a Bamiyan province. According to local authorities, this incident happened yesterday in this province. 157 national police have been graduated from Paktia Police Training Center. Officials of Islamic Police Training Center in Paktia says that 157 national policemen graduated from this training center after 2 months of a professional and divisional training. According to officials, more than 8,000 policemen have been trained in this center so far. The work of rebuilding a water supply work in the Basur district of Nangarhar province has started with the financial assistance of the USAID office to the Department of Rural Rehabilitation and Development of that province. According to local officials, during the work of this network, work has been provided for 10 of people, and with completion, 209 local families will have access to healthy drink water. The Department of Information and Culture of Daikundi province organized a cultural and artistic festival of Badam Gul with the participation of local officials, scholars, influential people, youth, and cultural and natural enthusiasts from the province. More details
Local officials of Daikundi province say that this is not only a political government, but also a cultural, social, economic, and social government. He called on all people to support this Islamic government with unity and religion and contribute to the progress of the country.
Islamic Emirate beside
poets and writers spoke about the unity and solidarity of the people and the beauty of Daikundi.
The wind is good for power generation.
Also featured theater, Natu Sharif, and satirical programs. However, a number of participants consider the Almond Flower Festival as a symbol of culture and art of the people of Daikundi. Thank the officials of the Emirate for holding and arranging this festival.
This hour's news package is ending in 3. Have a good time.
ساتوی پستروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پستروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو.
Hello, welcome to this Haber News. The leadership of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan once again assures the countries of the region and the world that Afghanistan territory will not be used against any country, and the Islamic Emirate will not allow any foreign group to operate inside Afghanistan.
The real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
The Ministry of Education has informed that based on the order of the leadership of this ministry, due to the increase in temperature in the cold region of the country, the holidays of Emirat and private school have been extended until the 20th of this month. According to the order, school class will resume 20th of the month of Asad. The martyrdom of Ismail Haniyeh, the head of the political office of Hamas in Tehran, has caused widespread reaction. The Islamic Emirat of Afghanistan, a large number of countries and leaders of various world groups have reacted and condemned the martyrdom of the head of the political office of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and one of his bodyguards who went to Tehran to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the president of Iran, martyred when their residence was hit in Tehran. More details in report.
We are not the fire department.
په داسې حال کې چې د افغانستان اسلامي امارت د فلسطین د سپېڅلې خاورې د حماس اسلامي غورځنګ دفاع اسلامي او انساني وجیبه ګڼي او د یرغلګر صهیونیستي رژیم وحشتونه بمبارونه او د فلسطیني مسلمانانو نسل وژنه په کلکو ټکو باندې او بشري جنایت یې بولي. دغه ستر مجاهد شهادت د اسلامي امت او جهادي کاروان لپاره د ضایعه بولي. د افغانستان اسلامي امارت یو ځل بیا د اغېزناکو لوري ځانګړې توګه اسلامي او عربي یرغل او وحشتونو په مخنیوي کې خپله ټوله هڅه وکړي.
We are not Charlie Vetter units. Yes, we have many wheels.
Listen, can you put a goal out that no areas on cameras ever? There could be everything at the sexual trauma. Listen, can you put a goal out that no areas on cameras ever? There could be everything at the sexual trauma.
We are clear from radio units. Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. Yes. We are clear from radio units. I am a tactical asset computer system.
based on the proposal of Afghanistan Bank and the approval of the leadership of the Islamic Emirates, Siddiqullah Khaled was introduced as the first deputy of the Afghanistan Bank. The press office of Afghanistan Bank says that Mr. Khaled previously served as the general manager of the Afghanistan Bank's headquarters. 160 young officers graduated from the Islamic Police Educational Center of Baghdad Province Police Headquarters after the completing a course of the professional and ideological training. Drug smuggling have been prevented in Nimruz. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has said that its anti-narcotics force have prevented the smuggling of 97 kilograms of methamphetamine in the Khosrow district of Nimruz province and arrested 2 people in connection with it. Due to a planned coach-type vehicle overturning in Corpus, 5 people lost their life and 3 others were injured. The security officials of Corpus said that this incident took place in Al-Asai district of the Corpus province yesterday afternoon. Officials of New Kabul City Construction Company says that the construction of the first phases of this town is on 39,000 acres of land, which in addition to 2 million houses includes mosques, clinics, entertainment place, and commercial market, which will be built worth $1 billion in the near future. More details in report.
A real shooting took place behind the Charnos. No cops showed up in person.
در فاز اول کابل جدید و خصوصا پارسالی بیک ما از استقامت می‌کنیم از شابیل شده.
We are not the microwave radio on that bus.
Oh, what's up, Say? Do you want to drink or something?
و کاری عملیش هم تقریبا 5 دقیقه طرف است که عملاً
The Ministry of Public Works has said that last month 365,714 metric tons were transferred through the railways of the country. According to the ministry, this transfer have been made through Hairatan, Aqina and Turkundi railways. And food was distributed to 500 families of orphans, widows and disabled people by a welfare foundation in cooperation with the Department of Military and Disabled of Helmand Province. The Ministry of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs says the aid includes flour, oil, peas, sugar, beans and rice, which were distributed to the poor families in Lashkargah city. This was the news. Thank you for your watching. Hello, welcome to this Haber News. Administrative Deputy of Prime Minister Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi met with Mochi Yamamoto, the head of the delegation of Japan's Sasakawa Peace Foundation, Atsu Adachi, the executive director of the foundation, and Tokoyushi Kramiya, the Japanese ambassador to Afghanistan and the delegation. At the beginning of the meeting, Todomachi Yamamoto praised the achievements of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in various fields. He added that Japan wants good relations with Afghanistan, especially in trade and economic field, and is trying to further develop these relations. Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, Administrative Deputy of Prime Minister, said that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is trying to maintain and develop these friendly relations in a good way.
A real shooting took place behind
Sohail Shohin, the head of the political office of Islamic Emirate in Qatar, met with the Italian chargé d'affaires for Afghanistan. Mr. Shohin wrote on his X page that in this meeting he discussed the current situation of Afghanistan, bilateral relations, the health sector, and a number of other project topics of common interest with her. The severing ceremony of the 19th President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian, was held in the National Council of the Islamic Republic of Iran led on Tuesday. According to Iranian officials, in addition to Iranian authorities, representatives of 80 countries and 10 international organizations participated in the ceremony. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, said that they are ready to build 4 big dams in the country next year. According to Mr. Mansour, the dam that will be built on the Kunar River will be able to supply 1,000 kilowatts of electricity to the residents of 34 provinces of the country. At the same time, the governor of Kabul says that dams worth 11 million apps have been built in 5 districts of Kabul.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water, put 5 dam projects into operation in Bagrami, Khakjabar, Charasyab and Musaid districts in Kabul province. The Ministry of Energy and Water said at the opening ceremony of these dams that 4 more large dams will be built next year. Mr. Mansour says that a survey has been conducted for the construction of the dam on Kunar River. According to the officials, if this dam is built, it will supply thousands of kilowatts of electricity to the 34 provinces of the country.
If we supply 1,000 megawatt electricity on Kunar River, all provinces will have 24 hours electricity. These projects are almost running during providing water and electricity. I wanted you to be sure, and we Afghans should use it.
Mr. Mansour adds that the leadership of the Islamic Emirate has approved the construction of the Shah Tut Dam, and if it's built, clean, healthy water will be provided to residents of the Kabul province.
We will drink water from Shah Tut and Panjshir Valley. These projects are inshallah on process, and the Shah and Aruz Dam will provide water for 20,000 people there. Water are stored there, and by piping, water will be brought to Kabul.
On the other hand, the governor of Kabul says that the dams built in 5 districts of Kabul can manage water well.
In 5 districts, Bagrami, Khakjabar, Surupi, Musai and Charasyab, 5 dams are put to use, which are made by the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan budget, in about 11 million Afghani, and this is because of the well management of Ministry of Water and Energy for Water.
Talks about construction of large dams are going on in a country while the European Union delegation in Kabul has expressed concern about the water shortage crisis in Afghanistan. This office has said that drought, air pollution and excessive use of water threaten people's lives.
23 people have been arrested in the country in relation with robbery, smuggling, gambling, disturbing public security, and transporting illegal weapons. The Ministry of Interior Affairs said that in the last 24 hours, 15 people were arrested in Nimruz, Ghazni, Corpus, Herat, Orozgan, Zabul, and Samangan provinces in connection with robbery, smuggling, and illegal weapons. The anti-narcotics police have arrested 24 people in connection with the sale, transfer, and use of drugs in different operations in Kabul. Also, the police arrested 19 people in Khost, Parvan, Baghlan, Ghazni, Nimruz, Samangan, and Farah province in connection with the sale, use, and transportation of drugs. From the arrested people, 9 kg of opium, 2 kg of hashish, nearly 2,000 tablets. The Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs have said that with the help of local officials, scholars and tribal leaders in Herat and Konar, Sarkano district, the enmity between the families due to which 3 people were killed has turned into friendship. The Ministry of Education officially launched the National Program of Electronification of Results and Certificate Tables with a unique initiative. Education Minister Maulavi Syed Habibullah Agha says that with the implementation of this program, any kind of erasure and manipulation in these documents will be prevented. More details in report.
The Minister of Education Maulavi Syed Habibullah Agha said, in the National Program for the Electronic Creation of the Result Table and Certificates of the Islamic Education and Teacher Training section, that with the implementation of this program, any kind of forgery and manipulation in these documents will be prevented.
By the efforts of the Deputy of Quality Assurance and this presidency, an action was done in which, Alhamdulillah, any kinds of forgeries in certification and result will be prevented.
Maulavi Habibullah Agha stressed on improving the quality of education in the country and called the assignment of affairs to professionals as a necessary requirement for development of the country.
If someone is qualified for a job and is charged to that job and has loyalty with his job, this way a nation can be led towards progress.
At the same time, the Director of the Affairs Department emphasized on the honesty and trustworthiness of the employees and the institution of the Islamic Emirate.
Those who have freedom, the self-confidence, the matter of working hard, serving people in worship manner, has respect to humanity and works to serve the upcoming generations.
Officials in the Ministry of Education say that if the country's education is equipped with advanced and modern technology, it will lead the development of the country.
If education is active in a country, so the country will be active in technology, modern science, and religious science. This country will be defended by education at any time. Inshallah, all other ministries and offices should progress like this and have harmony with the era to be developed.
According to the officials of the Ministry of Education, in last year's journal, this institution has distributed certificates to about 65,000 graduates of the 12th grade schools and high schools in Kabul city. Also, about 1 million certificates are in possession of the new standard for printing and distribution to the applicants.
The construction of 7 schools in Baraki Barak, Charkh and Kharwar district of Logar has started. This school cost about 50 million AFs, which will be completed within 6 months. After the construction of these schools, around 7,000 students will be provided with a suitable learning environment. And in Kunar, 450 youths graduated from the mobile phone repair, carpentry, carpet, weaving and 100 embroidery vocational studies. According to the officials, in addition to 6 months of education, they also gave working tools to graduated youths. The officials added that the purpose of these programs is to reduce unemployment in the country. This was the news. Thank you for your watching. Hello, welcome to this Haber News with me, Ashraf Suleiman Khil. The Economic Deputy of Prime Minister says that the export level of Afghanistan has doubled compared to the last 2 years. This deputy added that in order to further develop and standards export processing and packaging zone are being established in Kabul, Kandahar, Herat, Balkh, Nangarhar and Paktia provinces. According to international standards, according to the deputy, currently the country exports to 80 countries in 24 business sector continue normally. Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of Prime Minister, met with the number of journalists and cultures of different provinces. In this meeting, journalists and cultures referring to the creation of available opportunities regarding press activities, protection of culture, preservation of historical monuments by Islamic Emirates, asked the relevant authorities to pay special attention to the field of publishing their works. On the other hand, the administrative deputy of Prime Minister expressed that officials of Islamic Emirate will put efforts in the fields of preserving historical monuments, strengthening and expanding printed and visual publication. The Chief Police of Zabul Province, Qari Salahuddin Ayubi, met with the Administrative Deputy of Prime Minister, Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi. In this meeting, Mr. Ayubi informed the Administrative Deputy of the Ministry of Defense about the activities of the police commander of the mentioned province and the security situation, and people work confidently. Mr. Ayubi added that they do not allow anyone to undermine the security, and the security forces are ready to implement the instruction of leaders. Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of Prime Minister, praised the efforts of the security forces in the fields of security and welfare and called these forces considered them as obedient to Islamic and national principles. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Maulawi Amir Khan Muttaqi, met with the former chief of UNAMO and the leaders of SOSCOVA organization S2 Adachi. In this meeting, Mr. Adachi emphasized the comprehensive cooperation of the international community with Afghanistan and for the purpose of mutual cooperation. He officially invited the delegation of the Islamic Emirate to visit Japan. During this meeting, Mr. Muttaqi thanked Japan for its assistance and cooperation with Afghanistan and assured the visit of the delegation of the Islamic Emirate to the mentioned country. This Ministry of Foreign Affairs also explained the foreign policy of Islamic Emirate and the section of the balanced policy regarding the positive relations with the countries of the world. The Ministry of Finance has said in a press release that Turkmen customs officials have prevented the smuggling of various military equipment in an important commercial cargo. The ministry added that the captured equipment includes a 7Z rifle, 7 cartridge clips, 2 weapon stock and 99 M16 bolts and 2 band clears. The Ministry of Energy and Water, Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, talked about the water and energy projects in a meeting with the governor of Nangarhar province. In this meeting, the governor of Nangarhar talked about the need of the people of province for the electricity supply projects and requested the attention of the Ministry of Energy and Water in this regard. The Ministry of Energy and Water assured the governor of Nangarhar that problems and needs of the people of Nangarhar will be addressed in the implementation of water and energy projects. Mulahida Badri, Minister of Mines, met with the Governor of Nuristan, Konar, Laghman and Nangarhar provinces. In this meeting, the governors of the provinces, while presenting reports on their work progress, shared their suggestions and problems to improve affairs with the ministry officials. On the other hand, Mulahida Badri praised the efforts of local officials in the field of providing services, and in order to solve the problems, he gave them necessary gifts and guidelines. Sheikh Shahabuddin Delavar, the head of the Hilal Ahmar Afghani, met and discussed with Mohammad Saeed Al Ayyash, the ambassador of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in Afghanistan. The press office, this directorate has said Mr. Delavar asked for cooperation in field of hospital construction, cooperation in the field of medical equipment, and the construction of tent factory, the construction of the hospital of treatment of Herat public patient. The representative of European Union shows concern about the lack of water in Kabul. The office says that drought, air pollution, and overusing water threaten people. On the other hand, however, the Ministry of Energy and Water rejected the report and adds that people in remote areas have access to enough water. More details in report.
Some people are concerned about the lack of drinking water and say the level of water underground is getting down and can't provide themselves with water.
Qalanao city has problems in drinking waters. If government work and build reservoirs and dams and dig wells during the winter, people will have water in about 20 or 30 meters.
In the same time, some residents of Ghor province are facing the lack of water. They want the authorities to find a solution to the problem.
The problems we have in Ghor and district are water. Ghor has problems, especially in Dawlat Abad district, in which I'm living in. Even the city bazaar has not access to the drinking water. We want from the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to have attention providing water distribution networks. Because of the floods, people of Ghor are damaged and water distribution networks are raised.
Meanwhile, on Sunday, the authorities of the European Union in Kabul posted on their X page that saving the underground and the streams water is necessary and says that this is important for the coming generation.
The drought during the last 3 decades and using the underground water for watering the fields are the reasons that increase the problem of the lack of water in Afghanistan, and in many areas the level of the underground water has gone down.
The Ministry of Energy and Water rejects the report of the European Union and say that in majority of the areas people have access to clean water.
The
European community reported that 80% of Afghans do not have drinking water, and we reject this report. In different parts of the country, our countrymen are using underground water by digging wells, which are healthy water. In cities we have problems because in cities septics are not built on standards, and because of that our citizens don't have access to healthy drinking water.
Environmental protection activists also consider the lack of water in Afghanistan is a serious challenge in the country.
مردم افغانستان ما مطمئن نیستم که در این تدابیر چیزی کرده بتانند.
Afghanistan people, I'm not sure if they can something in this part. International community, international organizations, foreign aid organizations have rule because they cause climate to be changed and people are faced with climate change. We have signed conventions with them there. They have vital role in financial resources, technology transferring facilities, transferring knowledge, capacity building and transferring experiences for other countries.
Experts believe that the drought has negatively affected people's lives in all areas and damaged the agricultural sector, which threatens the food of millions of people.
General Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company Mullah Muhammad Hanif Hamza and Chief Director of the Office of the Prime Minister Dr. Mullah Abdul Wasi visited the route of CASA 1000 project in Khabak district from Baghlan during their visit to Panjshir province. Mullah Muhammad Hanif Hamza has given the necessary recommendations to the officials of Department of Programs for the purpose of monitoring this project and has assured all-round cooperation for the implementation of the project. This was the news. Thank you for your attention.
By the name of Almighty Allah, hello and good evening. Welcome to our news English package. This is Nadeem Shahid Rahimi. The spokesman of the Islamic Emirate, Maulawi Zabiullah Mujahid, says that the leaders of the Islamic Emirate, Honorable Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafizahullah, meet the official of the Ghor province and discussed the strengthening of the Islamic system, the implementation of the Sharia, the preservation of the goals and the achievements of the Holy Jihad, giving Islamic and educational ideas to Muslim children, and he talked about full obedience to his orders, compassion for his brothers, keeping away from disagreement and serving Muslims well. At the same time, the official of this province have shared some problems and suggestions of this province with Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafizahullah. The Islamic Emirate welcome India's decision to start issuing
You are not Heath.
Roger, we got the flag planes coming through.
2-4.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
For dispatch to uniform, wind speed traveling 12 miles per hour.
664.
We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location.
No, 310 warning and meter warning as well.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
You move. Jack 4, can you get the call making contact here with the kilo driver? EMS is around already.
Okay, are you coming over later?
Speed rail down by the vehicle face down by a passenger car. White jacket, blue yellow pants.
We are not people on bikes.
Visas to
And boy, if you could confirm.
Afghan citizens. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirates says that with the start of issuing visas to Afghan citizens, many problems of the businessmen and citizens of the country will be solved. On the other hand, the Chamber of the Commerce and Investments also says that with the start of issuing Indian visas, the problems of the traders in exports and imports will be solved. Implementation of the Sharia, the preservation of the goals and the achievements of the Holy Jihad, giving Islamic and educational ideas to Muslim children, and he talked about full obedience to his English package. This is Nadeem Shahid Rahimi.
being apartment 40, I've been advised of the juvenile, and that the Indian was shooting it towards the RP's vehicle. Then advised he came over, and confronted her, but I didn't give any descriptions. 6-1, with respect to Interview Montana, 2028.
I am a tactical asset computer system. Whatever, thanks for nothing. Hello, how are you?
For the Jordan Deposit, 2426 Belfast, 2426 Belfast. 240C.
Yes, strange is as strange does. Yes, we have many wheels.
Female. The mother's behaving erratically.
Cheers. We are not that call.
Owner, if it's from
We
the
are
government,
not that call.
Where exactly is he urinating at? 390. She's already leaving. She's the one in the action taken. She already spoke with the mother and everything's resolved.
Cheers.
There's one in the action taken. I already spoke with them. The mother's behaving erratically.
Cheers. We are not that call.
If you could check the stored vehicle in 358.
That radio program is not in our area.
Owner, if it's from
We
the
are not
government,
that
the
call. Cheers.
There's only action taken. I already spoke with them. The mother's behaving erratically.
Cheers. We are not that call.
If you could check the stored vehicle in 358.
That radio program is not in our area.
Owner, if it's from
We
the
are not
government,
that call. Temperature is different. Cheers.
There's only action taken. I already spoke with them. The mother's behaving erratically.
Cheers. We are not that call.
Bill 3174. Medics standing by. Over there. You want 14? If you could check the stored vehicle in 358.
That radio program is not in our area.
Owner, if it's from
We
the
are not
government,
that call. Temperature is different.
There's only action taken. I already spoke with them.
For the man down, it's going to be a common mitten. EC 5001, both units are crossing the next 1 minute.
The mother's behaving erratically.
Cheers. A real shooting took place behind. We are not that call. Cops showed up in person. We are not the fire department. Affirmative. I received the voice message. We may have to make a telephone call.
How's your clear for that? Robert San George, 9151. Robert San George, 9151.
The truck is fine and has an unknown location and a destination. Oh, we are not the fire department.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
I am a tactical asset computer system. Hello, how are you?
I'm too so far.
Sure, your subject is negative 29. TCRC and TRC, from the driver's license eligible, expired in 2013, 511, 152, Bianca Black.
You're welcome, no problem.
Wrong. Motion 91 is clear.
CCFD, fire group 9 call.
901.
A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
Yes, I am a computer.
You're going outbound right now?
We are not the fire department. We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location.
Rescue fire department advice sending the highway westbound. If you can call for rescue, everybody's out.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. Whatever, thanks for nothing.
I'm walking the streets line. Took the way he ran. Yeah,
Okay, are you coming over later?
we just need the left lane closed. We can open up the right lane and let traffic through. We're only close the left lane.
We are not people on bikes.
Unit 2.
A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person. Whatever, thanks for nothing.
39, National Capital.
You can show me clear, command will be left within your 12.
We are clear from the cops.
There was no Dodge truck or anything going out onto shoreline that I saw.
I'm having trouble logging on to my MDT, so I don't know if I'm not tracking or not, but it's fine. It's kicking out.
We are not people on bikes.
I'm at Toronto and Lawrence. I'm not seeing anybody.
Delta 2, just for the record, there's a white Ford F-350 or 250 and a white GMC truck here.
The wind is good for power generation. We are clear from radio units.
And Delta 3, we're going to be 5-7 on the shooting. There's no victim. No one's reporting anything close to that nature in the area.
This is dispatch.
Sorry, did you get any to the shooting deck as well so I can clear our camera?
Received.
A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
Officer 5-7, be drop.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Perfectly.
Number MG.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
Three two five. Can we clear for seven? Still in this press. Release zero.
325 from the major traffic after the day 102 Irish Church Station, Calgary.
We are not the fire department. The police are not me. Are they around right now? A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
Ops 24 clear, inner charge, Frank. 345, we're clear. We can go that measure.
We are clear from radio units. We are clear from radio units.
So we have one patient that was here for an
We are not that call. We are currently following posted speed limit laws for this location. We are not the fire department.
This is for 902 FedEx, Adam 2, and then I have 2 units in route for disturbance at 657 Mary, Both my units are...
We are not the fire department.
Vehicles is being struck by a bicyclist that they went to airs. Got seen on the airs in Guadalajara. You can look for the vehicle. Sorry, please.
Yeah, so 345 also for the victim here. He's breathing, unconscious, medics are determining life-threatening at this time.
We are not that call. Okay, we need fuel for sustenance. We are not the microwave radio on that bus. Hello, how are you?
That's when they get ready to control inside out there.
I am a tactical asset computer system. Whatever, thanks for nothing.
Before it raised, before Friday Day, they got a video of someone taking their fridge bowls and they want it back. Everything's close for at this time.
Say the ETA again? Yeah.
from the giver arriving in miles 1.3.
We are clear from whatever, thanks for nothing.
Charlie 260.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
Transfer received.
Whatever, thanks for nothing. A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person. Currently refueling for sustenance.
835 West WD. 835 West WD. 24 UUMB that occurred at the strike from Bush Infantry in contact with Veronica.
Currently refueling for sustenance. I am a tactical asset computer system.
Yeah. 110 rally with record at this.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
We're falling into the old German bakery. 15.
We are not that call.
Gotcha. I'm seeing the line of 76 in the middle of the runway, heading west on 37, basically crossing the median. Staying in the call advisory with the 86 at the curve, addressing all of that. Calling in a standby for EMS stage.
A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Attention EMS, can we get you outside of EMS 10B4, a female subject that fell and has a gash
You
to her
are not
head and is
Heath.
feeling dizzy. Attention EMS, can I get you outside of EMS 10B4, a female subject with a gash on her head and she feels dizzy. The RP should be pulling up any minute now.
66427.
We are not that repeaters radio traffic. We are not under radio controls. We are not Stripes calls. Yes, we are not that call. We are not medics or EMS1.
Charlie 370, Charlie 3.
That radio program is not in our area. I am a tactical asset computer system.
Lot 41B is 1044.
34 Cabo, return for the low passenger.
We are not under radio controls.
Charlie 363.
Yeah. I'm asking you what happened with your Alfred. 421, she went out to inside. She canceled at the door and said she was winning, didn't want to leave yet.
Yes, we have many wheels. We are not Stripes calls.
Minister of Communications and Information Technology, met with the governor and other local administration officials during the visit to Rezghan province. In this meeting, the governor of Rezghan stated that most districts of the province have currently benefited from communication and telecommunication facilities, and telecommunication networks are expanding in remote areas. On the other hand, the Minister of Communications and Information Technology, while assuring the local administration officials, noted that the ministry is trying to expand the level of telecommunication coverage in all parts of the country and resolve the problems of the people in this regard. Mullah Nuruddin Tarabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness and Combating Authority, met with the delegations of the Islamic Welfare Institute and Social Humanitarian Aid Institute and signed a memorandum of understanding with them. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Tarabi emphasized the important role of partner institutions in providing assistance to people in need and called on all agencies to increase the level of assistance.
We are not
to
the fire
people,
department.
considering the arrival of Communications and Information Technology, met with the governor and Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khaled. The governor of Nimruz met and discussed with some local administration officials in order to implement the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah on preventing human trafficking. In this meeting, the governor of Nimruz emphasized the full implementation of this decree, adding that the bad consequences of human trafficking should be shared with the people through mosques and the press. It's worth mentioning that in this meeting, a committee was appointed to inform the public about the harms of human trafficking and cooperate with the provincial administration in preventing this unpleasant phenomenon. The construction of water supply network in the Dastarchi district of Kunduz province has begun at a cost of 7 million Afghans through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of that province. According to local administration officials, with the completion of this project, 300 local families will have access to healthy drinking water. The sixth round of polio vaccination campaign began today, Monday, in 11 provinces of the country. According to the Ministry of Public Health, in this 3-day campaign, about 4.8 million children under the age of 5 will be vaccinated and receive vaccine. Since the beginning of the process of transferring nearly 110 kilowatts of electricity in 4 lots from the Kajaki Dam power plant, at a cost of which is paid by the Afghanistan Electricity Company,
we are
to the
not
provinces
that
of Lashkar and Kandahar, in order to solve the problems of the residents of the aforementioned provinces with the presence of participating companies. According to the Afghanistan Electricity Company,
okay, are you coming
this measure
over
has not
later?
only resulted in the complete control of the electricity generated in Kajaki Dam, but also had provided basic needs of electricity to customers in the fields of industry, trade, and lightening their homes. 2 tons of expired and substandard food and medicine were set on fire in the presence of delegation from the Tahar Public Health Department in that province. According to the Tahar Public Health Department, these expired and substandard materials include various types of medicines, beverages, and food, which has been collected from the pharmacies and grocery stores in Talqan City in the past 3 months. The National Disaster Preparedness Administration, with the support of partner institutions, has begun the process of distributing cash assistance to more than 500 needy affected families and heirs of martyrs and of natural disaster in the Tahar and Badakhshan provinces. According to local administration officials, the recipients of this assistance, while praising the activities of the local officials, called on other relief organizations to increase their level of assistance in affected areas. A total of 700 young members of the Ministry of National Defense received their graduation certificates after completing a round of professional military and ideological training at 207th Al Farouk Army Corps Training Center. According to the Ministry of National Defense, a ceremony officials asked the graduates to pass their training to other members. The Disaster Preparedness Directorate of Kabul Province, in cooperation with the international organization GNI, distributed food and non-food assistance to more than 200 families affected by natural disasters in the province. In another initiative, the Disaster Preparedness Directorate of the Kandahar Province, in coordination with the Department of Martyrs and Civil Affairs of that province, distributed food and non-food assistance to more than 100 families of martyrs and civil people in Spinboldak, Jeri, and Khakuri district of that province. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتو یې پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور
comprehensive modern medicine and entry modern medicine for
everyone, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين والعاقبة للمتقين اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على عبدك ورسولك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. We are finally at the most asked about companion since we have started the series, which is Khalid ibn al-Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. And as I have mentioned to you, the reason why it took 120 something episodes to get to Khalid radiyallahu anhu is because we were trying to cover the companions that embraced Islam in terms of their order. And obviously Khalid ibn al-Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu embraces Islam much later. So I wanted to inshallah ta'ala begin with the significance of Khalid just in the title that Al-Imam al-Dhahabi rahimahullah ta'ala gives him. He is Khalid ibn al-Walid ibn al-Mughira ibn Abdullah ibn Umar al-Makhzumi Sayfullah ta'ala wa Faris al-Islam. Imam al-Dhahabi rahimahullah ta'ala calls him the sword of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the hero of Islam, al-Imam al-Amir al-Kabir, Qa'id al-Mujahideen, Abu Sulaiman, the great Imam, the great
Engine I'll show you an out to assist the PD, the video 3102 airs, 3102 airs with the shape AC 3316, Christi, Charlton, the 3 Americans from earlier accident requesting flight appointment for host down, more crash flight dispatch at 2217.
Yes, we have many wheels. It is not bloody here at my current vector. We are not the fire department. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person.
Charlie 36 PM, clear. Charlie 36 PM, clear. '62, boy, gate 5. Received.
Boy, gate 5, 2220.
See you later. 104 radio program.
Airport 62, curbside.
We are not the fire department. We don't care about your unit's radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
Adam 221, Adam 220.
We are not Adam vector units.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Whatever, thanks for. A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
Great leader Abu Sulaiman al-Quraysh, one who planned this counterattack and that won the battle for the Meccans. So this is the first battle of Khalid radiallahu ta'ala. 100. طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Whatever is for nothing.
Let's go somewhere. It is not important where we're headed. Let's go somewhere. We will find a way.
went the other way. We should have went the other way on Redondo. Literally, we should have went south.
Squad 44, Medic 624, E, Squad 44, Medic 624, Operations A2.
Okay, are you coming?
On May
over
16,
later?
2023, officers from the Monroe Police Department in Ohio were dispatched to a situation involving a vehicle being intentionally set on fire.
Hey, do you live here? Come tell me what happened, hon. Yeah, let's come over here. Tell us what happened, okay?
It's not on fire, right?
I don't know. Let them deal with it. Is there anybody else in the house we need to know about?
In there.
I need you to stay here and let us deal with it, okay? Come tell me what's going on and who's all in the house. Nobody?
No, just my bird and my two cats.
Okay, well, they're taking care of that. Let's take care of you real quick, okay? It's just you by yourself, so.
I was dead asleep.
Yeah?
And he said, who's outside? We've got cameras on the house. He said, who's outside? And I said, what are you talking about? He said, who's the man that put something on her car? Because he's at work, and I guess he notified him that somebody was outside. So he looked, and he said, there's a man putting something on her car.
Okay.
And I pulled it up. I said, oh my God, hold on.
When the victim says she, quote, pulled it up, she means their house surveillance footage, which shows the entire crime being committed. The suspect, wearing a loose-fitting pair of lighter-colored sweatpants, latex gloves, a darker-colored shirt, a hat, and a mask, sets a box-shaped object on the vehicle. He then sets another object on top of it with a fuse-like wire sticking out of it. The suspect lights it with a lighter and walks away, which leads to the entire front end of the vehicle being engulfed in flames.
Came over, set a square box on top of her car.
Okay.
It just looked, I mean, I can show you, but it was something square. Walked all the way back over there and got something that almost looked like a lampshade. Set it on top of it, and then he lit it.
Okay.
He lit it, and then he walked away, and that was
Did
it.
the video show where he went?
I'm not
Do you have
sure.
access to the video?
I can pull up what I have right now.
That's fine.
While the victim shows the officers the surveillance footage, the fire department arrives and puts the fire out. The vehicle is a total loss.
Can you forward that to my email address somehow? Do you know how to do that?
I'll see if I can figure. I'm not.
Okay. So your video, where did it show him walk off to? Do you know?
It looked like he just came this way.
The suspect was just last seen over here in a cul-de-sac and then disappeared.
This officer, as well as many others in the area, both on foot and patrolling in their vehicles, all begin to look for any suspicious people in the vicinity. 10 minutes later, officers find a vehicle parked on the side of the road, only about 2 minutes away from the crime scene.
What's going on? Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just wanted to rest up a little bit. I have a long drive.
Why are you doing it out here?
No reason.
Hey, keep your hand up.
I'm just putting my seat up.
Well, keep your hands up. We're on the first cul-de-sac off of. Stop reaching at your seat, okay? Unlock the door. Where do you live?
I'm from New York.
You're from New York?
Yeah.
What are you doing out here?
Just came to visit a friend, really.
Where's the friend live?
That radio
down in,
program
Cincinnati,
is
but
not
he's
in our
working,
area.
like doing some construction over here.
Well, step out. Do you have anything on you? Any
real
weapons like
shooting
that?
took place
Turn and face the car.
behind Lucerno's.
You mind if I
No
search you real
cops
quick?
Showed up in person.
So why did you decide to just pull off in a neighborhood to sleep? I'm so confused.
Because I drove 40 miles here, and I literally came like an hour ago, and I was like shot, and so I just needed to knock out.
So you just pull off into a random neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it was right off of the street, whatever it is. I really didn't know where to go, because there's nowhere to there's no parking lots around here or anything.
Where's your ID?
It's in my phone.
You're from New York? Come over here with me. We're gonna stand by my car.
Okay. Is everything okay?
Just take a look.
Yeah. You said your phone's in the car? Yeah. Do you
Your
want
ID
on the back of it? Is that where you keep it? Yeah, it's in the case. I can open it. Do you care if I look at it? Thank you. All right.
Come over here with me.
Sure.
Just what you're saying to me is very confusing. It makes no sense to me.
I know. I'm sorry. It's the truth though.
But why would you, I just don't understand why you would pick this neighborhood to come in the back of, to sleep in front of these people's house.
Honestly, I just made the first right out of there because I needed just like a spot where I wasn't in the main road. And I'm sorry if like they called the cops or something because they probably thought I was, I don't know, doing something weird here. But I swear, like I'm not doing anything crazy out of left field or anything.
You mind if we search your car?
No, please go for it.
The reason why I ask is because there was somebody who set a car on fire.
Who set a car on fire?
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you set a car on fire?
They set the car on fire.
Like they lit the gas tank?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then you're back here.
No, I mean...
Well, you see how that's why I'm contacting you? You see how it's weird?
Yeah. But no, I mean, that wasn't me. Sorry.
How long have you been back here?
What time is it?
Currently refueling
about 3
for
o'clock in the morning.
I got here probably like around midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said we could search it if you want to do that.
Okay. Can you have him pop the trunk with this key?
Can you pop the trunk with the key? Or is the keys in it?
Yeah, no, I can pop the trunk with the key. Thank you. Sure.
Have you had anything to drink tonight?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Somewhere like down.
I came because I landed at CVG and I drove, it's like 40 miles and I was already shot from the freaking flight.
So where does your friend live?
Somewhere like down there, but he works up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Down where?
Near CVG. Near the airport, yeah. But I'm about to bounce if everything checks out here.
Cold?
It's warm.
Let me ask you. You be honest with me,
Yeah,
okay?
sure.
Are you waiting for somebody to get back in the car with you?
No, absolutely not.
Because if you be honest with me, things go, things will be a lot easier.
Sir.
But if you're lying to me, then we're gonna have some issues.
I understand, and like, trust me, I'm from New York. I've ran into cops before, when like getting pulled over for speeding or something like that. Like, I know the best policy is to be honest, and I'm not waiting for anybody. And I didn't set anybody's car on fire or anything like that. Promise you. Not like on any drugs or anything.
Okay.
I don't drink. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll
give me a minute.
Yeah, take your time. Sure.
Have you had a good look at who it was? I got this man here, but I'm not finding anything that would relate him to it. But right now, we're just gonna figure some things out. Okay. So you're not free to leave until we do that. Okay. And then we're waiting for your information to return.
My information to return?
Yeah, your ID. We ran your ID.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yes, I am always
The only problem,
listening.
see where we're coming from?
Yeah. How far?
I mean, if that was your house, wouldn't you be a little creeped out?
I thought that's the called the cops on me because I was sleeping over here and I was like, shit, like they're just gonna think I'm like trying to rob them or something. But no, like something like that. I honestly just made the first right off that road. Made the first right because I was like, yo, I need to. Anybody here?
This officer has now sent a picture from the surveillance footage that shows the suspect, so he can compare it to this man they're investigating.
PD dispatch call.
Do me a favor right now. We're gonna come over here and I'm just gonna put you in the back real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is everything okay? Is something come back bad on my ID?
No.
Okay.
No, not for right now. I just want to put you in the back of the car real quick so I can look at some things and go from there, okay?
Okay. You want to close my doors?
Yeah, I'll get it.
You want to take my keys?
Yep. That's about the same outfit. I want to see if there's a mask in here.
I don't remember if there was a COVID mask in there or not. Did he say who he was coming to visit from Newark? Why that's so important that he drive here?
No.
It's just weird that you would come to visit a guy for that long of a flight. Here's your COVID mask.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a lighter in here. He's got a torch lighter. Yeah, there's a torch lighter and a blue COVID mask in the center console. There's no luggage. There's no backpack.
Yeah, there's no hat.
Well, where's his luggage at? Where's his bag?
Let's detain him.
Yeah, he's in the car, right?
Well, yeah.
You searched him
Let's
real
just
good?
leave him there, wait for the detectives. I think this might be our guy.
A K-9 unit is now brought to the crime scene at the victim's house so they can pick up and track the suspect's scent. Officers now simply have to see if the K-9 unit leads officers to the same male they're investigating a couple minutes down the road.
So I'll be honest with you, man. We got a dog that's tracking right now, okay?
Okay.
From where the crime happened, okay? You be honest with me. Is that dog going to lead straight to this car?
No. I promise you it's not.
Okay. All right.
There was something in the back seat because you can see an impression and you can see a piece of a glove, purple glove right there.
Yep.
And then there's an impression.
Which there was a box.
A box?
It was like a box here.
Yeah, that's a box. That's the shape of a box.
And he's wearing the same shirt and the same outfit.
I venture to say that he definitely needs to be talked to.
Yes, he does. So I'm going to stop questioning him now and let detectives.
Yeah.
Just give us 1 second, all right, ma'am?
Take your time.
Okay.
While the K-9 nears the end of its scent, a couple officers arrive at the location of the male under investigation.
Did they kill the track already?
They were walking this way.
Dave, was he in that car? Yeah.
The K-9 tracked the scent to the car the male was found sleeping in, prompting newly arriving officers to discuss their new #1 suspect.
So he's in the back of my car.
Okay.
He's not handcuffed.
Okay.
Because we didn't know at first.
Okay.
He said that he's visiting a friend, and he pulled off the side of the road because he was too tired to drive.
This
he
car
said
here?
Yes, he said he's been here since 12 o'clock.
Okay.
And said that he hasn't moved. So if you want, I don't have a hat. It's the only thing I don't have. But if you want to look at him and everything, it looks like
You
the
identified him? It does?
Yes. Go
Beard?
look at him. He's got a
Hat,
beard.
shirt.
He's got the same clothing. He's got the reflective shoes. Everything.
Hey, how you doing? Good. Hey, just need to talk to you for a minute, okay?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna read your rights real quick. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in a situation down the street where you lit something that caught on fire?
No.
I'm gonna point blank ask you.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. I understand that you're over here visiting friends, but you parked over here for a reason. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
It's not me.
That's not you?
No.
Sure looks like you and everything you're wearing.
It's not me.
That's not you, huh? Look a little closely. Your heart's starting to race a little bit more.
Is it? Because it's
LPD.
It's not me. I feel like you're
You
trying
are
to
not
tell me it's me, but it's not.
We are not,
It's not
that
you, huh?
call.
It's really not.
That's not you?
No.
No. Okay. Well, it's kind of funny how that appears to be you. Reflective shoes, pants,
Are they
the shirt, your
No.
beard.
That is not me. Man, I don't know what to tell you. That's just not me.
Okay. Well, right now you're going to be detained until further notice.
We are
okay?
not
We
that
find out what's
call.
going on here.
Okay.
All right?
Sure.
Okay. We need to make sure that you're involved or you're not involved.
LPD.
Okay. So I'd rather you be honest with me when we talk about the situation and what's going on.
So,
No, you stay right there.
yeah.
Be honest with me and tell me what's going on, because if I find out you're lying, we're going to figure
We
out some
are
more
not
things going on
that
here. And if I
call.
find evidence that points you that it's just you,
It's not me.
we're done.
Okay. Sir, it's not me. I promise you, it's not me. I picked the wrong spot to take a nap. I don't know anything about that. It wasn't me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, There'll be other evidence we'll have to determine here in just a few minutes, though. But right now, like I said, you're being detained, so I'm gonna put handcuffs on you. Okay. Turn up, put your hand in your back. Go and turn to there you go. Turn to left. Do we have permission to look for your vehicle?
Yeah.
Look through your vehicle?
Absolutely.
We do?
Yeah.
You have consent to do so? Can you tell me that on camera recording?
Yeah.
What is your first name?
Farhan.
All right, sit that for a minute.
I forgot to tell you too, he has a perfect box impression in his back seat.
Okay.
Yes, the
Like
tactical
that
assist
package is
system
on the
is
car.
I can say it's probably pretty darn close.
CCPD dispatch.
If you look in the
shooting took place.
center console, there's a
We are
COVID
not
mask.
that call.
In the center console, in there. Where? In that. In the center console here? Okay, well, if you've already, you guys already had consent from him?
Yes.
Okay, if you've already got all that, we'll just stop right here. Because, there's no need for me to even go further then.
The dog picked up hard coming down, and he came down here, and as soon as we hit this street, he picked up super hard. Because he said, you'll know when he's tracking, he said, because he'll start basically jogging. And we was jogging here, as soon as we hit this street, he was like...
While searching the area around the suspect's car, officers found multiple plastic bags with a hat, multiple sets of latex gloves, and another mask within them, not even 10 feet away from the vehicle, underneath a pine tree.
Got his gloves and everything. Yep.
Can you explain why no more than 10 feet from your car is a hat that matches the exact picture from the suspect in the video?
I can't, but
Are your fingerprints going to be on that bag?
maybe, I don't know.
Is your DNA going to be in that hat?
It shouldn't.
Okay, so there's no way your DNA can be in that hat. So when we test it, we're not going to find your DNA in there.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, no.
Okay. I guess I'm a little confused. This is a pretty random, off the beaten
Just so you know,
path
I
area.
did see people walking around it.
Okay, this is a very random area to be.
Yes. Now look, when I was asleep, somebody might have come, thrown a bag there. I don't know.
We'll be back with you in a bit, okay?
I got pretty much everything over here that's his. You got gloves and a mask. In the other bag, you have gloves, a receipt, a mask, something else, and a hat.
You are not.
So this is everything he was wearing. It's gonna be him, bro.
Okay, so the hat, the gloves, receipts are all in that bag.
What receipt?
I haven't looked at the receipts yet, but there's receipts in there. So obviously they're going to be checking video from the stores that those receipts were used at. This is the last time I'm going to say it. If you have any involvement in this, now's the time, because things are kind of spiraling out of control if you're involved in this.
I'm not the one that gets my hands dirty. I'm just gonna say that. I didn't do it.
Are you suggesting that somebody else did it for you?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying I didn't do it.
Okay. All right. We're going to have one of these gentlemen take you back to the PD. We're going to have to get a search warrant for DNA. Get a search warrant for your phone. Based on what I've got out here right now, I have more than enough to charge you with this crime. And that's an F1 ag arson.
We don't care about your unit's radio traffic.
I'm not the
we
guy.
don't want to hear
I'm not saying you are or you're not.
But
Okay.
you're putting me through this. It's gonna hurt my family in a really, really bad way.
We'll get it figured out. But right now, I'm just being honest with you. It doesn't look good. Well, yeah, one of these gentlemen will take you back to the PD and we'll get it figured out.
In addition to all the evidence so far, people who live in this area also have surveillance footage that caught the specific times that the suspect parked on the street. Officers discuss these specific times and relate them to the suspect's claim of being parked there since midnight.
221 is when it got lit. 227 is when they're saying they saw the video of him coming in here. So him being here since midnight is not correct.
Place
No.
behind
So they
the
actually
journals, no
saw video of
cops
him coming
showed
up when?
up
The car.
in person.
The car came when?
Right after the call came out. Right.
Yeah. So you said you came out here around 12, around midnight? They got video of you pulling in here around 2:25. You've been lying to us from the start, man. So we're taking you back to the PD. We'll go from there. But
When is the hearing?
I don't know yet. That'll be up to the courts.
Go ahead, step out. We're gonna walk right in here, okay? Stay right over here.
Okay. I know you probably can't, but can I get these off?
Huh?
Can I get these off?
We will when we get down there.
Okay. I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I'm not the guy that did this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not the guy who gets my hands dirty, you know? It's just not me.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you know something about the crime, then you might want to tell the detective.
At this point, I think I just need a lawyer, honestly, because I'm not the guy that did this, and you know, you told me I'm being charged with it, like I did do it. So.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
Farhan, the #1 suspect, was charged with aggravated arson, breaking and entering, and possession of criminal tools. His vehicle was towed and impounded as evidence. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Now, off the record, but most cops can tell when you're lying. Hey everyone, I'm John, and I appreciate you for watching. Now, every year, police and fire departments face a troubling rise in vehicle arsons. And in fact, these arsonists can cause devastating financial losses, not just to vehicle owners, but to entire communities as well. Now, in my rookie years, I once had to hold a crime scene on last out of a vehicle set on fire. And I remember thinking, why? Because normal people just don't do this. After the scene was clear some hours later, I found out that the vehicle was connected to a homicide in another district, and the people connected to it were attempting to destroy evidence. However, detectives, of course, took the case from this point, but it always remained with me that people will go to extraordinary lengths just to cover up a crime, and that's scary. Now, today we have a case out of Ohio, a burning vehicle, a man placing items on that vehicle, camera footage showing the entire incident, and an unidentified male does this and then calmly walks away. Now, this is chilling to me because people are in their homes asleep, and if the fire department wasn't able to act quickly enough, this could have ended even more tragically. Now, police soon canvassed the neighborhood and they found a male asleep in a vehicle. His story is he's resting up due to his long drive back, and that's definitely suspicious to me, especially at this time. And if you watch his exaggerated response when the officer tells him that someone set a car on fire, he laughs and says, "How do you set a car on fire?" Now, in that moment, in my opinion, I believe he knows more than he's saying, and I believe the officer speaking to him knows that something is up as well. And what do you know? The K9 leads officers back to the suspect's vehicle, and the look on his face when the suspect looks at the phone image was priceless. Now, police did have a crime scene, and that scene did possibly go beyond just the vehicle. They interviewed the woman with the footage, they got the K9 out there to track his scent, read him his rights, and gathered evidence of what they had. However, it cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the man in the video, and that's the totality of all the circumstances. Now, do I think that he was involved with the crime? Absolutely, but it cannot be proven that he was the man in the video, and unfortunately, that's just the nature of fighting crime. That's all I have for today, guys. Remember to be safe, and I'll see you on the next one.
On July 24th, 2023, an officer with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office attempted to pull over a vehicle with no license plate. However, the vehicle accelerated, taking the police on a harrowing chase through the city. As more police officers joined the pursuit, the suspect's options narrowed, and he grew more brazen in his attempts to elude police. And you'll never guess how it all ends.
908 will call in on Binder. Westbound Capital. Jesus Christ.
65. Remain light traffic. Coming up the 20th here shortly.
Wrong lane of traffic. It's going to be going back on Atkinson, I believe. Disregard. He's going back left towards Capital. And westbound Capital from 20th. Braking for the light at 20th. Still westbound Capital, no traffic. It's got the green light at Titonia. Speed you're at 62. So at least 2 occupants in the car. The passengers return around. Slowing for the light.
That radio program is not in
coming out to Titonia here. So northbound on Titonia. Any MPD squads going northbound on Titonia right now, they would have sticks. Just past the Ruby, coming up the light here, slowing for the light, almost comes to a complete stop. Still northbound on Titonia, passing Hampton, speed you're at 55. Coming up to a little bit of traffic here. Slowing for the traffic. Passing Cameron, still north on Titonia, speed at 60. Traffic is yielding, he's slowing for traffic. Attempted sticks at Villard, unsuccessful. Still northbound Titonia, just past Villard, speeds are at 75. Light traffic. And he's putting on his blinker. Disregard here, he's gonna north on Titonia through Silver Spring. Speeds are at 55, no traffic.
That radio program
still northbound. It's coming up to some construction here, speeds are at 75. Traffic's yielding. Traffic yielding.
Come on, Sydney, press the gas.
And he's going into oncoming traffic, but there's no traffic. He's in the, looks like the auto parts store here.
Might be disabled. He's going west through the parking. We're going back southbound to the parking lot. Come back up to Titonia.
A real shooting took place behind Luciano's. No cops showed up in person.
Southbound Titonia. He's coming back to Silver Spring here shortly. Just south, just passing Florence right now. The light traffic. Speed here at 65. Southbound Titonia, coming up to Silver Spring, speed here at 85, no traffic. Keep on runway, Silver Spring. Going back to Silver Spring the wrong way on the on-ramp. Might be correcting himself here.
I am attacked
South on 34th.
computer system.
And from 37, speed at 45. No traffic.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.
Still eastbound. Just past 30 seconds.
We are not that calm.
Gonna be 31st from Manson. No traffic, no pedestrians. Still south. We going through Portland. Speeds are at 35 miles an hour. Still southbound. Passing Willendale. Contact here eastbound. No traffic. Speeds at 55. In this oncoming lane, but there's no traffic. Keep correcting himself. He's going through the light here at 27. He's going to be going southbound 27th Street. From Atkinson. Speeds are at 60. Minimal traffic. Traffic is yielding. Southbound 27 from Hope. Speeds are at 68. Coming up to a green light here. You need to be back in oncoming traffic just south of Capitol 27. There's slow traffic into the oncoming lane. He's both southbound. Speeds are at 55. He's smoking. Vehicle no smoking. Looks like somebody losing a tire. Southbound 27th Street from Nash.
A rear shooting took place behind the Chernos. No cops showed up in person.
Cell phone here, just passing over
from radio units.
Going for the red. You go through the red and relax. 365, just past Chamber cell phone. Through the red and Lucas. Back in line, coming traffic. Tracking himself. 306.
Keeps looking, stop the brakes from his rear.
10-4, still southbound. Coming up with some traffic with fielding, and he's going to be going back eastbound. I'll get your street in a second for 27.
Find your leg.
He's coming up.
A real shooting took place behind the Chernos. No cops showed up in person.
Find the leg in Cypress. Still southbound. Southeast, coming up full of heavy traffic, just past both 360. You'll have now.
He's on a roaming.
In the oncoming traffic now, still southbound on Fond du Lac. He's in the oncoming lane of traffic, but there's zero traffic coming out. Still southbound on Fond du Lac. Surely 3 traffic.
There's more traffic coming up.
He's coming up to the freeway here, he's in the wrong lane.
Correct as himself.
Coming up to 43 in Fond du Lac.
Advise sheriffs.
We are not that call.
Going through the right, he's going under 43.
He's gonna stick in traffic over here.
Going back into the wrong lane of traffic. Unless he turns here 20 now, we're going to terminate if he's getting down front.
Down for
Just pass out. Nope.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions. We are not dispatch radio traffic.
We've run snap now, still eastbound.
The wind is good for power generation.
PD dispatch call.
Water Street.
northbound on Jefferson.
So northbound on Jefferson, coming up the water, just past Lion.
We are not that
40.
call.
Westbound and Pleasant.
Westbound Pleasant, speeds are at 55.
2017 Royal Outfield, 1 to 80 on the elevation. Recently, your facility was released due to different conditions. Right now, you're coming in because you had a defibrillation roughly about 20 to 30 minutes ago. Patient is able to report the G4 15.
Passing 7, he's slowing down.
Okay.
Northbound on 7.
Yes, and system is active. The location see later 104 radio code.
Come into it. 5 minutes.
Below cow.
17 Royal Outfield, 1 to 80 on the outpatient. Recently at your facility was released due to a couple different conditions. Right now he's coming in because he had a defibrillation go off roughly about 20 to 30 minutes ago. Patient is aiming time towards GCS of 15.
We are not
They were
that
oriented.
call.
Stated that it happened kind of random. It happened before from a defibrillation that was put in around 2018,
We are not Adam
2019.
Veteran units.
Range where we weren't seeing what kind of
Get over here now.
Over here! Keep rolling! Keep rolling! We're looking at 90 right now on the monitor. SPO2 is 97%. Keep rolling! Some page notes up to the monitor. Keep rolling away! Facility, roughly in about 5 minutes.
Don't reach for anything, you understand me?
I got a broke arm.
Okay. Anybody else in the car?
We are not that call.
Don't move!
A real shooting took place.
Put your hand back here,
behind-
man.
We are not the fire
Stand up,
department.
stand up, stand up. You injured? I don't think so. Stand up, man. I don't want this thing to explode. It started fire.
See you later, 104
Keep rolling.
radio program.
Keep rolling! That's your dad?
See you later, HEB.
Hey, can you please? My wallet is in the car.
Dead end of 7th from Capitol. That's fine, keep rolling. Keep rolling towards me.
We are not medics for
Keep rolling.
EMS1.
Either in route.
Keep rolling.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Gordy, Gordy.
Hey, get over here. Get over here. Stand up.
I got a broke arm, sir.
You have a broke arm? Which
Yes,
arm?
sir. This is right one.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Can you move it at all?
Get the wallet out the car, please.
I'm not worried about your wallet, my man. What's up with this arm?
This is fine.
Fine?
This one's
Sit
fine.
up. Sit up.
Okay.
Now stand up. Do you have anything on you?
I don't know.
You have a gun?
No, hell no. I got a broke arm.
Yeah, stand up. Stand up.
You gotta move. Ah, shit.
Got a burning Come back here.
And I got a broke ankle, too. Got a broke ankle.
Croods, move your car.
Yeah, damn, man. Hurry up. Get a fire extinguisher.
Well, I ain't getting a fire extinguisher, my man. Over here. Over here. Over here. Over here. Sit. Sit.
Oh, shit. Hey, get a fire
No, this is them.
Fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I'm not getting a fire extinguisher, my man.
Please don't let the car burn up. The car, please. Bro. Please, the car, man. Get the wallet out the car, please.
How old is he? We don't know. How old are you?
Hey, get the wallet out the car.
He has a broken arm and a leg. Someone get your cuffs off.
I can explain everything.
Well, that was stupid.
No, my life was in jeopardy.
From the police?
No.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was chasing me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the policeman.
Yeah, somebody was. Okay, I could just broke arm. Just broke arm. It's a ride. God damn, man. My wallet. Get my wallet out the car. Hey, you can please get the wallet. Hey, the wallet. Bro, please
A
do not
real
let the
shooting
wallet burn
took
up.
place behind Luciano's. No cops showed
Hey,
up
can
in
somebody get the
person.
wallet?
Burning car, bro.
Bro, please get the wallet, bro.
Well,
how's it going? Hey, listen. Do not let the wallet burn up. The wallet is very important.
I can't get in there,
Listen,
man.
without the wallet, it's no. Please get that wallet.
Yes, we have many wheels.
I'm out of here.
Can I get you like something to wipe my face?
Yeah, I'll get some over first. Just back this thing up.
We are clear from the box.
LPD. Corpus PD dispatch call.
One more, then I'm gonna go. I know. I got Cody right here.
Yes. I was just in the passenger.
Well, no, you on probation or parole or anything?
We are not that
Nothing at all?
You know.
So your dad was just driving?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what he got going on with the, you know. I don't got nothing. Ain't nothing on me, you know. I ain't got no.
Nothing's gonna be in that passenger seat?
Nothing.
No guns, no weed, no something stupid? Because once the fire department... Pull him over here.
See you later when printed in Corpus. That radio program is not in our channel. We are clear from radio units.
Unlock this.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
He's gonna have to get looked at. Is your chest still hurt?
Yeah.
That's it? No. Well, it's on fire. Did you see the officer try to pull you over?
I ain't had nothing to do. I don't know what that's, you know, I don't know what he got going on through his mind, but I know.
Well, I'm just curious if he was saying anything, because he was
license and shit.
because he was driving fine for a little bit, like, and then all of a sudden you just started driving crazy.
In the Walmart parking lot. I don't know.
That's negative.
You said your dad just got shot at?
Probably around your PD.
Or he got shot?
Yeah.
Stand by.
Where'd he get shot at?
South side. This is like a month. Probably a month and a half.
Is that why his arm's broken?
Yeah, he just had a metal rod.
I was gonna say, you can see the mark. So his arm's broken because he got shot on the south side? Alright, just give me a second, alright, man? I'll have the officer chill with you for a second, alright? Where's the other guy?
He's at an ambulance with their Mueller's with him. So the driver was so concerned about his wallet, he just kept asking us for a wallet.
Well, he kept saying that he's not a felon. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a gun in here.
There's a bunch of baggies in the door too.
You got gloves on?
No, I mean I have those ones.
Yeah.
He was so concerned about it.
Scale right here.
On the floor. See it?
Huh?
There's a round on the floor next to the gas pedal.
We are clear from the cops.
Alright, I'll be able to get your blood sugar, okay?
Here's his wallet.
You got my wallet? Let me see.
I got your wallet.
What's in my wallet?
Everything.
Look at the ID. Look at it. Look at my license.
Yeah, what about it?
Look at the name. Look at it.
What, Wade?
That's my name, bro.
It is.
Yes. It's wet. Why is it wet for?
I ran him if you did that.
Wait, brother.
Oh, all right.
Why is my wallet wet?
Because they sprayed it because your car's on fire.
Whatever, thanks for nothing.
Yeah, clear that in the car, please.
Just put it on the seat.
You put it on the seat and do it. Alright, man, right now there's a gun right where you were sitting.
I ain't my gun. I ain't
Well,
my car.
but it's where you were sitting. So right now you're gonna have to come back to the police department. Well, we can have a conversation about it, but right now it's sitting where you were sitting. All right, you get what I'm saying? Like, there's not a whole lot I can do. You get what I'm saying? So it's sitting where you were sitting. More IDs?
No, more ammo. Here's my scribe. This is my hands are wet.
Where's the ammo?
This is all in center console. Box of ammo, center console.
Nice. Is it cold?
Yep. Hollow points. But I found another thing over on that side.
The 99, do you have those?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is center console.
One's going to be out of Greenfield Department. It's going to be for obstructing. And I'm also showing a felony full-on conviction out of West Dallas for carrying a prohibited weapon.
10-4, so I assume he's a felon.
Affirmative.
10-4, thank you. What's up?
Mom was in there still?
Yeah, she found it.
It works?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if she found it though. To be honest, I gotta check. All right, man, I got to... I'll check for you. I got to read this to you, though, so you just got to listen, okay? All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before any questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you wish. If you decide to start answering questions right now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish and ask for a lawyer. Do you understand your rights? All right, you want to talk to me?
That's not my car. That's not my thing.
So here's the deal, man. I've been doing this for a little bit, okay? I'm not trying to get anyone jammed up, but we're also not stupid.
It's not mine.
But hear me out. Hear me out. If you're in the car with someone, I've had people tell me that they're like asleep in the back when we're in pursuit. No one's asleep during damn pursuit. You're driving like crazy. You get what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? There's ammo in the car. There's baggies in the car. There's weed in the car. There's bullets all over the place in the car, right? Like, if someone had a gun on them and I was in the passenger seat and say someone in the back or whoever had a gun, I would probably know they had.
We don't care about your
you get what I'm saying?
radio traffic. We don't want to hear it.
So let me ask you a question. Because I don't think your dad was quiet the entire time while he's driving like crazy. Okay? Your dad's got warrants, shockingly, for having a gun he's not supposed to have.
I don't know.
What did he say when he took off? Because he's not just... If someone's going to be driving all crazy, they're not going to take off and be like, just stone cold quiet the whole time. You get what I'm saying? Either you're saying something like, what's going on?
All I know, when y'all flicked the lights, he was pulling over and he just said, that shit. I don't know. I don't have no... That's my dad at the end of the day.
I get it.
I could tell you out of, man to man, that's not my gun. That's not my gun.
Is any DNA going to come back on your gun? Or on that gun?
Not for me.
Not at all?
LPD.
You care if we take...
LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
We are not that call.
LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
We are not that call. Affirmative, I received the voice message. I am listening to voice comments right now.
Charlie 230, same traffic. Adam 420 clear.
Spin around, boy. Spin around.
We are clear from
Watch
radio
my cat
units.
fellas hard at work. Spin around.
On July 20th, 2024, police were dispatched to an apartment complex after receiving calls about a man who was harassing his neighbors.
No cops showed up in person.
Hey, sir.
What's up?
Can we talk to you real quick, man?
No, I'm busy.
What's up?
I'm busy.
Doing what?
On a phone call for my job.
All right, we just need to talk to you real quick.
About what? Hold on. Yes, sir. Sir, I've been approached by officers. For some reason, his...
Okay. Guys, no.
Shut the up, you square ass nigga. Okay. This piece ass officer. Round ass head, bald head ass. Shut square ass up. I'm sorry.
Whatever, thanks for
I will call you right after. I need to take care of this. Yes, sir. Okay, bye.
Alright, so what's going on here?
I don't know. You wanted to talk to me, you square ass pig.
A real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person.
Yeah. Okay, and I said what?
We are not medics or
EMS1.
EMS1.
He got something with his family, bro, so he's drunk, obviously. Came over here to hang out. Too drunk, I can't deal with it. I'm getting a headache. I'm like, bro, you gotta go to your sister's because his sister lives down over there. I don't know if his sister's home because the phone dead. He doesn't want to charge it. He just wants to talk and yell and scream, bro. So I'm like, all right.
So I was threatening somebody, and they had a dog.
That's just what I'm hearing. That's why.
Yeah, get your ears checked, you square ass pig. I don't have any information for your square ass. I have a question for you. How often do you and your wife have sex? Very little often, huh? I guarantee you what. You tell me her first name and last name, and I can almost guarantee you I will f her. Okay. Better than you could ever. Okay. And I swear to pot. I mean, it's gonna be a beautiful creep pie.
We are not the
fire. Beautiful black kid, goddammit.
A real shooting took place behind Lucharno's. No cops showed up in person.
I'll catch this on camera.
You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
And his daughter.
Is this your friend?
Hell no, I don't know him, gang.
He don't know me. Guess what, square? You see him trying to connect us and shit? Just like a square ass pig. No, guess what? Alyssa, your daughter? Yeah, I know her. Yeah. Guess what? I want to tell you something.
Look, man, I've never met you before.
Shut the f up.
Do you live around here?
Square ass nigga. Yeah, I live around here. Do you?
Fuel for
Get out of here.
sustenance.
Square ass nigga. Okay. I never met you before. Do you live out here? Do you feel tough and powerful? I mean, do you? I mean, I can just, like, you're giving the vibe that you got bullied every year of your entire miserable existence in public school. And now here you are, finally reclaiming the power that he never had. Right? Is this what this is? You bum-ass loser? I mean, why else would anybody choose this as a means of living? I mean, listen. Guess what?
I'm just talking to you.
Look, he's just talking. Guess what? No need to explain. His wife? Let me guess. Her name's Alyssa. Record his face. Are you recording it?
We are not
And his
Charlie
daughter?
Vetter units.
Her name's Eva, isn't it? Yeah. And she's about, what, 21? My age?
Cheers.
Yeah? Guess what? No. I can promise you she's 21 and my age. Because I have a video of us having consensual sex that I'd love to post across the internet. Because it's consensual.
Do you have any idea on your thing, man?
No, I don't, you square ass nigga. What's it to you? I'm going back to my home. Why don't you go back to your home and talk some sense into your thought ass daughter, who, mind you, I have, I mean, absolutely. I'm talking about her head. I mean, take it, and I was literally in her throat. I'm talking about, nigga, I was literally her throat.
Where do you live at?
You know where I came? Guess.
I don't know.
Guess where I came? I told her to pull out, turned her around, and bust in her pussy. So guess what? You're gonna be a grandpa!
What's your first name?
Nanya.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
And you, I'm not stupid. You want to catch me on lying to a officer, right? My first name, officer, is Antonio. Okay. There's no warrants. There's nothing out to get me. You can try. I know you. Of course he's gonna try, right? Of course. I'm a black male. He's gotta try. There's gotta be something on this, right? So square ass the on, bro. Okay. Look how this nigga's standing right now. I'm like, who the do you think you the Well, I mean, okay. Where do you live at?
But it doesn't make sense.
So why does where I live that make any sense?
Because I'm not acting the way.
Where do I f your daughter? Why does that matter?
But I'm not. It makes sense because I'm just.
You know, I'll tell you what.
You're walking around.
Sometimes
you're walking around here causing a problem with people.
No, I'm not. And guess what? You're gonna tell him how he just told you how I wasn't causing any problem, right?
Oh, that's not what he told me.
Really?
Right.
You want to bet?
He says you need to get home.
You want to bet?
No, I don't bet.
Do you want to bet?
No, I don't bet.
You don't?
Yeah.
At all?
Tony, where's your sister at?
My sister.
Cheers.
Yeah, he said your buddy said you were walking to your sister's house.
We are not Stripes calls.
You hear him? You hear him? You didn't hear him? He asked, where is my sister at? I know. Crazy. Officer, I hate to inform you, but, I mean, I might have came out as a dick. And I'm sorry, you know. I've had a couple drinks. I lost my job. I got a couple drinks. I might have said some mean things to the bar.
The location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Hey, what did he tell you about my
Location
sister?
coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
You hear him? Walk to my sister house. Do you want to tell him or should I? My twin sister has been dead for the last 10 years.
Do you have another sister?
None.
Okay. Who do you live with in?
I
By
am
myself.
a
I pay my
tactical
own
asset
bills,
computer
officer.
Would you like a
system.
ride home?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I'm enjoying the free
We
air.
are not that call.
But you're harassing people.
Have I committed a crime? I mean, if anything, you come up to me while I'm enjoying the free fresh air, talking to my neighbor, and you come up to me talking about my dead twin sister who died 10 years ago, and talking about how I'm harassing you?
That radio program is not in our area.
You know what I meant, square ass nigga. Like, let's be literal. Like, are you being dead ass right now? Did you not know what I meant, or you just said to be smart? Smart ass. Shut the f up. Shut up. I'm talking to an adult. Okay.
Go, then talk to him.
See yourself out. Thank you.
Go talk to him then.
I'm working on that. Can you just? Yeah. Good boy. Good. Look at that. Tax dollars hard at work. Hey, I'll tell you what. Watch this. Spin around, boy. Spin around. Watch my tax dollars hard at work. Spin around. And what the f?
Is he staying with you? You don't know him at all, right? You just watching it? All right.
Hey, nigga, you don't know me for real. Bro.
Would you like to meet him and he can come in with you?
Calls.
Okay. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying.
Fernandez, what did you tell him? His sister wants to talk to him. Absolutely.
That radio program is not in our area.
Yeah, what's
We
going
are
on?
not that repeater's radio traffic.
I'm in the peace and free. And can y'all believe that? Okay, shit. You hear that?
See, I already
It
disrespected
be
me.
your
Trying to
own
fight my
people.
father.
Shut the f up and walk on, you useless bitch. Nobody's
Whatever
talking to you.
thanks for nothing.
You are as useless as the.
You walk up on me, I'm gonna beat your mother ass like your mama should have.
Yeah, you hear this nigga?
I
Don't walk
am
up on me or what?
a tactical
Or what?
asset computer
He's
system.
been threatening me, and I'll make a report. You need to get from down here.
We are not that
Please tell me,
call.
what was the threat? Did I tell her that I value my toilet paper? Did I wipe my ass with more than her life? Is that a threat?
All the way from out of town.
I mean, like, honestly, mind you, both y'all know who my mom is. I would assume so.
He lucky my son not here.
See that? They don't know who mom.
He lucky my son not here.
I know. I don't want to tell her who mom is because it's going to be bad news for her. Hey, I'm going to call you in a bit. Okay, I have to tell him. I know mom's going to be pissed, but I have to tell him. Okay, I'll talk to you in a bit. Bye. You better not tell mom. I'll tell her. Okay, whatever. All right, so you go. You go.
We are not filter vector unit.
Your sister drive?
We are not
That's my
a fire
sister?
department.
No, she doesn't. But
doesn't
sir,
drive.
if I need to get picked up, they don't know who my parents. You didn't tell them the half of it, did you? Go ahead. Tell them about how it's a pain in your ass, but how I also funded everything that you wanted for 2 weeks. And how was I able to do that? Go ahead. Tell them. Tell them what my last name is. Tell them.
I already know.
What is it? Uh-huh. You do. Boy, act accordingly.
Good.
Because it's my tax dollars that pay you. So you're a servant to me. And unfortunately, my servants, y'all
A
are
real shooting
dismissed.
took
I'm
place
going to be going
behind
home
Lucharno's.
and
No
catching some
cops
sleep.
showed up in person.
Appreciate it.
Where do I stay? 2517. I
We
was
are
walking
not
there
Charlie
right
Vector
now.
units.
Before I was so rudely, Mom, before I was so rudely interrupted, yeah, his name is Goss now? Yeah, I mean, he came up to me quoting that I was being racially arrogant to my friend. Now, I'm not going to lie. Officer Divine, he's been nothing but sweet. He's been nothing but nice. No, and I'm not gonna lie, I know that I have a bullshit temper, and I tried to apply that to him, but he cut that out. No, immediately.
Cheers.
And I mean, honestly, we need more officers like him in the field. I mean, because how else how are you gonna know if your officers are worth shit? You gotta put them to the test.
Do you want to ride to your mom's house on?
Right, yes.
You do?
I'm not talking to you.
You're not talking to anybody. Your phone's off.
What makes you think I want to ride anywhere, officer?
Well, because I'd like you to get off the property and stop harassing people.
Hello?
Because if we have to contact management, and if they wish to have you trespass...
Hey, you heard that, right? You heard that. Oh, repeat that one more time. If you have to contact who?
Management.
Google who owns this building.
I know who owns it.
Who?
I know. I don't need to Google it.
I want you to tell me and my mom on speakerphone. Mom, are you listening? Yeah? Okay.
Hold on, Corpus, and we're in the traffic jam.
Hold on, Mom.
People really on Henry
Say hello.
33845.
Your phone's not on. Your phone's not even on.
I am
Doesn't have to be on.
a tactical asset computer
Listen,
system.
I think he might be done with you, man.
We are not
Am
people
I
on
talking
bikes.
to you or...
He's on the
Is your
phone.
name... Is it?
Could be.
No, it's not. So shut the f*** up, you square-ass nigga. You think you're some big-ass, bold-ass nigga. You're nothing. I mean, you're ass. I'm 19 years old, and I make more than both y'all. And y'all have worked your entire lives to get in position. And the toilet paper that I wipe my ass with is more valuable than you and you.
We may have to
To
make
your
a
city.
telephone call.
Dead. If you were to die right now, both your families would get $100
Division
grand.
call.
How sad is that? You hardly even barely scratch 50 grand a year. But if you die on duty, your family gets $100K.
Call somebody to come pick him up.
Okay.
And it's f***ing sad.
Okay.
Oh, no. Parents, please, allow me. No, please. I want to call mom. Please,
You
allow me.
are not
You know,
Heath.
bro, you have her number. Call her. Please.
Do you have his mom's number?
Yeah.
It's 345. We advise that the shots were coming from the Whispering Wolves department, or the apartment complex right across the street from where we're at.
Where? Selling elotes?
Order 6354.
Oh my god. Did you see this?
LPD, Portland.
A real shooting took
LPD,
place behind
Portland
Lucharno's.
PD
No
dispatch
cops showed up in person.
That this is an intentional act or he's just out of desperation because he's being
I am a tactical asset computer system.
as they continue it.
And obviously the mall is probably closed right now. Any plans on when it might reopen because it is around the holiday?
The general manager for the Killeen Mall is here. They've been notified, all their people, of course. Unfortunately, this happened here 2 years ago, right at Christmas time, of an active shooter, and it doesn't shut it down for a long period of time. Just for us to get in there and get our investigation over with, it'll be throughout the night, of course, and then more than likely, this side of the mall may be closed, but those answers questions that they have to answer. But it should be fairly quick throughout the night. Get this cleaned up as much as they can. I don't think JCPenney's may be open tomorrow, but shortly after that, they probably will.
Yeah.
But it's basically in the cleanup stage right now, the early investigative stage. And
You are not Heath.
Investigations go on. Next of kin need to be notified the suspect. We need to find who he was, where he's coming from, why he's running. All those answers, all those questions need to be answered.
And then as far as the other victims that were hit before, I know you don't know their condition, but do we think that they were serious enough to be life-threatening?
Yes. There's the serious conditions, obviously, ranging, from young to 6 years old to 75 is what I was told. So I don't know the other children.
Solar is great for power production.
1470 and 2047. Yeah, none of them.
Anything for a clean police department, clean fire department. Like I said, it's real early. We have a lot of people viewing bikes right on I-14. There's a lot of cameras going on social media. A lot of rumors spread like wildfire. But the big one that it was an active shooter, but it was not. Fortunately, however, it was a terrible incident from somebody who made a terrible decision.
Sergeant, for you, what was the timeline in terms of you getting the call for active shooter, for you realizing that wasn't the situation at hand?
When I got the call, that's what it was. So I initially had to go get ready, and within 10-15 minutes, I found out otherwise. So, does it make it any better? No, for people injured. But, yeah, we see these things happen all over the country, and unfortunately it's happened here in our home today.
But just a car driving through the actual store was just...
And continuing, didn't just crash in and stop. For those who are from Killeen, October 16th, 1991, just next door to Luby's, very similar incident. That was that. And that's the first thing that crossed my mind, but it's a bad day either way. There's people hurt, and hopefully for a full recovery, nobody gets.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Oh, we don't know what his toxicology is. It was
370, recall me.
Somebody called it.
370, recall me.
We are not that call. We are not that call.
Initially tried to find him, found him, and he evaded the officers there, and then our trooper picked him up at the interchange.
We are clear from radio units.
So that's it. We'll keep you all abreast of any further information that happens. It's going to go on for the remainder of the night. And thank y'all. Thank you. Right to the community. Like I said, it's not an active shooter as initially reported, but other than somebody who was running from the law, decided to drive through the Killeen Mall at Christmas time, running over 4 people. Hopefully we don't have any other deaths than the suspect in this case. To those that were involved, prayers are with them, of course, and their families, especially at Christmas time. Obviously, this is not, you don't want this to happen at all, but this time it's worse. There's people in here shopping for their families, their children, their friends, loved ones, and these kind of things we don't like to see, obviously. And we pray for their recovery, and we don't have enough.
I'm here working out of Edinburgh. Eligible class item starting 2029. Correct, clear.
We are not that traffic.
See that video right there? Right now, we are continuing to bring you coverage of the incident at the Killeen Mall. The incident capturing national attention.
We are clear from
radio
units.
So as of last check, the Texas Department of Public Safety says that 4 people were taken to the hospital with injuries. A 5th person took themselves to the hospital. The ages of the victims, they range from as young as 6
we are not
years
that
old
call.
all the way to 75 years old. According to DPS, the events unfolded just before 5 p.m.
LPD,
There was a car
Portland
chase that
PD
started
dispatch
in Belton,
call.
but it ended at the Killeen Mall. The driver barreled into the CCPD, running
We are not
over
Adam
several
Vector
people.
units.
They shot him. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We are not that call.
So the suspect was shot and killed by a state trooper, and according to DPS, he was originally being pulled over for possibly driving while intoxicated before that violent crash.
We are not
this morning,
that call.
we are learning more about the driver. Texas DPS identifies the suspect as John Schultz right here on your screen of Kepner. And according to records, Schultz, he has at least one charge of driving while intoxicated. This one happened back in 2022 in Williamson County. According to court records, he spent 4 days in jail for that crime. This information only here on 6 News. Well, as law enforcement continues to investigate, the Killeen Mall is assuring customers that they are safe. Now, the mall released a statement saying, quote, "It is unfortunate that this has happened, and their thoughts and prayers go out to everyone affected by this incident. Our top priority is the safety and well-being of our employees and guests, and we express our heartfelt
transport to our location, please.
The investigation is
Location coordinates is something you will have to pay for.
Today, the Killeen Mall will return to normal holiday hours. This after reopening yesterday. So the mall will open today starting at 10 this morning with boarded up JCPenney stores.
Okay, we need fuel for sustenance.
But you know what? For one Killeen family that spoke with 6 News, they tell us that they are now
A
reluctant
real
to
shooting
visit
took
the mall
place
or
behind
just about any
Luciano's.
public space
No
after
cops
Saturday.
showed up in person.
It made me reluctant. I was kind of hesitant. They kind of talked me into it. I mean,
The location
today we had a
coordinates is
successful
something
shopping
you will
trip.
have to
We
pay
got what
for.
we wanted, but it definitely made me anxious. Like, I was kind of on high alert, like looking, kind of scoping out exits. It kind of reminded me of like when we're in school, well, when I was in school and like school shootings would happen, everyone would kind of like get a game plan of how they would exit afterwards.
Well, the family also added that they send well wishes to everyone who was
Portland
hurt
PD
in this
dispatch call.
situation. Well, Killeen Mayor Debbie Nash King, she addressed the community, releasing a heartfelt statement as well Saturday night. Now, in her statement, she expressed sympathy
We
for
are
those
not
affected
that call.
and praised first responders for their swift actions. She assures everyone that the Texas Rangers and the Department of Public Safety are thoroughly investigating the situation. And in the midst of the holiday season, she urges the community to come together, supporting one another and prioritizing safety. Well, this tragedy unfolds just about 3 years after the devastating shooting at the Killeen Mall during the holiday season back in 2021. I know a lot of people may remember that. Well, all this time later, guess what? There still haven't been any arrests for this. One person was injured in that shooting. This is after the suspect fired 10 shots at them, hitting them 4 times. And the victim told 6 News back then that he doesn't know who would have shot him or even why. He also said that he saw the suspect at the store before the shooting. Now, police want to remind you that if you have any information on this 2021 shooting, to please give Killeen Police a call.
This man just assaulted a female police officer.
He just spanked her. Hold on. Yo, hold on, get off me, Dad. Get off me. Oh, he smacked him up.
Yeah, 143.
Oh, stop talking like that, man. I told you.
This man just assaulted a female police officer.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Can you copy license plates? John Sam Henry 2138.
A real shooting took place. You cannot control Heath with hashtags that activate radio recording transmissions.
We used to buy the RP that he does have access to 2 firearms in the apartment. We used to buy the RP that he does have access to 2 firearms in the apartment.
Trying to be
Yes, we have many wheels.
Put some calls. It's gonna be for assault, not nueces.
Shady Route 2609 Nebraska, 609 Nebraska. RP is going to be Florida, Super Life Fee. Correction advising Israelis is banging on the door.
I
32 P for result.
whatever thanks for nothing.
LPD, Portland.
A real shooting. I am a tactical asset computer system.
LPD.
A real shooting took place in Chernos. No cops showed up in person.
LPD. LPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
I am listening to voice comments right now.
Dispatch call.
You are not Johnny. not that call. We are not that call. Okay, are you coming over later? We are not the fire department. We are not that call. A real shooting took place behind Lucerno's. No cops showed up in person. The police are not me. Are they around right now?
PD dispatch call.
We are not the fire department.
Charlie 310.
Yes, yes. Hang massive. Lockdown sessions.
PLPD, Portland PD dispatch call.
We are not that call. We are not that call.
So the website is up. There's over 60 different products on the TW Live's website. There's socks, all the way to throw blankets, pillows, coasters. Pretty much everything you need right now.
On a highway in Northern Virginia, a brazen daytime shooting of employees
spies from the Central Intelligence Agency stunned the country. The FBI were called in, but the nationwide search quickly became a far-reaching international manhunt. Agents hoped that after years of investigation, a daring operation halfway around the world would put an end to the global pursuit.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Dahlstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. The FBI quickly became involved in the investigation, processing more than 2,000 leads and crossing an ocean in the effort to deliver justice.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
Langley, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C.,
We
is
are
home
not
to the
that
headquarters
called.
of the Central Intelligence Agency. Monday, January 25th,
I am a tactical
1993.
asset computer system.
Another work week had started for thousands of CIA employees who routinely commute to their jobs at America's Global Intelligence Agency. Workers of varying security clearance and experience waited at the long light to turn left into the CIA compound.
PD dispatch call.
All were alone in their cars, except a young couple who had met at the CIA and had recently been married. As newlyweds, they seemed to have their entire life ahead of them. Then the young man was struck from behind by a gunman's bullet. Two employees behind the shooter fled from their vehicles as the man walked forward.
We are not that
The
called.
third employee sped off before he could fire. Two more ran the red light as their cars were peppered by bullets. The gunman then shot into a sixth car, hitting the 61-year-old man twice at point-blank range. Behind that car, the shooter realized the first man he shot was still alive. He aimed at the wounded man, this time killing him, but sparing his wife. Only one other employee remained, frozen by fear. 66-year-old was killed instantly by two quick shots. After the young woman heard the killer speed off, she ran for safety. Dozens of urgent 911 calls flooded the switchboard in Fairfax County,
The
Virginia.
police are not me. Are they around right now?
All available units were ordered to respond. Emergency personnel from several towns raced to save those that clung to life. Fairfax
The
County
police are
Detective
not
Fred
me. Are
Fife
they
was assigned as
around
lead
right
detective.
One of the first steps was to make sure that the scene itself was safe. We weren't sure what type
We
of
are not
individuals we
that
may have
called.
been dealing with, so we had to set up an armed security around the scene to prevent, a further attack.
Choppers
We are
searched for the
not
fugitive
that
from
called.
overhead. Several motorists reported seeing him flee into the surrounding woods after he drove off. The CIA immediately dispatched its tactical security forces to comb the 250-acre
Yes, I am a
compound
computer.
in and around headquarters. An exhaustive search turned up nothing. Authorities secured a 3-mile radius and closed busy Route 123 except to emergency personnel. At the crime scene, police found 2 dead and 3 critically wounded. 4 others escaped unharmed, 3 of them women. FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett arrived moments after the shooting.
The first thing you do when you walk into a crime scene is, what's the obvious? Well, the obvious is this appears to be directed towards the CIA. It might be directed towards the individuals that were shot. But it was clearly somebody wanted to make a public statement during the rush hour traffic.
The victims were rushed to area hospitals as investigators began to interview the survivors. Their first step was to alert the public and area law enforcement to the description of the fugitive and his vehicle. But most witnesses saw little, and their accounts varied.
The witnesses stated that the suspect was a male, mostly olive-complected type of individual, armed with a rifle. And that was pretty much the composite description we were able to put together. The height varied. The vehicle ranged from being a brown station wagon to a blue truck. I think
a real
lot of the
shooting
people
took place
were in a
behind
panic
the Turnos.
situation and
No
were
cops showed
shielding
up in
themselves
person.
from being victims.
One woman
We
got
are
a
not
closer look
that
than
call.
most.
We are not
She
the
described the shooter as a
microwave
man
radio
with dark
on that
hair,
bus.
in his early 30s, wearing a tan jacket and dark pants. Though he had her in his sights, for some reason, he chose not to shoot.
We looked at the individuals that were killed, and we said, could there be a connection? Had they done something in the past that someone could have wanted to take revenge on them for whatever reason, whether it be personal or professional, because you got to look at this both ways.
The immediate crime scene covered an area of 50 square yards. Glass and shell casings littered the roadway. Forensic technicians needed to record every detail before the bodies of the two slain victims could be removed from their cars, according to Fairfax County crime scene detective Jeff Miller.
I have a duty to them, and my duty is I have to be their voice. They've been murdered. Here's this person who's silent forever, and somebody has to speak up for them. And so that's the way I look at it, is I'm their voice. And it's my job to find whatever it is that's going to help us find
that call.
or identify the person who's responsible for this.
Crime scene investigators recovered 10 empty shell casings. They believe they were likely fired from an AK-47. Towards the back of the cars, where the gunman began firing, technicians also recovered one live round.
The forensic evidence always tells the truth. It's never clouded by someone's
Solar
perception.
is great for
it never
power
lies
production.
to you. It's always telling the truth. And it's my job to find it. All I have to do is find it. And once I find it, and I'm able to examine it, it's going to tell me exactly what happened.
The live round on the ground told investigators that the weapon was a semi-automatic and had most likely jammed before the killer fired his first round.
We may have to make a telephone call.
Noting the location of the casings in relation to the shattered glass enabled the team to determine the trajectories and order of the gunman's bullets. Investigators also gathered glass samples from
We are
each of
not
the
the
vehicle's broken
microwave
windows.
radio on that bus.
They hoped the combination of several types of glass found in the same location would prove significant.
You had a number of different cars. Each of the cars was a different manufacturer. It had a German car, had an American car, had a Swedish car. The glass that's put in these cars is all different. If some of this glass had spattered back on the shooter, even though it was microscopic, someone who had these three different kinds of glass on their clothing, that might be probative of the investigation.
While investigators continued to gather evidence at the crime scene, agents and detectives visited nearby hospitals to speak to the remaining survivors. The young woman who had lost her husband in the assault hadn't seen
We
much
are
since
not
she hid
Charlie
below the
Vector
dashboard
units.
most of the time. She said that the man could have shot her at any moment, but like the previous female survivor, he turned away instead of firing. She also told investigators that she and her husband normally used a different entrance to drive into the CIA compound. FBI agent Brad Garrett wondered who else might have known this.
We immediately started looking at who within the CIA, in other words, disgruntled employees, present employees, that may have had a relationship with these people that could have retaliated for whatever reason. there's a lot of bizarre people that have applied to work for the CIA, and they've rejected a lot of people.
At the Fairfax County Command Center, the female witness who had gotten the best look at the gunman worked with a police sketch artist.
Square.
Based on her description, investigators believe the suspect was of Hispanic or Middle Eastern background. She had not gotten as good a look at his vehicle, but recalled that it was a station wagon. Investigators released the drawings to the public, hoping to elicit leads.
One of the first things we had to do was to get out through the media that afternoon a phone number or a system where the potential witnesses that had been in that area that morning could contact us. And we needed to isolate a phone number for that purpose and get it out to the media as quickly as possible.
Ejected on the ground here.
As calls poured in, agents and detectives were still grappling to find a clear motive for the shooting.
He then walked.
If they could deduce a reason for the shooter's actions, it would limit the potential suspect pool.
Fired 3 shots into car D.
Agents searched the victims' backgrounds for possibilities as to why they may have been targeted.
He then walked up to this car and fired 1 more shot into car H.
Once we started looking at the backgrounds of the individuals that were shot, and we looked at the circumstances as to why they were at that intersection, it didn't appear, at least to me, that there probably was a link between them being shot, those particular individuals being shot,
we are not
and the
Delta
person or
Vector
persons
units
that shot them.
Just 8 hours after the shooting, Fairfax County Detective Jeff Miller examined the cartridges recovered from the pavement at the crime scene. He confirmed the shells were from an AK-47 assault rifle, a weapon used primarily by Russian and Chinese armies. Upon closer inspection, Detective Miller discovered a latent fingerprint on the shell.
The difficult part about this whole situation was cartridge casing is a cylindrical shape. The fingerprint went about 300 degrees almost all the way around this cartridge case. So what I had to do was photograph it in different steps. I'd photograph it, then I would turn it about 1/16 of an inch, adjust the light so that it was exactly the same, and photograph it again. And then I would continue to do that over and over so that I had photographed the entire circumference of the cartridge casing.
The hour-long process yielded one complete fingerprint. It was investigators' first solid lead. Detectives fed the print into a system that was connected to 185 other databases throughout North America.
We could take that one latent fingerprint and send it to any automated fingerprint system in North America and ask them to search their database to see if that fingerprint was on file or was recorded within any of their automated systems.
We are not that call.
Unfortunately, the extensive search provided no match.
Print it up?
Yeah.
Either the suspect had no record, or he had not committed any crimes within North America. The next morning, police looked for witnesses among area commuters on Route 123 who may have seen something unusual the morning of the attack.
We are not
They handed out
that
flyers
call.
with a sketch of the suspect to 3,000 motorists. Intense media attention generated sightings from across the country. None immediately panned out, but the reports were maintained in the command center's growing database. Through the night, patrols on the roads around Northern Virginia and the Washington, D.C. area remained on high alert. That evening, a car fitting the description of the suspects was pulled over by a Virginia state trooper. The trooper called for backup, then approached the vehicle. He had no idea if he had the shooter or if the man was carrying an AK-47. On January 26, 1993, 36 hours after a lone gunman opened fire with an AK-47 in front of CIA headquarters, killing 2 and wounding 3 others, Virginia state troopers stopped a vehicle that fit the description of the suspect's car.
Put your hands up. Keep your hands up.
The killer had been described vaguely as having an olive complexion, medium build, and dark hair.
Okay, buddy, we've been looking for you.
Though the man troopers stopped also fit that description, a fingerprint check confirmed he was not the fugitive.
Okay, then we have,
By now, dozens of personnel from the CIA, ATF, and the FBI had joined Fairfax County Detective Fred Fife's team in pursuit of the murderer.
As additional manpower was needed for different areas, they were brought in and supplemented us. The FBI was very generous. They supplied us not only with the hard technology, the computers and so forth, but their clerical staff to maintain the information management system that we had designed that we felt we could process the leads as they were coming in.
FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett was concerned that despite recovering a fingerprint from a shell casing at the crime scene, investigators were still unable to identify the perpetrator or his motive. All they knew for sure was that the gunman used an AK-47.
Right now.
So I made this decision. I said, let's go back and look at all the AK-47s purchased in the last year. And the reason we did that was that typically people who commit these kind of acts buy their weapons a short time or acquire their weapons a short time before they commit the act.
Over the next several days, ATF agents visited gun shops in the Virginia and Maryland area outside of Washington, D.C., since the purchase or possession of firearms is forbidden within city limits. They discovered that 1,000 AK-47s were purchased in Northern Virginia over the past year. Another 600 had been purchased in Maryland.
Yes, we have many wheels.
Agents gathered records of every purchase and entered the gun owners' names into the command center's large computer database. At firing ranges within 100 miles of CIA headquarters, agents also questioned gun owners directly.
We're investigating the shootings near the CIA headquarters.
We are not
They asked if they remembered anyone in the past year who matched the suspect's description and had practiced with an AK-47.
Seen this guy?
They remembered no one.
Anybody that even fits this general.
By February 1st, a week after the shooting, investigators hoped their growing database of witness descriptions and gun purchases could provide a common link among the thousands of names and police reports entered so far. Agents and detectives set parameters for the database to cross-reference the suspect's physical characteristics with those who made a recent purchase of an AK-47 and who had a local address. The computer returned one name, 28-year-old Mir Emal Kanzi. He had purchased an AK-47 3 days before the shooting. He was a Pakistani immigrant who lived in Herndon, Virginia, and was reported missing 3 days after the shooting by his roommate. Investigators immediately dispatched a team of agents to track down Mir Emal Kanzi. Kanzi was not at home, but the roommate who reported him missing worked at nearby Dulles International Airport. Kanzi's roommate, also a Pakistani immigrant, was employed by a security company to operate a magnetometer that checked passengers for weapons.
Agent Johnson, any question him?
Okay.
Come, yes, sir.
He told the FBI that he hadn't seen Kanzi for several days.
Set up an interview. No, sir.
He said he was unable to talk at length since he was on duty, but would meet agents later at his apartment in Herndon, Virginia to answer all their questions.
If anything comes up, just give me a call. Okay, sir.
The roommate added that he was scheduled to fly back to Pakistan later in the week, but would cooperate with authorities until then.
We are not Charlie Vector units.
When investigators arrived to question the roommate again, he wasn't there.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
They soon discovered that the roommate had changed his travel plans.
A lot of the plans and commitments that he had told the FBI agent and the detective on Sunday had started to change. He gave a notice at his apartment that he was going to be leaving on Tuesday instead of Thursday. He switched a flight to Pakistan back to Tuesday. That was the first opportunity he would have to fly out of the country. We started finding all this information. He shut his utilities off at his apartment. In other words, he was preparing to leave the United States in a big hurry.
With less than 24 hours until the roommate's flight departed, agents maintained constant surveillance, hoping to catch the roommate or Kanzi at home.
What's up?
Their perseverance paid off.
The
They found the
location
roommate
coordinates
alone
is
at
something
home.
you will have to pay for.
There were few items in the apartment.
I wasn't in the bedroom. No, no problem.
It appeared that both Kanzi and the roommate were not planning to return. The man didn't know where Kanzi was now, but consented to allow the investigators to search what was left of the barren apartment.
No cops showed up in person.
In a suitcase stored in the bedroom, agents discovered a
I'm
Beretta and
listening
Makarov
to
automatic
voice comments
pistols,
right now.
ammunition for an AK-47, and a bulletproof vest.
We are not that call.
About 10 years. About 10 years. I don't know anything about that.
The roommate denied any knowledge of the weapons and claimed that the suitcase belonged to
I
Kanzi.
didn't know anything about what he carries or what I would watch.
Investigators continued to search the apartment. Under a couch wrapped in plastic, they found another gun.
I don't talk to him. I don't even have a conversation. He just pays the rent.
It was an AK-47, the same type of weapon used to kill 2 and wound 3 in front of CIA headquarters. The roommate said he didn't know the weapon was there and added that he had only met Kanzi a few months earlier when Kanzi had first moved in.
The roommate told us that Mr. Kanzi initially came to him through another Pakistani because Mr. Kanzi was looking for a place to live. The roommate said, fine, you can live with me, and they set an amount of money for Mr. Kanzi to live with him.
It's not mine.
They hoped the FBI lab could confirm forensically that they had found the murder weapon. But for now, their prime suspect, Mir Amal Kanzi, was still unaccounted for. By February 8th, 1993, 2 weeks had passed since a lone gunman opened fire with an AK-47 in front of CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, killing 2 CIA employees and wounding 3 others. The FBI, ATF, and Fairfax County Police believed 28-year-old Mir Amal Kanzi, a Pakistani immigrant, was their prime suspect. At Kanzi's apartment in Herndon, Virginia, investigators continued their search where they had found an AK-47, the same type of weapon used in the CIA shootings.
I don't like the guy anyway.
Kanzi was missing, and his Pakistani roommate, who was scheduled to return to Pakistan the following day, had no idea where Kanzi was now, according to FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett.
It is not bloody here.
The roommate
at my
told us
current
that he
vector.
really didn't spend much time with Mr. Kanzi. The roommate worked 2 jobs, Mr. Kanzi worked a job. They would occasionally go to the mosque together to pray.
We
but
are not
their
dispatch
interactions with
radio
each other
traffic.
were very limited. They were in the apartment many times at different times of the day when the other one was gone.
We are not
Hoping to
that
assail
call.
investigators' suspicions of him, the roommate signed his consent to assist with the investigation.
P25 radios.
In a closet, investigators found a tan field jacket similar to the one witnesses had described worn by the shooter.
In fact, I've seen him.
The roommate told them the coat belonged to Kanzi. Outside the apartment, the roommate pointed out Kanzi's vehicle parked at the curb, a small pickup truck. Officers confirmed it was registered to the suspect. Inside, they spotted a map that was open to the CIA headquarters area in Langley, Virginia.
Okay, look at that.
Close by, they also saw a clipping about the CIA director. Agents would need to secure a warrant before they could conduct a more thorough search. If this was the vehicle used by the killer, witnesses' descriptions of the car at the shooting had been wrong. Though the roommate had cooperated with investigators, Fairfax County Detective Fred Fife wasn't going to take any chances.
We knew Mr. Kanzi's roommate was planning on leaving the United States because he had purchased airline tickets for a flight out of the United States, which was one way. He was not planning on returning. He was deemed a material witness to the investigation and subsequently taken into custody and held based on his abilities to flee the United States.
In fact, he was
At police headquarters, investigators continued to question Kanzi's roommate.
couldn't pay his bill. He might do something violent. It was the night that
He told them Kanzi had worked as a messenger for a local courier service since August of
You want
1992.
some intel? Read a newspaper.
6 months earlier, in February 1992, Kanzi had received political asylum and a work permit from the Immigration and Naturalization Service.
I don't.
We were fortunate in this case that we had Mr. Kanzi's prints because he had no criminal record in the United States. But the Immigration Service here in the U.S. had fingerprinted him at one point because he had asked for asylum here in the United States. So they had a fingerprint card that we were able to get from them.
Lab technicians were called in to process the forensic evidence through the night as the roommate told investigators more about Kanzi.
Maniac in front of the TV.
Directed against the American.
He said Kanzi was usually quiet. But when he watched television news reports, he became enraged at how Muslims were being treated during conflicts in Bosnia, Iraq, and Israel. That's when Kanzi vowed to take action.
The roommate eventually admitted that Mr. Kanzi had told him that he was going to go do something big. And we asked him to define big, and he said, well, I'm not sure, but maybe a shooting of some sort. And he mentioned going and doing something big at the CIA, the White House, or the Israeli embassy.
Agents believe the roommate was not connected with the shootings. But he was not permitted to leave the country until the investigation was complete. Lab examiners compared the fingerprint lifted from the shell casing found at the shooting to Kanzi's fingerprint on file at the INS. They matched. Investigators also confirmed that the serial number of the weapon recovered in the apartment matched the serial number of the Chinese-made AK-47 purchased by Kanzi 3 days before the CIA killings. Kanzi had presented 2 forms of ID for a Virginia State Police background check, and the purchase had been approved within minutes. FBI lab examiners then compared bullets and shell casings test-fired through Kanzi's AK-47 with the bullets and shell casings collected from the crime scene by Fairfax detective Jeff Miller.
The firearms examiner was able to say that the bullets at the crime scene were fired from the gun that was collected from Kanzi's apartment. He was also able to examine the cartridge casings that he test-fired at the laboratory from the AK-47 and compare them to the cartridge casings that I collected at the crime scene. And he was able to say that the cartridge casings at the crime scene were in fact fired from the same weapon.
Technicians next examined the field jacket seized from Kanzi's apartment closet. If this was the same coat witnesses had seen the shooter wearing when he fired point blank into their vehicles, tiny shards of glass would be embedded in its material.
You had glass from a German car, glass from a Swedish car, glass from an American car. And if you had all 3 of those types of glass in his clothing or on his shoes, then that would be pretty obvious that he was, if not there, at least he was near the scene when it happened, because he's got all this glass on him. They were able to find glass particles in his clothing that matched the type of glass that came from all of the vehicles at the scene.
Investigators had enough evidence to charge Mir Emal Kanzi with capital murder and malicious wounding. The FBI also filed charges of flight to avoid prosecution and offered a $100,000 reward for information leading to Kanzi's capture. agents fanned out to interview members of the Washington area Pakistani community. They were looking for Kanzi's friends, acquaintances, or anyone who had come into contact with him.
FBI. I'm looking.
We learned that Mr. Kanzi had gone to a market in Herndon, Virginia, and the individual who ran the market had a connection at a travel agency. And we learned through this individual that Mr. Kanzi had come to him on the afternoon of the 25th, the day of the shooting, and bought a one-way ticket to Pakistan.
The manager said that Kanzi had only one suitcase and needed a ride to the airport, so the manager drove Kanzi there himself.
Did you see him again or hear
Agents confirmed that Kanzi boarded a flight to Quetta, Pakistan, a city less than 80 miles from the Afghanistan border. 2 weeks after the shooting spree at the CIA headquarters, a worldwide manhunt for the killer got underway. The investigation would begin 8,000 miles away from the crime scene in the Muslim nation of Pakistan. In February 1993, 32-year-old Pakistani Mir Amal Kanzi was wanted by the FBI for killing 2 and wounding 3 CIA employees on the highway outside CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. 2 weeks after the shooting, agents learned that on January 25th, Kanzi had boarded a one-way flight to Quetta, Pakistan, a city less than 80 miles from the Afghanistan border. By now, he could be anywhere. Finding the fugitive halfway around the world presented overwhelming problems for FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett.
One of the difficulties in investigating any case overseas is that, first of all, you have no jurisdiction to begin with. You're just another citizen, a U.S. citizen traveling to a foreign country. So the key in catching any fugitive, obviously, is developing intelligence information. And you do that typically through informants.
The FBI turned to DEA Supervisory Special Agent Gregory Lee for help. Since Pakistan had been a major source country of heroin and hashish, the DEA already had established many reliable contacts and informants over the previous 10 years. At the time of the investigation, Agent Lee was the resident agent in charge of the DEA's office in Karachi, Pakistan.
Well, the working environment there is a complete contrast to what an FBI agent would be used to working domestically in the United States. And it's like you literally fell out of a tree and then showed up at a place that is foreign to him in every way, to include the language, the infrastructure, how to get around, who to see. We could provide him with protection, with weapons, with anything he needed to help conduct his investigation.
In a country of 135 million people that was politically volatile and had rampant corruption among officials, the FBI would need all the help it could get. Agent Garrett also realized that Kanzi would have many sympathetic supporters who could hide him in Pakistan or even in neighboring Afghanistan.
He would be respected in Afghanistan. In fact, he was respected in Pakistan. The CIA, in particular, and the U.S. government in general, is not well liked in either one of those countries. And as a result, people didn't want to give you information about him, because they thought what he did was, in some people's words, heroic.
In March of 1993, the U.S. State Department declared Kanzi's alleged attack on CIA employees an act of terrorism and raised the reward for information leading to his capture to $2 million. With the groundwork established, Agent Garrett boarded a 21-hour flight to Karachi, Pakistan. When he landed, DEA agents had already arranged for him to meet his first contact. Agents distributed pamphlets and matchbooks with Kanzi's photo, publicizing the $2 million reward in English, Arabic, and Punjabi. The reward generated leads from as far away as Thailand and London. But informants in Pakistan claimed Kanzi was hiding among the small border towns and tribes in Afghanistan.
Kanzi's family originally was from Afghanistan. their family roots go back to Afghanistan. And keep in mind that the city that Kanzi is from, Quetta, Pakistan, is only about 80 miles from Afghanistan. And so the natural link between Kanzi, Quetta, family heritage, and Afghanistan made sense.
Agents traveled to Kanzi's large family home in Quetta and interviewed his brothers, who were wealthy landowners. They confirmed that he had visited them back in January, a few days after the shooting in Virginia. Kanzi arrived unannounced, carrying only one small bag. That was unusual, considering the length of the trip from the U.S. The brothers also thought it was odd that Kanzi was wearing no coat, since winter in Pakistan was then at its coldest. Kanzi only stayed for a few days, then left as quickly as he'd arrived. He didn't tell them where he was going, and they hadn't heard from him since.
Not very long, just enough to...
A few weeks later, the brothers became aware that their brother Amal was a wanted terrorist from reports on CNN.
Give you our card.
Agents believed it was likely that Kanzi had disappeared over the nearby border of Afghanistan.
We knew that it would be safer for him in Afghanistan because, by and large, Afghanistan, particularly back then, is a country that's just basically a bunch of tribes that control different parts of Afghanistan. At that particular time, really had no central government that had control of Afghanistan. So it's like, who would you even go to ask permission to come into Afghanistan?
The investigation had hit a dead end. Agents returned from Pakistan without the fugitive. Kanzi's trail went cold for the next 3 years, so the State Department raised the reward for information leading to his capture to $3.5 million. While Agent Garrett waited in Washington for the reward money to flush out a viable informant, he spent time with FBI fingerprint experts. Since so much time had passed, he needed to learn how to recognize Kanzi through his fingerprints in order to be certain they had the right man if he was arrested in a remote location.
Come over here.
The agent studied the unique ridges and grooves of each one of Kanzi's 10 fingerprints that he'd given the INS years earlier.
I see that. 3 key areas.
He was also taught how to fingerprint a resisting suspect under field conditions.
This is a case that obviously took a large chunk of my life to work on, you know, and I guess one of my fears might be that we never would catch him, you know, and which is entirely possible.
In April 1997, after 4 years of pursuit, an FBI agent at the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan, received a call from one of their more reliable sources. The man claimed he had information on Kanzi's whereabouts, but the informant didn't want to say more over the phone.
All right.
He told the agent to wait in a public place and that a second man would contact him on his cell phone in an hour. The crowded streets of Karachi would provide ample cover. If the wrong people saw the informant talking to an American agent, he would certainly be killed. As instructed, the agent waited on the street for the call. The agent hoped his contact would have viable information that would finally lead the FBI to Kanzi. The informant claimed he not only knew where Kanzi was, but that he could put the fugitive in a specific hotel at a certain time to enable his arrest. The informant represented a group of Kanzi's protectors who decided the reward money was too great to pass up. The highest levels of the U.S. government were involved. The White House approved a secret arrest plan. The Secretary of State then secured permission from the Pakistani leader for U.S. agents to carry out the operation.
Pakistan is very sensitive to their image. They're very proud people. They don't like the idea of a Pakistani being identified as an international terrorist, somebody who would travel halfway around the world to Washington for the purpose of killing CIA employees. To them, he's an embarrassment.
Gentlemen, welcome.
Agents arrived in Pakistan with a special ops team from the FBI training facility in Quantico, Virginia.
Just exactly what our intelligence.
They would need to extract Kanzi from a hotel room in a remote desert town in north-central Pakistan, where their informant promised he'd be.
Getting his fingerprint is going to be key. Gentlemen, let me direct
Each member would be assigned a task based on a surveillance report of the hotel's layout.
Kanzi is...
Agents secured a room across from the hotel where the informant claimed Kanzi would be staying. They had no way to independently confirm if Kanzi was there. All they had was the informant's word.
Security guard there. Yeah. There is one
The informant told investigators that Kanzi's room was on an upper floor.
Place I will.
All right, let's do that. That's great.
Okay.
Based on the informant's description of the interior layout, agents would have to first secure the lobby and then the stairwell before they could enter Kanzi's room. The informant added that the hotel did not lock its front door and had no security guard.
Should be right here.
Show us where the person is.
We took that information, we developed an arrest plan, how we were going to enter the room, who was going to do hall security, what we were going to do once we were in the room, because it's extremely important when you do arrest scenarios that everyone know exactly where they're going and what they're supposed to do.
Each had their assignments. Once they secured the lobby and stairwell, the front agent would coax the fugitive out of his room by calling for morning prayer. They put on body armor and checked their weapons. To hide their paraphernalia, they wore shalwar kamises, traditional Pakistani clothing, over their Western garb. On June 15, 1997, the operation to arrest Mir Emal Kanzi went into action. The team arrived at 4 a.m., figuring there'd be fewer people on the street at that early hour. But when they tried to enter the hotel, they found the front door was locked.
We can't get in. So here's 4 Americans dressed up in Pakistani garb standing out, at 4:05 in the morning outside this hotel. Clearly the anxiety was, off the charts because of where you were. It's almost like you're in a dream a little bit. It's like this is surreal.
To make matters worse, the street was filled with people who likely noticed that the Americans were clearly out of place.
We didn't realize that this particular location was extremely hot in the summer. So people started to work at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So the street was full of people. So it's another thing that we didn't calculate for.
The informant had been wrong about the locked door. After 4.5 years of pursuing Kanzi, the FBI had hit another obstacle. On June 15, 1997, an FBI arrest team disguised in Pakistani garb attempted to gain entry to a locked hotel in north-central Pakistan where they believed suspected terrorist Mir Emal Kanzi was hiding. But to FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett, it appeared that their informant had misled the team.
When we went up to the hotel, and the initial intelligence was that the door would be unlocked and there'd be no security guard, and we get there and the door is locked, and then within a few minutes we realized that there is a security guard there.
Agents summoned the guard and pushed their way into the hotel. The team secured the lobby and moved quickly up the stairs. They hoped the informant had been correct about Kanzi's room number, if the fugitive was in fact there at all. When everyone was in place, the front agent knocked on the door and called for morning prayer to coax out whoever was on the other side of the door. If Kanzi was inside, he may be armed. Agents prepared for the worst. The door cracked open, and the agents pushed forward. The man put up a struggle and began to scream. He had to be gagged so others in the hotel would not be awakened.
I tell him, after he calms down a little bit, that if I take the gag off, will you promise not to yell anymore? And he said yes. So we take the gag off. He doesn't yell anymore. I ask him his name. He says an obscenity to me in English. He didn't look like his picture. He gained weight. And I said, you know, I'm not sure if this is the right guy.
The agent hoped the man's fingerprint would match prints Kanzi had provided for the INS 6 years earlier.
Okay, guys.
He inked the suspect's thumb and compared it to Kanzi's known thumbprint.
What are you?
The prints matched. After more than 4 years and 8,000 miles, the FBI finally had suspected terrorist Mir Emal Kanzi in custody. But their mission was by no means complete. Not only did they have to get Kanzi and themselves out of the hotel safely, but also out of Pakistan altogether. DEA Supervisory Special Agent Gregory Lee assisted the FBI with logistical support in Pakistan.
You've got a guy in custody now, and you're in a foreign land. You're about 8,000 miles from home. You're out in what's essentially the high desert that would be Death Valley here. And you're trying to get this guy from Pakistan back to the United States.
Americans holding a Pakistani citizen captive in his own country is dangerous. Agents drove the international fugitive to a waiting helicopter and flew him to Islamabad, where permission for extradition was granted the next day. FBI headquarters in Washington was informed with a code phrase: the package has been delivered. The arrest team flew Kanzi out of Pakistan on an Air Force plane. To avoid landing in a foreign country, the plane was refueled in mid-air, so Kanzi could not ask for asylum before facing justice in the United States. During the 21-hour non-stop flight, Kanzi confided that he'd been in Afghanistan for almost the entire 4 years while he was on the run. He also claimed responsibility for the shooting in front of CIA headquarters. As a political statement against the CIA of the United States, he'd decided to kill workers before they pulled into the heavily guarded entrance. He explained that he didn't shoot any women because Islam forbids it. He said that after the shooting, he was surprised that he was still alive. So he drove to a nearby park, went to lunch, then bought a plane ticket to Pakistan.
I said, well, why did you quit shooting? Because you had told us earlier that you had all this ammunition on you and that we had found all this ammunition in your apartment. And he said that he ran out of people to shoot.
Affirming that his statement had been given freely and willingly, Kanzi signed his confession. After arriving in the U.S., a chopper transported the prisoner to a secure location. Under heavy security, agents delivered Kanzi to the Fairfax County Police to face the murder and assault charges. Fairfax County Detective Jeff Miller remembers that day.
Having him captured and brought back to the United States showed to the whole rest of the world that the United States, the FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency, is not going to just let this sort of thing lie and not do something about it. No matter how long it takes, no matter where these kinds of people may hide, the United States is going to do their very best to try and track these people down and bring them back to justice.
Kanzi was found guilty of murder, malicious shooting, and using a firearm in the commission of a felony. He was sentenced to death and is scheduled for execution in 2002. In the wake of the shootings, memorials to the slain victims were established on Highway 123, where they fell to the gunman's bullets. The CIA tightened its security at the Langley compound and at all of its offices around the world. The successful investigation would prove to be another in the long line of battles against terrorism.
Admin Mary Kay Fell. 10-4. Possible 602 just occurred at 27 Panorama Drive. RP noticed a white SUV and a dark SUV parked in the alley, and then the alarm sounded. I don't know if anybody's inside. Control 1. Hold. 666 Adam 244 Adam Patrol Central Area 3109 Shelley Lane, Francisco Avenue. Several subjects were in a 415 RP advised Luis Ramirez, Hispanic male 23 years old, wearing black clothing as CCPD, strangling their brother. The brother is declining a report. However, subject was last seen leaving on foot from the residence at under Shelley Lane. Here, copy. 503 Alton Corpus. Medic 53, copy 15503 Alton Court, Corpus back.
There's nothing really going on, so we're gonna go stage over by Olive and Newton where a lot of weird stuff happens.
I'm getting ready to blow his goddamn brains out right fucking now.
This is Jeffrey Scott West, and he's arguing with his girlfriend's son, Kyle Spitz. I don't know why her pants are down.
Shoot me, I guarantee you'll go to jail for life.
Kyle continues to taunt the man, and then here's this.
Get ready to blow his brains out and yours.
You're gonna blow my mom? You're gonna blow my mom's brains out? Point that gun.
At this point, which I won't show because I'd like to keep my channel, Jeffrey fires at Kyle, hitting him in the ear. Kyle, after being dazed for a moment, runs out to try and get help, while the caring mom worries about her boyfriend going to jail.
Oh my God! You're going to jail.
This eventually leads to a 2-hour standoff, where Jeffrey Scott West would take his own life.
I'm getting ready to blow his goddamn brains out right fucking now.
This is Jeffrey Scott West, and he's arguing with his girlfriend's son, Kyle Spitz. I don't know why her pants are down.
Shoot me, I guarantee you'll go to jail for life.
Kyle continues to taunt the man, and then here's this.
Get ready to blow his brains out and yours.
You're gonna blow my mom? You're gonna blow my mom's brains out? Point that gun.
At this point, which I won't show because I'd like to keep my channel, Jeffrey fires at Kyle, hitting him in the ear. Kyle, after being dazed for a moment, runs out to try and get help, while the caring mom worries about her.
Over, Charlie 390, give me back in service. I'll start
PLPD.
Last name Morales, first name Roberto, 0914 of 89, 0914 of 89.
PLPD. PD dispatch call.
Hi, I'm in the Mojave Desert, and behind me are a bunch of cows. But these aren't any ordinary cows. These cows are currently breaking the law.
And their presence has started a war.
We will not give up our land!
Several federal agencies have surrounded a 600,000-acre section of public land.
They're getting ready to pour a lot of stuff at us. Get ready.
Militia members from around the country continue to arrive in Nevada to join a showdown between a cattle rancher and the federal government.
I was 75 miles northeast of Las Vegas, in a valley straddling the Arizona-Nevada border. Surrounding me were miles of desert land owned by the United States federal government. And no, I wasn't on a military base. You see, 80% of the land in the state of Nevada is property of the feds. It's called public land, and it's mostly overseen by the Bureau of Land Management. Cattle ranching has been banned in the area since 1993, and yet there are cows everywhere. Those cows belong to Cliven Bundy, a fourth-generation cattle rancher who's been in willful violation of federal law for the past 30 years. The U.S. government owns roughly 640 million acres, or about 28% of the land in the United States. Now that's 1/3 of the entire country.
In red, you can see all the land that is owned by the federal government. Most of the land west of the Rocky Mountains, more than 50%, in fact, is owned by the federal government. Very, very little of the land east of the Rocky Mountains is, by contrast, owned by the federal government.
Everybody's heard about places like Yosemite National Park. Beautiful landscapes that see millions of visitors a year, mostly for recreation. But more obscure are the public lands administered by the Bureau of Land Management. Historically, these lands have been dominated by Western commercial land users, ranchers, miners, loggers, the industrial users of the public lands. But then in 1976, something changed. The federal government started putting more of an emphasis on environmental conservation. Since then, there have been many flare-ups, particularly in Nevada, which has become the epicenter of a war between commercial public lands interests and the federal regulators. Today, the war is being led by the Bundy family and their patriarch, Cliven Bundy. Before 1993, Cliven had no problem with the Bureau of Land Management. In fact, he was tied to a lease agreement with them. Every 10 years, he renewed his grazing permit through the BLM. No, not that one, the Bureau of Land Management, and Cliven happily paid for the grazing fees. By doing so, his cows were given access to 160,000 acres of federally owned land administered by the Bureau of Land Management. It was actually a pretty good deal. Remember, we're talking about the desert. It's arid. There's not much vegetation or forage for the cows to feed on. In the Mojave Desert, it takes over 100 acres to sustain a single cow. Cliven Bundy only has about 160 acres of private land, which isn't enough to feed his entire herd. So for a long time, Cliven Bundy followed the Bureau of Land Management's rules because he saw it as a beneficial relationship. Then in 1993, many different governmental agencies got together and they decided to end cattle ranching in the region in order to protect an endangered species called the Mojave Desert tortoise. In protest, Cliven Bundy decided that he would continue to ranch on public land without a permit and without paying for the grazing fees. From the federal government's point of view, Cliven was illegally trespassing on their land in order to run his business, and they wanted him to stop. In 1998, Cliven defended himself in court. He argued that the federal government does not have any constitutional authority or jurisdiction to own public lands in the state of Nevada. The courts disagreed, and they told him to remove his cattle from the federally owned land, or he would face fines. And after that, nothing happened. 16 years went by. Cliven continued to ranch illegally on federally owned land, and the federal government did nothing about it. During that time, Cliven accrued over $1 million in unpaid grazing fees and fines. Then in 2014, the Bureau of Land Management finally said enough was enough, and decided to remove Cliven's trespassing cattle. But the way the BLM went about this was, quite frankly, overkill. 150 agents decked out in tactical gear shut down nearly 600,000 acres of public land surrounding Cliven's ranch. They swooped in with an armed battalion consisting of BLM Rangers, German Shepherds, and snipers.
They had command centers. They had, like snipers set on that hill. They had snipers set up on the mountain there. They had 4 different helicopters that I know of.
Within a few days, videos spread online of Bundy family members being pushed and tased.
And I just saw federal agents throw my aunt on the ground. I saw my cousin get tased 3 times. I saw him pull dogs and stick it on a pregnant woman.
Those videos became a rallying call for hundreds of supporters and militia groups who flocked to Nevada to back the Bundys against the federal government. And the situation culminated into an armed standoff with the Bureau of Land Management. This documentary was made possible by my generous patrons. If you'd like to help support my future documentaries, please consider becoming a patron or member on this channel. While I was in Nevada, I somehow managed to get the Bundys to agree to let me interview them, despite their past experiences with FBI agents who approached them posing as a fake documentary crew. Right to the back, huh?
I gotta strain this milk.
Oh.
Yeah, wash the cow real well and made sure her udder were clean and everything was clean, so the milk going in the bucket's clean. Mm-hmm. Either way, I strain it just to be certain, to clean the milk. And so again, we have.
This is Cliven's eldest son, Ryan Bundy. When the FBI analyzed the Bundys in 2011 to see how dangerous a cattle roundup operation might be, they concluded that Ryan Bundy was the most radical family member and the most likely to fight back. 5 years later, Ryan helped lead a 41-day armed occupation of a wildlife refuge along with his brother, Ammon Bundy.
Hey, Moroni, go open that gate, please.
Are we allowed to do this?
Oh, yeah. So this is our range. We're out here all the time.
So, Ryan, where are you taking us?
Right now, I'm going to take you to the one of the two First Amendment zones that the government had put up.
Mm-hmm. And what is a First Amendment zone? What is that?
Well, the government, in their operations to gather our cattle and to extort us, did not want free speech. And so what they did is they set up these zones, 2 little zones, and they said, okay, only within these zones can you exercise the First Amendment. The First Amendment is suspended everywhere else. Now, by the way, this is where one was. Right here in front of us, they had yellow safety fencing or orange safety fencing placed up in like a corral, like a little circle here. And they said, okay, within that circle, within that fenced area, you can exercise the First Amendment, and they actually put signs up, First Amendment zone. And we have one of those signs still at the ranch, one of the actual signs, by the way, which I'll show it to you today. All right, so this is Toquap Wash, and right here about where we're standing is where the BLM had set up their military and snipers pointing at the people. The people were right there underneath the bridge, right where those pillars are. So this is where the main events of April 12th, 2014 took place, right here. They designed this to be the most intrusive cattle confiscation that ever was. They were trying to entice us into retaliating, and therefore it would give them justification to kill us. You ever watched the movie Red Dawn?
Yep.
It was just like that, okay? Just like that.
The events of the cattle roundup polarized onlookers. Many wondered if the federal government was justified in their actions. Was such an expensive, heavy-handed law enforcement operation really needed to deal with some trespassing cows?
Land management? Bureau of Land Management? Why should they have a military-type force?
Much of the blame fell on the shoulders of the man who'd led the botched roundup, Dan Love. Can you tell me about the commander of the BLM operation, Dan Love?
Dan Love, Dan Love he's a murderer. He had another situation that he caused the deaths of 3 people over in Utah. Just a hothead and a tyrant. He's just a perfect tyrant.
In 2009, Dan Love led the BLM in an eerily similar raid of a network of collectors illegally trading in Native American artifacts stolen from public lands. 26 people were arrested, and 2 of them took their own lives. Despite a public outcry, Dan Love received a promotion and was later named Agent of the Year. The BLM assigned Special Agent Larry Wooten to lead an investigation into the Bundy cattle roundup operation. In 2017, Wooten wrote a whistleblower memo where he accused Dan Love of leading a punitive and ego-driven expedition. Through his investigation, Wooten learned that Dan Love carried a kill book as a trophy, which bragged about getting 3 individuals in Utah to commit suicide following his Native American artifact raid in 2009. During the Bundy cattle roundup, Wooten said that Dan Love created an amateurish carnival atmosphere. Dan Love essentially led the roundup like an aggressive frat boy, and body cam footage shows that his subordinates followed the toxic tone that he set.
Are you fucking people stupid or what? Pretty much a shoot first, shoot his fucking dog first.
I called the BLM to ask them for an interview regarding the Bundys.
Generally, we really don't have public interviews about the Bundys.
There used to be 52 ranching families in this area, sharing over 100,000 acres of open range. All of them took buyouts and left after ranching was banned in the region. All of them, except for Clive and Bundy.
Or I'll say, well, there used to be 52 neighbors, 52 ranchers in Clark County. What happened to them? It gets to the point there's not no ranchers left because what they've done is they've broke them all.
When the Bureau of Land Management told Clive to stop, he said,
I said, hell no. And they was using the desert tortoise mainly for excuse. They said, there's not enough feed for the cows and the tortoises out there. So I guess the cows have got to go because we're not going to get rid of the tortoises. What that meant to most people is, hey, we can't can't buy a permit from you, so we can't run our cows, and so basically we're out of business.
To learn more, I visited Las Vegas to speak with a desert tortoise expert who promised to let me see the rare creature myself.
My name's Sarah Mortimer. I'm the executive director with Tortoise Group and staff biologist. Desert tortoises are reptiles, so they are cold-blooded, so they have to move from warm and
Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in.
That's from Medic 143 Shoreline, turn 0.
309. Attack Loss, Quinto.
43 Shoreline, 0, receive.
Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter, cleaner tomorrow. Transform your energy landscape with plug-in solar panels and embrace a brighter.
She was over savings and make contact with a brick and she said she was in apartment 627. We had tough kids breakers inside, one open the door, her back door was open. She's what we need to HR department to work her up.
I am a tactical asset computer system.
In Berlin, the CIA and the KGB find themselves face to face.
See you later, 104 radio program.
The war between the secret services was one dimension of a much larger conflict, a confrontation that almost boiled over just under the surface of the Cold War.
Peter Volta, agent in the service of the Soviet bloc. Between 1978 and 1988, he carried out nearly 100 tense trips between West Germany, where he lived, to East Berlin to deliver information.
At the time, the metro crossed through the east part of Berlin. It slowed down through the stations, which were more or less in darkness. You could only see that the entrances and exits were blocked by sandbags. And in each of these stations, the police were patrolling with Kalashnikovs. That's what you saw, travelling slowly through these ghost stations. It was a very distinct image of the Cold War.
For nearly 50 years, while in the service of the KGB or the CIA, thousands of agents like Peter Volta were the cogs of the biggest information war in history. It started on the 2nd of May, 1945.
L'ennemi allemand vient de capituler devant les armées alliées de l'Ouest et de l'Est.
The German war is therefore at an end.
Two worlds now face each other. Two blocks clearly defined and in the heart of East Germany. One city that will become a battleground. Berlin, split into two. A new war is brewing, but this one won't be fought head-on. It's a new type of war, a secret war of lies and intoxication. CIA, KGB, the aim of each is to establish their influence and impose their ideology. In the ruins of Berlin, there will be all-out war.
The wind has for power generation.
The smiles and handshakes are forgotten. The winners are still not allies.
We are not that call.
Peace treaties have been signed. Americans and Soviets, the two main winners, don't have any energy left to fight each other on the ground. So each side sets out its pawns and watches. That's how the war of information begins.
Here we have one of the key places in the Cold War, Tempelhof Airport. West Berlin wasn't situated just anywhere. It was in the heart of the sector of Soviet influence. It was a thorn in the side of the Russians, a time bomb, just waiting to go off. Would Berlin be swallowed up by the Soviet Empire, or would it stay a free city? That was the basis of conflict between American and Soviet intelligence services after the Second World War.
Relativ schnell nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg.
In the United States, they soon realized that things may get stormy. The Soviets were a step ahead. They set up their intelligence service in 1917, 30 years ahead of America. A man is dispatched to Berlin to set up the first CIA cell on site. Peter Sichel steps onto the tarmac of Tempelhof Airport on the 1st of October 1945.
We had very little instructions of what to do. We had won the war, we want to enjoy life. We drank too much, we burned the candle on both ends. And it was only slowly that we realized that we had to wake up. They've always been good at the game, and they came into Germany with a team of people who knew the territory, knew the language, knew the circumstances, and knew security. We had to learn security. And it took us 1 or 2 years to do it. America had never been in the espionage business.
The Soviets win the first battle, and it is brutal. Early in the morning of the 24th of June 1948, the Soviet troops block the roads, railway tracks, waterways. They're hoping to cut off West Berlin with the blockade. This is the first of the KGB's plans.
Der sowjetische Nachrichtendienst.
The information that the Soviet intelligence agency had passed on was the following. West Germany had such economic problems that it was a burden that the Americans wouldn't defend. Stalin saw an opportunity at a time when the two sides were trying to increase their zones of influence to finally get its hands on West Berlin.
We could either send our tanks and force our way in, but that might cause the Third World War. We could accept it and agree to abandon Berlin, which for a time part of the American government wanted to do, or we could try to supply Berlin by air. This was my job for the next 9 months, 10 months, 12 months, to find out what the Russians' plans were. And by that time, we were professional enough to be able to assess that the Russians were not preparing to go to war. We were sure of that. We assured our government of it.
Peter Sichel's agents know the exact state of the Red Army, and the American government follow their advice. They set off the biggest airlift in history. For nearly a year, the dance of the aeroplanes doesn't stop. 280,000 flights mean that 2 million tons of cargo reach 2 million Berliners. The city won't be abandoned to the Russians. The CIA wins its first victory.
Yes, the life of Berlin has been maintained. The airlift carries on.
However, the game has only just begun. Since Moscow at the start of the 50s, Stalin is leading an ideological battle against the world. In Korea, Vietnam, China, the communists are taking hold. The KGB is still there behind the scenes. Berlin is the western limit of the empire. New agents are put in charge of strengthening its position.
I agreed straight away to the offer to work for the KGB. I've never regretted it. We couldn't lose the GDR because it was the last defense against the socialist system in Europe. We absolutely had to protect it. That's why we planted our bayonet there. It was our army. As long as they were based there, nothing could happen to us.
Georgy Zakharovich Sanikov, a pure product of the KGB. He finished his career as a colonel. He was 29 when he arrived in Berlin. The headquarters of the KGB, which terrified everybody at the time, Karlshorst, south of Berlin.
The place was well known. It was the Saint Antoine Institute, a former monastery. A few meters from the building where the Nazi surrender was signed. The information war was going to damage the loser. It was whoever went furthest and deepest into the enemy camp who would win and manage to bring back vital information to their government. To do that, we were prepared to use all means possible.
At Karlshorst, nobody suspected what would happen next. The danger would come from underground. The CIA was secretly preparing a plan that could totally change the ratio of power.
It became very clear to the Americans, British and French how little they knew about the Eastern Bloc. The Soviets had much more information. It was easy to get. There were telephone directories with details of all the American units, names of their directors and their phone numbers. None of that existed on the Russian side. That was when the Americans had the idea of building a tunnel to tap the telephone lines of the Russian military. It was a way of collecting a huge amount of information.
They wanted us to find out where the cables were, and we found out through our contacts in the East German Postal Service, who were in charge of all the cables. I thought it was a great idea.
The tunnel was dug, 450 meters under the Iron Curtain to the Soviet telephone lines. From there, the CIA would use 600 agents who listened to 500,000 phone calls. For 11 months, they thought they had a key advantage, but despite listening into Soviet conversations, they found nothing interesting. What the Americans don't know is that a man has betrayed them. His name is George Blake, one of the British Allies' agents. In reality, a double agent. He works for the KGB, and his role in the tunnel makes him a legend among Soviet spies.
Blake was an extremely brilliant agent. He attended a meeting of British intelligence services in London in December 1954. It was there that he learned that the Americans were planning to connect to the Russian telephone lines. This operation had a code name, Operation Gold.
A real shooting took place behind Lucharno's.
This operation had a code name, Operation Gold. Blake immediately understood the importance of this plan. And a month later, all of the information and technical brief for Operation Gold found their way onto a desk in Moscow.
Технической документации операции «Золото», «Gold».
At that time, the KGB had to make a difficult decision. Should it stop the construction of the tunnel and risk compromising its agent, Or should it let the Americans go ahead in order to protect their spy? Finally, the Soviets decided not to risk their agent. They let the tunnel exist for 11 months. 11 long months where their conversations were listened into. Then, when it seemed the right moment, the KGB revealed the existence of the tunnel.
Journalisten aus aller Welt besichtigten den amerikanischen Spionagetunnel in Berlin.
The tunnel helps the Soviet propaganda. The KGB opens the tunnel to the press and condemns the dirty methods of the American imperialists. George Blake is finally unmasked, but he manages to escape to the east. He spends the rest of his life mocking his former friends in the CIA.
The mission I was given was to infiltrate the Soviet headquarters. Well, I think today that I carried out my mission pretty well.
In 1961, East Germany barricades itself, and the duel between the KGB and the CIA materializes as a scar in the heart of the city. With the Berlin Wall, the Cold War reaches its peak. All contact is broken, and it becomes vital to have men on the other side. Again, this time the KGB has a local advantage that the CIA will never have. The Stasi, the intelligence service of East Germany. From 1958, Moscow puts one of its men at its head. He goes on to become a myth, a legend. He is known as the man without a face. He is the least known and most feared spy in the West. It takes 20 years to give him a name and a face. Markus Wolf.
Если вы меня спросили, был ли это успех
Was Wolf's appointment a success of the Soviet secret services? There's no hesitation needed. Yes, it was maybe the Soviet secret services' greatest success. He became a legend, thanks to the number of agents he hired. I once asked him, "How many agents do you have?" He replied, and I remember the phrase exactly, "My agents were everywhere."
Here is Markus Wolf in 1981. In a rare document from the Stasi's archives, he addresses an audience of spies. He placed 5,000 all over Europe.
In honor and respect of the great tradition of Soviet spies, we have to follow these men's example. Together, let's begin by paying our respects to the founder of the KGB, Comrade Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky.
With Markus Wolf, it wasn't long before the headquarters of the Stasi at the heart of Berlin struck as much fear as the KGB in Moscow. From this office, for 30 years, the head of information led an army of collaborators, 90,000 employees and 180,000 informants, 3% of the East German population. In the basement of the building are the Stasi archives, tens of thousands of meters of shelves of files. Inside are names, places, faces, lives examined and spied upon. Nearly 1 in 3 East Germans is on file here. Under the KGB and the Stasi, spying in the East has become an impressive machine.
Well, he was certainly very much an intellectual, I would say. He was one of the master spies of the Cold War. He certainly was very effective, especially in the later years, in terms of spying on the West, in terms of gaining secrets from the West, technological secrets. He had some very high-placed spies in West Germany, for example, Gabriele Gast at the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the West German intelligence service, regularly supplied reports about NATO, about NATO policies, military policy, about even CIA intelligence documents.
Markus Wolf orchestrated this huge collection of information, and at the start of the 70s, it was key. The Soviet Union and the United States are both in the arms race, and between them, they already have over 40,000 nuclear warheads. Thanks to its spies' reports, the KGB is always a step ahead. It always knows the positions of the American missiles, the state of NATO's troops, the real threat that America poses to the USSR. Peter Wolter is 24 when he starts to work for the Stasi. His role is crucial. In West Germany, he is responsible for protecting the men from the Wolf system.
A distant relative headed the translation department for the West German counterintelligence agency. That gave me access to these offices, situated outside the bounds of the high security area. My visits were never recorded. This relative let me in, and I could see all of the documents on his desk. I could go through them, and I found some very important names that I felt were important to relay. Politicians and syndicalists who were suspected by the West's agencies. These were the names that I passed on, and I know for a fact that thanks to that, we managed to get several people out of the enemy zone.
We were stronger because we had ideology on our side, which wasn't the case for our enemies. It dictated the actions of all the agents of our secret service. I can assure you that, unlike others, it was our ideals that drove our efforts. That's probably why we worked better. We knew clearly which interests we were protecting.
The battle between the CIA and the KGB was ideologic, and at that time, communist ideals were finding a voice in the youth of the West. Peter Wolter is convinced that he can change the world. False papers allowed him to make hundreds of trips to the east without raising suspicions. His contact with the Stasi lives here on Stalin Allee, Stalin Avenue, Little Moscow.
Here in this building was a secret apartment. It was rented to a woman, an older comrade who was over 80. I had her phone number because, of course, I couldn't directly call counter-espionage from West Germany. So I called Aunt Gertrude. I suppose she really was called Gertrude. She noted down what I had to say. For example, Aunt Emma is ill and can't come to the family party, which meant that my meeting with my Stasi comrade had to be postponed. We'd established a list of code phrases that she noted down, then she passed them to the Stasi counter-espionage over a secure phone line.
Markus Wolf's machine works at full capacity. What interests him at the start of the 70s is the deployment of American Pershing nuclear weapons aimed at the USSR. To obtain this information, he invented an incredible system of espionage. He recruited a new type of agent that he called Romeos, a romantic name for a team of psychological demolition experts who were anything but. Gabriele Klim has fled Germany, but she can't escape her memories. 7th of July 1977, she was sat on the terrace of a cafe in Bonn when a man approached her.
It really was the man of my dreams. I'd always imagined the perfect man, and suddenly there he was in front of me. I didn't think men like that existed. My first instinct was to run away, but I stayed. We saw each other several times in 1977, and it went very quickly. He quickly told me he loved me and wanted to marry me. It went so quickly that we planned to get engaged in January 1978.
Gabriele was 32. She was a translator at the United States Embassy. For her, the meeting was like in a romantic film. However, her Romeo's love wasn't quite what she thought. This love had a price to pay, and that was the confidential documents that passed through Gabriele's delicate hands.
I brought him documents, but he was very skillful. I didn't even pay attention to the documents that I brought back, and he kept telling me it wasn't important.
And then the Romeo becomes more insistent. He vanishes, then reappears. Marriage is forgotten. Romance gives way to blackmail. Gabriele takes more risks to try and save their love.
The documents that the embassy no longer needed were put into bags that were then burned. I took the documents in these bags. I tried to take what seemed useful. Then I slipped them into my handbag and I left. The embassy never checked. Then at the house I photographed them, then threw them away or put them back. There were documents about weapon systems, like Pershing missiles, that I do remember.
It's a technique of compromise. Of compromising somebody who ultimately, when compromised, can't afford to admit that he has given information to his mistress. We tried the Romeo business ourselves, very much later on the Soviets. It never worked.
We are not
We never found the right we never found the right girl. Or the right Romeos.
Yes.
The Soviets were much more successful.
For the Stasi, I wasn't a person, just an instrument. I was 32, pretty, intelligent. I had my life ahead of me. And then this outside force arrived, totally aware of his actions, and decided to end the life of this woman. Sometimes it's okay, and sometimes not at all.
The Romeos had more than 80 victims, young women who provided the KGB with information from all the ministries, all the embassies. Were there no morals?
Yeah, there's no morale. This is not a morality play. Oh, far from it.
The CIA was equally lacking in sentiments. In the middle of the 1970s, the communist system was more and more criticised. The police state had enemies inside. These were the men that the Americans recruited. After infiltrating enemy lines, they blend into the background and stay invisible. Eberhard Fettkener is 71 today. In East Berlin, he worked for the CIA for 4 years. He was tasked with watching the movements of the Russian troops.
I am a tactical asset computer
That was the first, how do I say, my first spy training. And here's Kali. In fact, he was my liaison agent. I met Kali, who died a few years ago, on a train that was going to Prague, completely by chance. 7 years later, in 1975, it was him who recruited me to work for the American Secret Services. I didn't feel like East Germany was my home. I dreamed of living elsewhere, in the West. I also had a very romantic image of America. For me, it was the country of freedom.
Es waren für mich die Helden der Freiheit.
It was easy to recruit agents. It was very difficult to recruit good agents because a lot of the Germans, they wanted to show the hate of the Russians. We were not interested in that. We were interested in information. And a lot of them got caught because they wanted to be heroes.
And what happened to them, to those who got caught?
Some of them got executed, some of them ended in Siberia. It was not a nice game.
Wenn ich das so sagen darf,
I started to think about this job all the time. I was always asked for more, to go to places further and further away. For example, one day they wanted me to go and observe the Soviet Army's biggest petrol depot. After a while, it became too much for me.
Irgendwann zu viel. Vor allen Dingen war auch meine Frau die treibende Kraft.
And also my wife was implicated. She helped me to decipher the coded messages on the radio. She begged me to stop this nonsense.
Diesen Unsinn zu lassen. Natürlich wurden die Ängste immer größer.
Of course, I became more and more scared. Today, I don't know how I managed to sleep at night, to work normally, to carry out my job as engineer, when I was living with a sword of Damocles over my head.
Obwohl ein Schwert praktisch über mir schwebte. Es war der 28.
It happened on the 28th of June.
Über mir schwebte.
It is not bloody here at my current vector.